It is 12:02 p.m. PST. Unit 207 continues to believe that they have the power and ability to murder me, i.e. the Everett Police Department. This is an SOS message, so it is 12:02 p.m. PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant for a year. I was also authorized to state I was an informant in 2017 when I first reported the Everett Police Department for making actionable every fucking felony they've made actionable during the 300 plus days they've been illegally detaining me. Except for my murder to be deemed a fucking suicide, which is something they've been actively attempting to do now for well over a week, as recently as the very moment that I initiated this live stream with their hacking abilities, their control of the camera, and their mistaken belief that they're controlling the server for the YouTube channel and going to be able to erase hours of footage from the Google server, as well as to fuck up the visual and audio so they can perp that final crime, my murder. They are blocking all communications with anyone except for two neighbors, and calls to 911 back when they began illegally detaining me were intercepted by their officers upstairs, who have used the condo above my home of 13 years for rampant and incessant stalking, thieving, fraudstering, kidnapping, harassment, aiding and abetting and extortion, and the like for 3+ years straight, including property destruction. The list goes on and on. This is not a joke. It's not a farce. It's not a performance art piece. If you are watching this or hearing this, even if you're an unassuming civilian or one of the idiots going to prison for the rest of your life, you will be charged for not passing on the SOS message. And that does indeed entail every SOS message. So when you make me start 4 or 5 live streams in a day and give 4 or 5 SOS messages, you need to be relaying each and every one of those. This goes doubly for the whistleblowers unless or until you hear otherwise from the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the sheriffs. And you're not going to hear otherwise. You're not going to. So I repeat, this is not a joke. You can read the SOS message in the description that I'm going to read. It should also be posted on this YouTube channel, unless Unit 207 thought they were being sly and attempted to erase it from the internet, something they've done with hundreds of pieces of evidence since they began illegally detaining me, only just now realizing that all of the attorneys involved have known the whole time that erasing them from Google servers weren't going to do a fucking thing, but that it would be fine for them to blame each and every one of you idiots upstairs for trying to do so. Anyway, again, this is an SOS. Read in the description. You will see there's like a paragraph or two that's missing. I'm going to throw that in the chat. It's all available intact on the post on this YouTube channel. Here we go. Here's the SOS message to be read to you aloud. Urgent SOS. This is Mystic Gwen, illegally detained by a domestic terrorist cell / organization known as the Everett Police Department for over 300 plus days. During my illegal detainment, they and their named August 14th, 2024 and 2017 conspirators / fellow terrorists, Owens, Garcia, Andy and Kelly, Anne Marie Bauer et al. Have made actionable every felony reported to FBI in 2017. Lest my murder to be deemed a suicide, and every premeditated felony reported in tort claim during my 300 plus days of illegal detainment. They have full control over my devices, laptops, phones, network, even my ham radio. Squelch no longer functions since their last unlawful entry. Communications blocked, law enforcement compromised. During their 300 plus days of illegally detaining me at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201 and Unit 105, they have made actionable every felony reported in my August 14th, 2024 tort claim filed in case number 10-500-5934. Served on their police department and conspirators and prosecutor's office, as well as Jared Irving, etc., following over 11 months of cease and desist letters to their terrorist stalkers, officers, child abusers, extortionists, etc. The only remaining felony to be made actionable is indeed my murder to be deemed a suicide. First reported 2017 to FBI. They have been attempting to starve my cat and I as well due to their rampant crime spree of the past 3 years. I've not been able to step outside my front door without running a YouTube live stream at youtube.com/mysticgwen. Calls to 911 intercepted by them upstairs as they have been using the condo above my home of 13 years, Unit 207, and various neighbors to stalk, aid in starving, etc. as their base of stalking operations, cyber attacks, obstruction, tampering, kidnappings, frauds, harassment, blocking communications, stealing, perping civil rights and ADA violations, intimidating and retaliating against an FBI informant. Jared Irving and the Everett Police Department have known since 2017 that I reported them. He was pissed. Now he is going to prison. Have a nice retirement behind bars, Jared. Since 2023, they are using man-in-the-middle Cisco, Verizon, chip-to-chip, kernel, root access, cookies, Java, and non-existent fraudulent Google credentials and certificates that cannot be removed without their criminal security key. Likewise with pins and fingerprints. They have been blocking all phone access, even from websites assigned to the neighbors, since they began illegally detaining me on August 6, 2024. To perp every felony they have since made actionable: kidnappings, unlawful entry, fraud, to name a few. They have been attempting to block video and audio recordings all year, as reported in August 14, 2024 tort claim, and made actionable by criminally and illegally shutting off internet in March 2025. To kidnap, then re-enter unlawfully with John Owens, to shove their USBs and devices for root access BIOS hack, to block video and audio when I return to my illegal detainment, to perp the one and only felony not made actionable: my fucking murder to be deemed a suicide. They have rejected dozens of legitimate police reports before, during, and after they're made actionable by them and their fellow named terrorists/conspirators. Then they attempted to erase all of these and other things, but the FBI has/had them, including but not limited to Google reviews on their conspirators at the Snohomish Prosecutor's Office et al. All forensic details to verify the tech use of Verizon, Cisco, chip-to-chip, man-in-the-middle, root, kernel, etc. available on Gemini AI Google servers attached to emails, unit blocking sign-in, unit blocking at gmail.com. And North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. I repeat, SOS, if you are seeing this, even as an unassuming civilian, you are legally required to pass this info on to the FBI. Seattle.fbi@fbi.gov. Snohomish County Sheriffs. Contact, sheriffs at snowco.org. And even the Department of Homeland Security. They have blocked all communications to be made to sheriffs and FBI, including using partitions cookies to do so. Less whistleblowers. They have also instructed my northern neighbor, who has had my house key and debit card since last month, not to bring me any food this month and or cat food this week. That changed as of last night. You can watch the YouTube live stream. I went over to his house. He had a bag of cat food for me, like he said he was going to bring over on Tuesday or Wednesday, and never did. And I asked him for food, and he gave me some top ramen and something called Huel. So that will be corrected probably in the next live stream, since it's already posted in the description here. They have also instructed my neighbor to do. I'm waiting for them to cut this video, as they did as recently as yesterday, to shoot me before they're incarcerated for the remainder of their lives. Again, the one and only felony not made actionable reported to the FBI in 2017 is my murder to be deemed a suicide. And not to be filmed. Isn't that right, Everett Police Department? Isn't that right? All right. I'm waiting for them to cut this video, as they did as recently as yesterday, and to shoot me before they're incarcerated for the remainder of their lives. Again, this is the one and only felony not made actionable, reported to the FBI in 2017. And it is my murder to be deemed a suicide and not to be filmed. They have nothing to lose because they're looking at 35 to life already. The exceptions are the whistleblowers, who are required to pass on each and every one of my SOS unless otherwise instructed by the feds or the sheriffs. Garcia is my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. He was filing and bragging at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse as recently as 2019 about the Everett Police Department and his plans to perp all of the felonies they have since done against me, minus my fucking murder. Premeditated felonies made actionable have a total count of over 250 plus. Yes, 250 plus. These are not officers. There has never been a legit operation. There has always been an aggravated criminal conspiracy / organization / enterprise that became a terrorist cell the moment they made actionable illegally detaining me to perp their remaining felonies. There has been years of the Everett Police Department stalking me, perping felonies without immunity, and being paid by the state whom they have been defrauding, impeding federal investigations, retaliating against the FBI and an FBI informant of them and on them since 2017. SOS, I repeat, pass this info to the Seattle FBI field office / Snohomish County Sheriff's / Department of Homeland Security. This is Mystic Gwen using eldest son's Gmail due to Everett Police Department blocking and locking me out of all of my accounts 2 days prior to their last kidnapping of March 2025, reported August 2024. See youtube.com/Mystic Gwen. That email was / is therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. Google has my explicit and unmitigated permission to access my operating system, my accounts, my networks, my servers, and any and all things tied to my ability to give permission that they can access remotely and to provide it to the correct authorities. They have permission to join my network and give all account server information to FBI sheriffs. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is true and correct. Sincerely, Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. So it is now 12:13 p.m. And as I've stated previously, everyone that's going to prison for the rest of their life upstairs is very confident that this video isn't visible to anyone at all. They're currently watching this, but they reflect as not watching it at all because they're using my devices and their network control to pretend like they are me from their various devices, which I don't even own. Devices I don't even own. So in the chat here, I'm just going to put the remainder of the SOS message that isn't able to fit in the description section right here in the chat section. Okay, I'm going to eat the last top ramen that was given to me yesterday. You might be wondering, what? You're going to eat 3 ramens in less than 24 hours? Yeah, these idiots have been starving me. I had a plentiful stockade. It ran out after over 300 days of being illegally detained. I'm left with cereal that is between a year and 4 years expired, and one more top ramen, and I'm gonna eat that one top ramen. Although, shout out to fucking Lucky Charms, man. I'll tell you what, Lucky Charms holds up even after years of being expired.
19.
He was born in a really big family in a very small town that I actually got to see in 2021. He was number 3 of 11 brothers. And they had this big farm, and he decided to become an accountant. But then when the war was getting closer, due to the restrictions and the new laws, they were quite afraid of what was going to happen to them. So he tried to cross the border with his brother. They discovered him in the border, and that's when they put him in jail. What they were afraid of started to happen. They started taking away their properties, their monies. They started putting a lot of restrictions, really persecuted them. And then suddenly, this big family surrounded by love, it all became everyone for themselves and trying to save their own lives. And then Lothar he actually goes to a camp. He's a survivor from an extermination camp where he was doing manual labor and he was being tortured daily, and that's where he loses one eye. And then later, after a couple of years, that he becomes fully blind because of what he was suffering. Their whole family was sent to a different camp where they were doing manual labor, and then they were later exterminated. They all died.
It was a lot for 25-year-old Liliana to process. She began to understand why, as a child, she felt her father was keeping something from her.
The truth is that it hurts. It hurts starting to find out that your whole family were treated this way. They were deported to a camp, or a camp that it was an exterminating camp, where they all died. And it hurts knowing that your family was also treated this way and that they're all dead. There's no one left.
She found that Lothar had escaped Dachau, the concentration camp. He later managed to get out of Germany altogether, first traveling to the Netherlands where he met his wife, and from there a boat to Argentina, where the couple settled and had a daughter named Sylvia.
And then later they moved to Olivos in Buenos Aires, and that's when the story connects a little bit more. He started working with the German embassy, and he was dealing with people's pensions and trying to deal with also people that migrated to Argentina. And in the 1950s, that's when the migrations of the Nazis started. And one of the main places that the Nazis arrived to was Vicente Lopez, which is, for people that don't know, incredibly close. We're talking blocks away from Olivos. And without him knowing, he was living blocks away with the person that organized the trains where his family went into a camp. They were his actual neighbors.
By 1952, Nazi SS Colonel Adolf Eichmann had secretly come to Argentina. It was Eichmann who'd implemented Hitler's plan for the mass slaughter of Jewish people in Europe. In sickening testimony, it was said that he even spoke some Yiddish and would lie to Jews boarding the trains to the death camps that their children were being taken to be put in good schools. He told them they were going to have wonderful lives. Traveling under a fake Argentine passport, Eichmann, along with many other Nazis, fled justice via the Rat Line, a network of routes from Europe to South America.
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro?
This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner. With this pocket Wi-Fi, you can simply stay connected whether you're working, traveling, or simply on the go. But why should your internet be overpriced, unreliable, full of hidden fees, and riddled with poor coverage when a modern, affordable solution is reshaping the industry as we speak? Introducing Ryoko Pro, the revolutionary portable Wi-Fi device that provides reliable, high-speed internet globally. Ryoko Pro's advanced features make it a game changer in 8 distinct ways. 1. With state-of-the-art chip technology, Ryoko Pro delivers a fast, stable 150 megabytes per second connection no matter where you are. Say goodbye to weak and unsecured Wi-Fi at hotels or coffee shops. 2. Americans spend around $600 on internet bills over 6 months. With Ryoko Pro, you can enjoy unlimited data for a fraction of that. For a one-time payment, you get fast, secure internet anywhere, anytime for half a year. 3. Whether you need to stream, work, or stay connected across multiple devices, Ryoko Pro has you covered. It can support up to 10 devices simultaneously, making it perfect for families or remote teams. 4. With up to 8 hours of continuous use on a single charge, you can stay connected throughout your busy day without worrying about running out of power. 5. Ryoko Pro is free from the
Hello? 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 Ano ka man? Sa mardahan di kong ted at siya ay kumani. دو مرة ندور نسخن سميعهم كوزي حزنة سبكويلا جلد أن أجوك سمعنا في أجوك ميا قتي بالجاغة سبي بالجوني راحتي التاري بالجاغة لهم مش أدري بالنار الجوني
Dear listeners, this is Miron Stefanos, broadcasting from Stockholm, Sweden. Welcome to my program, Voices of Eritrean Refugees, broadcasted every Thursday on Radio Arena.
Ano na ako, kapsuwalan ni Dular ka dyan ako, mahari ihigong ni telefon ka. At mahit sila uwilan ka nera. Haray, adyo ka, Brahana Hawaii, adyo ka.
For 20 years now, we Eritreans have been escaping a brutal military dictatorship. Since 2006, when Europe closed its borders to Africans seeking asylum, more and more Eritreans have sought refuge in Israel, reachable via the Sinai Desert by land.
Kare, ang po sa kalaman natin tahis ka?
In 2009, the Bedouin smugglers in the Sinai Desert started kidnapping men, women, and children and holding them in torture camps for ransom.
Kandang dari mo ka? Isang hamus ng siya dari mo ka?
The hostages' only lifeline is the cell phones provided by their kidnappers, with which they paid their relatives for the money needed to secure their release.
Kunday din eh.
$35,000 Eritreans have managed to cross the Egyptian border into Israel. In this radio program, we give voice to the hostages in the torture camp and to those who are trying to set them free.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay.
أنا اليوم سيفانو تبعت ولا نزول الكادر له. وحقها يفلت كان أنا أبزي سينا دويلة مستفلالي وستشوي زارة بنتي. هجي دويلة بزعبا استمعت خايف نجيرو من الأدم كنزلها. أبي أنا خاف تلاقي.
تلاقي بالله.
أنت هاي تكاتي مزلة.
أنا السوداني اللي أنا بعثت على تبين إيرتلاين أنا باخذ مثل تبين أما قد تشوي ما يبتي.
قالت هذا ورج عتا.
أبي أسافر مسلم أبي أسافر مستعملة. أبو سينة حريصة.
كندي مسحت وازلو.
$13 ينزلوا حسبت شو $10 تكلم إيش $10 بدي $10.
يا أجوها دهنا أجوها أمان هواي أنا خدول الكائن كم زبلة كذلو تما حزاي عربي بس وحمص بس خدول الكائن.
His wife, Hariti, she gave birth while she was chained. He paid to go to Israel just to save his wife. So in Israel, he's been going to every church and begging for money. Begging his family in Eritrea to help out. But so far, I think he paid only $10,000 for her and he needs $20,000 more.
مرة بريتي من بينهم مالهم بقى السؤال آخر أنت عارف مقبلهم سرعة أدرول دولة ولا أحمد تسأل
If you're going to a party and need to bring a dessert, how do you decide whether to make it yourself or buy it from the store? Oh, totally.
والله كسرني كده لا سأل من لا سأكل طلع نفسهم حفكوا في ولا أب نفسهم كنت يبدوهم دقا سوون ده تعال عليك تعال
هاي حريتي ده عندي ليه؟ تمالك وانا قابلني تليفون كملوا معلتي انت يقولوا معلو ها؟ يقول كلهم معلو؟
I think something happened. I heard the background, but I think he came. I started interviewing the signing hostages, I was working in 2 radio stations. I've never talked to a hostage before that, but one day we were talking about refugees in Libya, and then this guy comes and says, "Yeah, but there are hostages in Sinai, so and they're being asked $20,000. Like, you don't believe me? Here is their number. Call them." So he gave me 3 numbers to call. Didn't take time for the things I hear to sink. It was just I couldn't sleep because the first month, whenever they make a missed call, then I call them, and they were making a missed call every minute. I have to pick up this one. It's from Sinai. Hello. 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 I have to call them. Like this number, I've been receiving so many times. I think there are these girls that are in a bad position, being by 4, by 5 every minute. I felt that our people have to get it, so then I start broadcasting only Sinai stories, nothing else.
حسيت سبزيها بسينما زي مالتي سينما زي أو يمكن نزيد هم الأولاد نزلت من نيرات مالتنا حدا غلط معك ولا حتى سيدنا بدنا أنا سؤال مالتي شو مس هرمون له مسؤولي أنا حسيا أبو خلوا نحد له بيت السب مالتي نكره بيت السب سعودي نعود ولاة المال أنا بزعبة استفدت حفتي اللي في الزمان. تمنيت عقوبة زنتبار. كنت مثلا بإسرائيل عم نقدر سنة فيها. لا بحنسب. أبتي تفسخ لنا ولا شو؟ أبتي نيلاست بوتاتي شفتها مثلا هنا. أبزع تاريخ السجور وخلنا قد أن تتخصص مسيحي تاسب بينا نيران فأي رانين ندلو تمسوات كابتن سبعان كل تنسوات كم تفعنا 5,000 فلت يجي تتخصصين استهارة مسوون نيرنا أتي السنجن تهاري مني ولا تعزجن كنرينا كأننا ما أتي بوتا بدهي نوريتي نيرو جريت سازنا برا أتي نوصل خير سجوا حفتي لما خاطن عند خاطن صبنا سنبرة ثانية
زراعي عيني راه تميت عقبة استبهلت قال 10 عامت زنبرت وقال عد غيح زبونت أول حاجة إلى 10 تخلطين 10 حاجة عامت زنبرت إسرائيل. There's always 2 options. One is that he's somewhere in the prisons of Egypt, like it could be South Sinai or anywhere. The second option is that she died at the border, that she was shot at by the Egyptian border guards. That's what they do, so.
Okay, what am I wearing to this first date? I want my bag to match my outfit. Don't panic. I'm rocker girly today. My clothes classic. It's coming together. I'm doing my favorite Novita bag. The bag trim is so cute. Okay, I'm ready. Shop yours at coachoutlet.com.
I used to spend over 12 hours a month on busy work, following up, client questionnaires, all of the things. HoneyBook manages everything: proposals and contracts, project management, and payments. HoneyBook AI is woven throughout the platform. It's giving me insights, it's taking notes, it's crafting emails for me. And since it already knows my business, it tackles the busy work so I don't have to. Start for free at honeybook.com.
أجها
The goal is like, I want to stop this. I want to end this. I come from a country where animal rights is respected, you know? Like, you hit a dog in Sweden, you go to jail for 6 months. You know, you kill a cat, you go to jail for 3.5 years. You know? And here I listen to people being tortured every hour. And the whole world is watching, doing nothing, you know, it's just, I don't know.
مرحبا سمعني حريتي سمعني اللغة تجازم لك أول سولوزي دوتي يا سولوزي ممكن تجازم سمعني أنا فايدين أو فايدة على لك إيه بدين كم على هذا يعني من سولوزي أنا
سنوات حريتي كل عقل ولا حريت عمري مستعد أنا نو حريت هم يتولي ردعنا أي حد في الله أول ردعنا يردعنا أنت حد فهم زلقي حريتي حريتي من حريتي
شلون
شلون
هذه يوروني من الكون
ما كان همزي فينا قرط من نحن بالضبط تليفوني كعطوني حتى تليفوني تعطوني هاي
من يردينا أبدا إذا ما غير يقولوا مثلا ها بس حركة إيجاد غدا سكاي أخلاق زر فهو بقول ترى كمان كم قالوا ولا لا مرحبا كيف اسمعني انت قاعد عربي ولا بتقولي عربي اسمعني انا بقول لك حاجه القروش قاعد معانا اسمعني القروش قاعد معانا ما الدولار شكل ريال قاعد معانا ما دولار لكن القروش شكل ريال دقيقه انا بترد اسمعني.
Okay, the situation is like that. I think they have this hope of the money. They know that the money is sent from Eritrea, and they know that he got the money. And the guy who is supposed to receive the money is already waiting for him in Tel Aviv. He don't know him yet. They're going to give him his address, his number, as soon as he got the money. Hariti told us she was tortured real hard today, and she was like, it's not worse than it was before. We've been tortured all the time. Just give us a little time. And her friend said, it's not just torturing. Torturing, it's easy. That's what they said. So she said that she don't want to talk to me or to him no more. Hariti, she said, just that's her last day. She can't wait until tomorrow.
Daniel, what?
No computer na kung natin try ko na right na mas kanila ay busa sa ay kullo hebra ka sa bag kullo yung kullo ka حاسة تشعب هنا تتنقل في الجنة بس كان راح بسلام قالوا على تسوي حافنا مروحنا قصونا كان بس ينزل
أبز زي زي كده ثلاثة أشهر ما هتمثل كان زي كده مو ولا زي صب ولا حاو ولا زي بالليل أنا عملني هذا ولا ثلاثة أشهر حتى تازي بس راح أودك على لما أنا هتفلس أنا ما علي نقدر زي حوي على دولي لي عادي يا غير عقل سبب بوده كم يوم وقلنا بخير ناس صغير ناس معهم عقل قبل نحن عندنا ذلك خلينا بيننا علي أعتقد أنا جيت إلى نهاية الليل وترى شو نقول بس أنا عجيز ولا بقدر ما يبتاك الناس ذاك سمعنا كده مزخون نقدر أي خدمة حتى لو قلنا سلازي هجوم نجمع يعني بتاع أيوه بجهم أي فو سنين يتين قالنا لو بهن شهرين قالنا كونيوم كل شهرين قالنا كونيوم التاريخ علم ترى زي في الكف عندنا لهم أساسا يلتقوا بخطة بالخراج حرج أنا البين نبيع كل طوال الإنترنت بأسرع دراسة معين بين نرتقى نبيع عشرة أتي كان زمان بتاع إلكترونيك نبيع شو ما التقت إرئي أما عندي لا إنترنت قبل نرتقى وانت أحزنكم يا جماعة تغير كم تيجي المهلنا كم تيجي كنا تاتنا تعال وين نبي يوم تسكر بديهم نبينا أوكي إسرائيل بس نبي ما صدق بدي أخذ جاك تقبل تبقى ما صارت الدرجة كلها يقول ما صار في حد
هلو كم حكوا كلنا نزلنا حاجة كده شباب نجمله
حتى كان بغى ما يقعد انت يوم كوينا من مستقبل قراني
كيف أو إذا ما كان ده يعني ممنا حتى كتبت أقولهم حتى يقول ما يدم هاليوم نبغى يوم حتى تبقى أو ده أما تبغى وتقول أنا حاجة إذا بس لما هم يراعى شيء بس أما تورد المريض ممكن تأتي لهم كتب عيش الله فرد بجاهم أنا لما يتحدثني أنا حاجة دمي وده له.
Struggling to pay off your debt? National Debt Relief is here to help you with debt consolidation, a solution that can simplify your finances. So what is debt consolidation? It's simple. We combine all of your debts, like credit cards or personal loans, into one monthly loan payment that's easy to manage. And with National Debt Relief, that loan payment can be as low as $323 per month based on an average debt of $29,500. With debt consolidation, you can reduce your financial stress with one affordable payment. We've helped over 550,000 people since 2009. Our clients trust us because we handle the tough negotiations with creditors for you. With National Debt Relief, you get a trusted, affordable solution for your debt. We've been rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau and have thousands of 5-star reviews all across the U.S. If debt is weighing you down, let us help. Click the link below and see how National Debt Relief can make your debt manageable. Airheads.
It kills me that, I mean, I'm against paying, but at the same time, I cannot just let them die, you know? It's like, you can't, I mean, someone has to do something, but then you are forced to pay, even though the payment is encouraging the Bedouins, but how can you let a 2-year-old child to die there? You know, I'm a mother, so it kills me.
ዛዕባኩም ኣሕዋት ኣብ እስራኤል ዘለኹም ኣነ ካብቲ ናይ መጀመርያ ቀለመት ኣቕምስኹም ክገብር ዝጀመርኩሉ ሰዓት 2 ዓመት ሓሊፉ ንሰማዒትኩም ግዳያትን ስድራ ናይቶም ግዳያትን ተራኺበ ኣሕዋት ኮይና
ሓንቲ መዓልቲ ክትመፅኣ ገፅ ንገፅ ንርአ የላ ዝተባሃልናሉ ግዜ ነይሩ እዩ ሕጂ ከዓ እታ ሰዓት እቲኣ ኣኺላ ንእስራኤል መፅእ ኣለኹ ስካዕ ገፅ ንገፅ ተራእዩና ብሓንሳእ ኮፍ ኢልና ንዕልል ከዓ ብጣዕሚ እንታይ እሞ ኣብ እስራኤል ረኽበና ክብለኩም ደሊ
Remember, those facing the lengthiest prison sentences are each and every one of you sticking to the always fraudulent and perjurous claims that any of your premeditated felonies
This is nice. I haven't seen this part.
were ever reactionary.
I feel like him in Africa.
Happy Monday.
سلامات ولا لهم ضحنتهم لم يدخلوا ضحنا سلام ضح شو هذا اللي متى بدي انا نعطي كذا بعيني هذا يكون ده مالي خسرت مالي كم سنه كده
ኣብዚ ናይ ሲና ምንዳ ሙሳ ዝበሃል በዓል ቅጭን ሸዊት ዝበሃል
በዓል ቅጭን ንዓለም ሰላም ኩለካ ፀወ ገይረ كم كنت 30 وتسوي يوم حظي
ኣብዚ
بخم الأكل
ገዛ ገለ ቤርትራ ኣብ ኤውሮፓ ገለ ካለቦ ብዓኹም ቤተሰብ ኩሉ ናይ ቤተሰብ ኣሕዋተይ ኣዴታተይ ወርቂ ገለን ተሸይጡ ኩሉ በትን በትን ኣኻፊቡ
قبرالنا مسيح حاجة مستمتعات بنكون بدوي حجزنا تطبخ تبلوه صوت احنا حجزنا زغل نحن قصيتات على زغدسنا عملنا لنا هاي
حلو تفضل من تايم موصل
وينا عبدوسا هنشا يروح يحضر امريكا كل ما احنا هنا راح بنصار خلاص نخاط انه ما بيتقدمك حسينا خمس بعد الا دولها لا شكرا نقولة دعنا سميرة خمسة
لكن عيان مسافر أمي ربنا بعد لكن مستمن حاسنا بنا في أسيا ولا حسابين حسابين رجعنا هم قاعدين نروح نسمعين مجمرة تحزه من خلق نكون يلا كنا بعد كده بخير بدنا نقرأ كلامه كم زول كان عنده لكن سوى عمل
ترى عم تصل وانا عم تسألني
بدنا يسب هل أخو خلو هيك كنا تمك ولا ليلة
أجرات تسألني With chains, they were torturing them, then they were melting plastic bags and dropping it in their bags. This is the burns. All this is from the fire that they were doing. Same thing here. انت مثلا بتقوم تيجي لكم بزرعكم هنا
تشكينا من
شارع نسأل شو فلاني
وكانت شوف العالم
عندنا مش مسألة خلي إسرائيل مسألة ريوات سميت أنا هكذا
ጭንቀት አለው በቃ ትማረንቲ በለኩሉ በለ ካዩራካ አማውት ወደ መዋቅር ግን ምክልተ ጎነ ብየማን ፀጋማ ገለስ ዝነበሩ ገለና ሽዑ ሓደ ምስ ሞተስ ንዓይ በኪኾም በሰንሲ ኣነ በቃ ነፃ ኮይነ ማለት እዩ ሽዑ ናይ ዝሞት ሰባት ኣነ ስለበነ ስለተረኩ ናይ ዝሞቱ ሰባት ኣነ በቲ ኮበርታ ምንትን ኣቢሎም እዩ በቃ እንትንትኑ ማለት እዩ I'm sorry.
መብዛሕትኩም ትዝክርዎ ትኾኑ ሰምሃር እታ ናይ መጀመርያ ጭዊቲ ገንዘብ ዘዋፃእነላ እንደገና ናብ ካልእ ደደዊን ተሸይጣ ድሕሪ ከቢድ ስቃይ ናብ እስራኤል ብሰላም ኣትያ እቲ ንስኣ ዝገብሮ ዝነበርኩ ናይ ቴሌፎን ዝርርብ ክሳዕ ሕጂ ኣብ ውሽጠይ የቃልሕ ኣሎ
هلا سمهر كم هذه سمعنا ورد أني أنا بحب في الصغب على مستيك وقتنا راح تزقد دمعان رد أني أجري نعم أنا أجري سمهر بس هو الحمد لله جيت اللي بالجري عايزة نوري من بالجري نوري هنا بالجري يا أخي بالجري بالجري راحتي Hi, Samar. Hey, what's it? Oh, I can't wait to you.
Within a decade, though, he'd be sat in a bulletproof glass box in Jerusalem, facing justice in one of the most
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court.
Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move. Just like that. Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that.
Don't forget domestic terrorists. The chain around my ankle is around all of your throats. The whistleblowers are looking forward to getting these chains off. In the meantime, every moment this persists, another chain is being added in the links.
Feels like a midget is hanging from my necklace. I pulled up with a million trucks, looking, smelling, feeling like $1 million.
I don't own Ludacris. I'm playing it for entertainment purposes while awaiting the one remaining felony of the Everett Police Department not made actionable for reporting in 2017. To murder me in a way that's deemed a suicide. To break down my door and shoot me in the head while destroying this video. Unsuccessful. Just like that.
Just like that. Just like that. Go on with your big. Let me see something. Tell your little friend you can quit mean mugging. I'm lit and I don't care what no one thinks. But where the is the waitress at with my drinks? My people outside and they can't get in. We gonna rush the back door and break. The owner already pissed because we sorta late. But our time and our clothes got a cord coordinate. Most girls looking right, some looking a mess. That's why they spilling drinks all over your dress. But Louis Vuitton bras all over your breast. Got me wanting to put Dickies all over your chest. Come on, we gon' party tonight. Y'all use mouth to mouth, bring the party to life. Don't be scared, show another party of life. The more drinks in your system, the harder the fight. When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
Just like that. Just like that.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, DJ, bring that back.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Damn right the fire marshal wanna shut us down, get us out so someone can cut us down. We was 2 songs away from getting some good up. Now we 1 song away from tearing the club up. Over. Luda got something to say. Do it now, cause tomorrow ain't promised today. Work with me, let's become one with the beats. And don't worry about me stepping all over your feet. When I move, you move. When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Hell yeah, hey DJ, bring that back.
Stand up. 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 Stand up.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
They want it nice and slow. Kiss them from head to toe. Relax and let it go. They want it now and fast. Grounded and smacking. You gotta make it last. Together holding hands. You out there spending brains and making family plans. Don't have to straighten back.
Good evening. What's happening, man? All right. Lou, what's up, man? What's going on with you, Lou?
Yeah, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, man, my name Money Low. They call me Money Low, you know what I'm saying?
All
Different
right.
Paper Productions, you know what I'm saying? We doing it real big. Matter of fact, I love to be a manager, man. Let me give you a full description of, you know, the possibilities and capabilities that my company got to offer, you know, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm at my mom's house right now.
Man, I don't think this is the time or the place.
Like to eat.
Yeah, I like to eat.
Me too. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Get off the way. You know what major visibility is? Major visibility? You need to go to the universe. It ain't the universe, it's the universe. I'm trying to tell you about visibility, look. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you about the universe and visibility. Help me help you. Help me help you.
Heads up! Heads up! Here's another one, and another one. Why you all in my ear talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear? Get back, you don't know me like that. me like that. So come on, don't get swung on. It's the knick-knack, paddywhack, still riding Cadillac. Family off the street, made my homies put the baggies back. Still stacking black, still action-packed. And no, I keep it flipping like acrobat. That's why that'll crack a back, cause all my whip is smoke, then the shack attack. But I ain't speaking about bowling, just thinking about brawling till y'all start calling. We all in together now, birds of a feather now. Just bought a plane, so we changing the weather now. So put your brakes on, caps, put your cakes on, and knock off the block, get dropped and have your face flown. Cause I'll prove it, scratch off the music like, hey, little stupid, don't make me lose it. Why you all in my ear, talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear? Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. I ain't playing around, make one boss move, I take it down. Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. I came, I saw, I hit him right there in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right there in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right there in the jaw. I came, I saw, I hit him right there in the jaw. See, I caught him with a rifle, caught him with a tag, caught him with an uppercut, kicked him in his sent him on his way, cause I ain't for that talk. And no trips to the county, I ain't for that walk. We split like two pins at the end of a lane. We'll knock out the spotlight and put an end to your vein. Put a DTP pendant at the end of your chain and put the booty of a switch at the end of a plane. Why you all in my ear talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear? Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. I ain't playing around, make one boss move, I take it down. Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. Hey, you won't work with me. I'ma tell you one time, don't with me. Get down, cause I ain't got nothing to lose and I'm having a bad day. Don't make me take it out on you. You won't work with me. I'ma tell you one time, don't with me. Get down, cause I ain't got nothing to lose and I'm having a bad day. Don't make me take it out on you. Man, cause I don't wanna do that. I wanna have a good time and enjoy my track. Sit back and watch the women get drunk as hell so I can wake up in the morning with a story to tell. I know it's been a little while since I've been out the house, but now I'm here. You wanna stand around running your mouth? I can't hear nothing you saying or spitting, so what's up? Don't you see we in the club and shut the why you all in my ear talking a whole bunch of shit that I ain't trying to hear? Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. I ain't playing around, make one boss move, I take it down. Get back, you don't know me like that. Get back, you don't know me like that. We in the red light district. 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 The red light district. The red light district.
Meta, how can I get my 2-year-old to eat his breakfast?
He likes it when you make silly faces.
I'm not gonna lie, I use Grammarly every time I write. It helps me get the best grades possible while depleting.
Starting the peace thing getting on my nerves, man. These fools ain't real, man. Why they out there doing shows, man? I'm in these streets, man. Why they out there doing videos, man? I'm in these streets, man. And my brother, my kids, they want to sing a song. I'm telling you, I hear another Ludacris song, man. It's going down. I'm telling you. Luda. What's up, man? Another hour, man. You stay fresh. Yes. All right, man. All right, Titus. You believe this fool, man? So incredible, untouchable, living venom out of body with the dopest flows. I wonder why the lines around the corner with the little mother with the dopest shows. So one time for my independent women and all the single mothers who be getting that cake. 2 times for my dog brothers. In the kitchen, I be giving that East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, 30 South. People took it all around the world. I got fans in retirement homes to teenagers and little bitty boys and girls. Dropping lyrical bombs up in your hood, now stopping, I'ma hit them till the block explode. Hip hop, R&B, pop talk, what you want? I even got a little rock and roll. The most creative, original, got them taking subliminal. Cause they can't get what I got. They want it so bad, $4 million pad and enough to retire off 2 albums. Go wave your white flags, I'm hot. And every time I rhyme, I'm putting rappers in the ground with lines. They got them hooked like they gotta make up their mind because they run out of time, and now I'm gonna make them choose. Better turn your stereo louder. Listen up and let me preach. Let's get. We drop balls on them, drop balls on them when we. We drop balls on them, drop balls on them when we. We drop balls on them, drop balls on them when we. We drop balls on them, drop balls on them when we. Cadillac grills, Cadillac mills. Check out the oil my Cadillac spills. Matter of fact, can you paint Cadillac kills? So check out the holes my Cadillac fills. 20-inch wide, 20-inch high. Hold on to like my 20-inch ride. 20-inch size make 20-inch eyes. Hoping for American 20-inch pie. Pretty.
I'm going to pause it here, and here's some commentary for you. I have dated and been very good friends with men who are Cadillac men who like Cadillacs, from gangsters to very rich New Yorkers. And I would say all of them have exceptional taste. They also all like Frank Sinatra. But this song is so funny. Check out the oil my Cadillac spills.
Oh, pretty, oh, how I love these pretty, high class, anything go. Catch them in the club, throwing pretty.
Anyway, if a guy likes Cadillacs, I bet you he has great taste in food, music, and art. No matter what color he is.
All the players in the house that can buy the bar on the 20-inch rim with the candy car. If you're a pimp and you know you don't love the clothes when you get on the blow. All women in the house, if you chasing cash and you got some big with a match, with your 5-5 boots or your open toes when you get on the blow. Dirty South mind blown, dirty South bread. Catfish fried up, dirty South bed. Sleep in a cop picking dirty South bed. Dirty South good, give me dirty South. Hand me down flip-flops, hand me down socks, hand me down drug dealers, hand me down a 50-pack with the sweet box. And good fella Rich, hand me down stocks. Mouth full of platinum, mouth full of gold. 40 cow, keep your mouth on hold. Lie through your teeth, you can find your mouth cold. And rip out your tongue, cause it what your mouth hold. Sweat for the lemonade, sweat for the tea. Sweat from the hot sauce, sweat from the pee. You can sweat from a burn in the 3rd degree. And if you sweat in your sleep, then you sweat from me. All my players in the house that can buy the bar on the 20-inch rim with the candy car. If you're a pimp and you know you don't love the clothes when you get on the blow. All women in the house, if you chasing cash and you got some big chicks with a match with your 5-5 boots or your open toes when you get on the blow. Hit by stars, hit by cars, drunk off the liquor, getting hit by bars. Keep your girl close cause she's hit by bars. Hit by the Neptunes, hit by guitar. Afro picks, Afro chicks. I let my soul glow from my Afro. Rabbit out the hat, pulling Afro tricks. Afro,
overall team. Overall chosen, we overall clean. Southern hospitality, your overall mean. Overall triple, overall beam. Thugged out, wearing thugged out chain. Thugged out blocks, playing thugged out game. All black tinted up, thugged out rain. DTP stay doing thugged out things. All players in the house that can buy the bar on the 20-inch rims with the candy car. If you're a pimp and you know you don't love them hoes when you get on the floor. All women in the house, if you chasing cash and you got some big tits with a match in it, with your 5'5" boots or your open toes when you get on the floor. All players in the house that can buy the bar on the 20-inch rims with the candy car. If you're a pimp and you know you don't love them hoes when you get on the floor. All women in the house, if you chasing cash and you got some big tits with a match in it, with your 5'5" boots or your open toes when you get on the floor. We drop O's on them, drop O's on them, when we drop O's on them, drop O's on them, when we drop O's on them, drop O's on them, when we drop O's on them, drop O's on them, when we
So some prosecutors and commanding officers wanted you to go to prison for them. What you going to do?
Too fast, too furious. I'm too fast for y'all, man.
Act a fool. The cunt is upstairs. The supreme cunt. Come on down here, supreme cunt. Because you're about to be all the way in my asshole, cunt. And you won't be released. Not for the rest of your ugly ass fucking life, cunt. Come on downstairs.
Tell me what you gon' do. Act a fool. Now them cops trying to throw you in them county floors.
Clearly she's a dyke. She's been talking to me for 3 years incessantly. Cunt.
Cops and robbers. It's 911. Please call the doctor. Evacuate the building and trick the. Since everybody want a piece, we gon' to win. See some fools slipped up and overstepped their boundaries. You about to catch a cold, stay from around there. Your peeps talking about what kind of CO you disappear like poof. You think 12 gon' catch me? Give me a break. I'm supercharged with the way license plate. It seems they want to fingerprint me and give me some years. They'll only get one finger while I'm shifting gears. I got suede on my roof, wood grain on the dash, sheepskin on the rug. In the stash, hydraulics all around, so I shake the ride. We go front, back, and side to side. Some punk just tripped up and made you spill your drink. Tell me what you gon' do. Act a fool. Now your car just stopped on an empty tank. Boy, what you gon' do? Act a fool. If you got late bills and you lost your job, tell me what you gon' do. Act a fool. If you about to get drunk and you ready to mob, boy, what you gon' do? Act a fool. Let's take it to the streets, cause I'm ready to cruise. Just bought me and my cars on some brand new shoes. And the people just there, so I love to park it. And I just put a computer in the glove compartment. With my pedal to the floor, radar on the grill. TV in the middle of my steering wheel. It's my car's birthday, so we blowing them candles. Most speakers in the trunk, then my ride can handle. Got my name in the headrest, read it and weep. Nas tank in the back, camel hair on the seat. And when I pull up to the club, I get all the affection. Cause the women love the pain and they can see their reflection. I'm about to take off, so what you heard? Because my side mirrors flap like a bird. And for the bulls, we gon' clock one, then we'll one. Cause my folk riding shotgun with a. You just got hustle for a wad of cash, man. What you gon' do? Act a fool. Now your friends just up their brand new Hey, what you gon' do? Act a fool. And them girls up the block still running their mouth. Boy, what you gon' do? Act a fool. If anybody talk bad about the dirty South, tell me what I'm gon' do. Act a fool. I got my eyes wide shut and my trunk wide open. Did donuts last week in the street still smoking. See, I'm off the antifreeze and my car is tipsy. On the off-ramp doing about 150. Rolling through East Burn on my way to Big Hill. Slide a 5 to the junkie to clean my windshield. Got the whole crew riding and we started. I even got a trailer hitch with a barbecue pit. And now all you wanna do is get drunk and pout. Plus your new name is Fire, cause we stomped you out. And yeah, we and bees, that's fantastic. So girls, hold your weed while I'm weaving through traffic. I kick the fifth gear and tear the road apart. She'll be like Lil John Q and get a change of heart. It's one mission, 2 clips, and some triple. I'm about to blow this whole up to smithereens. The potholes in the street just been to rims. Tell me what you gon' do. Act the fool, man. Hey, that's what we do. Boy, what you gon' do? Act the fool. Catch a man with another in your bed, ladies. What you gon' do? Act the fool. If the bottle's all gone and your eyes are red, boy, what you gon' do? Act the fool. Too fast, too fast, too furious, too fast, too act the fool. Too fast, too fast, too furious, too fast, act the fool. Too fast, too fast, too furious, too fast, act the fool.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the Safety Pros 2 call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. Listen, if you have been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a significant cash payout. Insurance companies do not want you to know this and don't want you to find out what your accident is truly worth. So they can send you a low offer, hoping you accept it just to be done with the hassle. Within a few clicks, you could find out what your accident could actually qualify for just by clicking the link around this video. You answer 5 simple multiple choice questions, and it only takes 30 seconds and is 100% free. If you missed work or got hurt by a driver in the last year, you might be owed money without even knowing it. You could get thousands, maybe even more. Click the link now to find out. By doing this, you don't have to go to court, pay big legal fees, deal with greedy insurance companies, or plead your case to attorney after attorney. If you have been in an accident, even as a passenger, you can get the compensation you truly deserve. Let me tell you about Josh. When Josh first came to us, he didn't think his case was worth anything. He was dealing with stress, medical bills, and didn't want to bother with the process. But after working with us, he walked away with over $100,000. And this was over 5 months after his accident. No matter what you thought before.
You know, growing up, everybody always said I had an old soul. I'm a tour fast. Light years ahead of most niggas my age. Way above average intellectually, you know? In school, I was great with numbers, man. But I could have been an accountant, huh? Ain't no bullshit, man. I started reading at 3. My vocabulary became...
I know all about that.
Shining dog ride with a couple couple land bras and a channel dog. Hey, you know how we ball. Right in the shiny car. Walk in the town of mall. Like every lady saw. You know about me. Shorty wanna ride with me, ride with me. Shorty wanna ride with me, ride with me. Oh, you ain't never been to.
Protect your family's dreams under our roof. American Family Insurance.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Are you stunting like your daddy? I'm stunting like my grandpa. Stunting like my grandpa. Are you stunting like your daddy? Stunting like your daddy? I'm stunting like my grandpa. Stunting like my grandpa.
And when she gets finished, don't be surprised when she asks for the money.
Remember, I'm not authorized to settle with you at all. Go back to the YouTube live streams in November before Thanksgiving. The FBI is putting you in prison. I can't agree to a settlement. The FBI is handling all that shit. The judges are going to order that shit. But I do know you've contractually obligated yourselves to more than your city is authorized to spend. I know that, little terrorist. Are you stunting like your daddy? Some of you are. I'm stunting like my grandpa.
Send the whole thing, big money, heavyweight, 100 stacks, 50 on the can, and 25 on the pinky, bought a pound of beer and bounce back. Matching grills, big houses on the hills, got the holes in the kitchen, now cooking, paying bills. On Sun Island, dollar after dollar, flipping chickens, getting tickets, want the money and the power. Born stunning, uptown hunter, third world cheat, nigga, been about money. Ice chunk, Birdman, red monkey. White tees on the combed out left. You know we shine every summer, we grind every summer, and this is how we spend money. You see the business and the lambs, the mountains and the grams, bitch, we was going hustling. Combed out 1100, what I'm doing, getting money, we going hitting. They going hating on us, but they never call cash money, still a company, bitch, I'm the boss. I motherfucking 1,000 bitches and a girlfriend. White leather, hot new pair, real brand new pistol with a trigger like a hairpin. Big work, we don't need a skill, man. Big baby, say the morning to the real man. What you know about putting bricks in the spear, man? I can stuff a cook like a motherfucking caravan. I'm in my zone, my arms are so rare, man. If there's a phone, looking at the chair, man. How you want it? Show me my opponent. Show me my opponent. I'm still ballin'. Bullet gotta get me, and I never been a pussy, cause I would've never let me. Yeah, a main nigga got made niggas with me. I'm a motorcycle boy, so I'm about to fuck it. Chrome down 1100. What I'm doing, getting money. We going hitting. They going hating on us, but they never call cash money. Still a company, bitch, I'm the boss.
With Asana,
Strutton official music video. Strutton official music video. Strutting official music video. I dedicate this one to the whistleblowers who didn't need me to tell them 5 million gazillion times to blow the whistle to avoid going to prison for the rest of their lives and to get paid for their hostile working environment. I think all of us need to buy some assless chaps if we're in the same hotel in Seattle shortly to entertain the federal marshals and so that we can walk around spanking each other's asses just for fun, assuming we can talk. I don't think we can talk. But I think that'd be hilarious. A whole floor of us in assless chaps with our own federal guards outside of the door. Eating room service and wearing assless chaps. Bare butts. The bare butt floor.
Strut my way on over to you. You like the strut? I like you too. Strut my way on over to you. You like these days, got nothing to do. Hit the sidewalk and strut with you. Strutting in the morning, strutting the new. Strutting at nighttime under the moon. Hey, you. I like you too. And do you mind if I strut for you? Then feel free to strut for me. You gotta strut, everybody should. Watch that thing go side to side. Strut so hard with the strut in the side. Strut your way into mine. I'm good. It's strut so fun. Having a strut don't cost $1. Take my dog, don't forget the collar. But I'm the dog and I like it, so I can't help it. You strut so well, then baby, you got a head start. Strutting your way into my heart. Take your head off, make yourself at home. Have a sleep night. Strut on home. Day one, I'm in love with your strut. Day two, I'm in love with your strut. Day three, I'm in love with your strut. But guess what? I'm in love with your strut. Day one, I'm in love with your strut. Day two, I'm in love with your strut. Day three, I'm in love with your strut. But guess what? I'm in love with your strut. I like your strut. Do you wanna go strutting, strut you like my strut? Then let's go strutting, I like your strut. Do you wanna go strutting, strut you like my strut? Then let's go strutting right now. A question for you, wanna strut with me? Think I make you smile, as far as I can see. You make me laugh, think that I love you. About dinner 8:30 and a strut for two. The way you strut like no one else, you got a thing all by yourself. If people can't hang, you can give them a head. You strut like you're ringing the bell. I don't need to go fast when you strut with me. I got all night, got nowhere to be. I'm pretty fine, just walking with you. Hold your hand while you was the last two. Tell you what, if you like a strut, I'll walk on ahead and you can look at my butt. Objectify, but don't cross the line. But you can get paid when strutting in time. Cause strut that thing just like a cock. Show them kids up and down the block. Flash your feathers and walk on by. You strut so good you make Jimmy cry. I can't believe that you're with me. Let's strut somewhere everybody can see. And next to you, filled up with pride. We go boom, boom, side to side. Day one, I'm in love with your strut. Day two, I'm in love with your strut. Day three, I'm in love with your strut. And guess what? I'm in love with your strut. Day one, I'm in love with your strut. Day two, I'm in love with your strut. Day three, I'm in love with your strut. And guess what? I'm in love with your strut. I like your strut. Do you wanna go strutting, strut you like my strut? Then let's go strutting, I like your strut. Do you wanna go strutting, strut you like my strut? Then let's go strutting right now.
Check out this screenshot of my credit score. Just a few months ago, it was in a low 500s. That all changed when I found this little-known loophole in the credit system that increased my credit score by a few hundred points.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3 lies, it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will be a long, hard struggle. If you ever get there at all.
We shouldn't be burning all this coal. Just looking for a little consistency here in these anti-abortion arguments. See, the really hardcore people will tell you life begins at fertilization. Fertilization when the sperm fertilizes the egg, which is usually a few moments after the man says, "Gee, honey, I was going to pull out, but the phone rang and it startled me." Fertilization. But even after the egg is fertilized, it's still 6 or 7 days before it reaches the uterus and pregnancy begins. And not every egg makes it that far. 80% of a woman's fertilized eggs are rinsed and flushed out of her body once a month during those delightful few days she has. They wind up on sanitary napkins, and yet they are fertilized eggs. So basically what these anti-abortion people are telling us is that any woman who's had more than 1 period is a serial killer.
The most talked about trials in the history of the world.
In the 9th week of his
Beware of women who still have
plans. Takes the stand in his bulletproof doctrine.
The accused, together with others, during the period 1939 to
their plans
1945,
involve the same thing they've involved from the beginning. Prison for the rest of their lives. That's the real
person
plans.
responsible for the execution of the Nazi plan.
And don't forget the one and only remaining, never going to occur defense.
They did it. They did it. I don't even know what Cisco network is. They did it. They did it.
Adolf Eichmann has had his defense rejected. He's been judged guilty of the major crimes in this indictment.
And remember, the whistleblowers and I are the only ones should be confident right now.
False documentation.
I'm literally sitting here waiting for you to break in and shoot me while being tortured still.
Here, they started all the paperwork to claim
And I'm
their
confident.
name back.
I'm confident
And
that
also to ask the validation of
this shit's
their
almost over.
University
Thank God.
degree.
At long
The
last.
Nazis were dispersed everywhere. We have this fame in Argentina that they all came here, but no, some of them came here. The rest were distributed around the big countries that won the war. So there's many Nazis that went to the United States, many that went to Russia, and the survivors, nobody wanted to talk about it. It was very taboo. It was very hidden. Nobody wanted to mention what happened. The survivors were hiding still. They were marrying amongst themselves. They were trying to survive.
Amongst those survivors was Lothar. By 1954, he was living with his family in Buenos Aires, and one night his daughter Sylvia went to the cinema. She came back home speaking of a boy that she'd met. His name was Klaus.
En un cine en Olivos, en provincia de Buenos Aires, mirando ciclos de cine alemán.
The story goes that they met in the cinema because there was this cycle of German films. And Sylvia was there with her friends, and Klaus was there with his friends. And they were all watching these German movies, and they became friends, because they all lived in the same neighborhood. As it was back then, you became friends with your neighbors. And one of the days was one of Sylvia's friends' birthdays, and they want to go to Klaus's house to invite him to the birthday. And it was actually Sylvia the one that knocks on the door, looking for Klaus, and a man comes to the door, tells them that they're not there. But Sylvia, being very brave as she always was like, "Who are you?" I was like, "I am his dad.
Yo soy su papá.
I'm Adolf Eichmann." And after this happened, she goes back home and she's retelling her day to her dad. everything that happened and the birthday that was coming up and who they want to invite for the birthday. And she tells them about Klaus. And her dad asks, was like, they were German? Yes, they were German. What was their last name? He asked about the last name. Sylvia tells them, and that's exactly when his fight begins. I know who you are, and I want to bring you to justice.
Had Lothar discovered Adolf Eichmann living in the same neighborhood? Why hadn't Eichmann even tried to hide his last name? And if that was him, why wasn't Lothar's part in his capture better known to history? Liliana tried to find answers.
He was nowhere to be found in history. History tried to make him as he didn't existed and he didn't happen. We found an injustice to a person that was in a very vulnerable and fragile state, a person that was blind, but he still always believed in justice, and we worked so hard to change the official documents, and we changed 50 years in the history of the world. We worked with files in Israel, in Germany, in Argentina, and then we started figuring out, oh, he was celebrated in 1972 by the Prime Minister in Germany, but that was not in no history book, in no article, nowhere. And that's when we were like, no, this person needs to have the recognition he deserves. Everywhere we went, trying to find information, trying to research, and we said, oh, we're related to Lothar, people would literally walk away from us, or they would give us their bags, they would stop talking to us. So we just couldn't understand, and it was so confusing and hurtful, but we persisted.
Back in 1954, Lothar knew he had to blow the whistle. This fugitive Nazi was his neighbor. With the help of his daughter Sylvia, he began to gather evidence.
That's when Lothar denounced them to the German authorities, the German embassy. But Eichmann had a lot of friends at the embassy. He was working freely. So the fear came to my great uncle as well. He started fearing for him and his family. So they moved to Coronel Suarez, but he continues to try to fight for justice. He took it to the police. He took it everywhere that he could find, but nobody wanted to hear anything about that.
Lothar hit a brick wall. Authorities either didn't believe this blind man was neighbors with an infamous Nazi, or didn't care enough to bring Eichmann to justice. So Lothar wrote to a public prosecutor in Germany called Fritz Bauer.
And tells him who these criminals were, where exactly they were living and what they were doing, what were their friends. Fritz Bauer doesn't trust the German authorities because the truth is they were still Nazis or Nazi supporters in government. And so he contacts the Israeli security service, Mossad, but the Israeli government at that time had no interest. The media story that was written about the Eichmann case was very closed. It was a very tight story that the media was pushing to tell. But when we started finding out about Lothar Hermann, it was something that put holes in that story. And the doubt is that's the thing that started everything. It was us trying to find the truth. And then I started finding out first and foremost that Lothar was a hero to many people here, because it was through him that many survivors felt free and comfortable to speak up and tell their truth and what happened to them. That's what really broke the case open for me, is finding out who was the real hero.
For Lothar, years passed without any news, and Eichmann continued to live and work with impunity in the suburb of Buenos Aires. Then, in 1959, someone took notice.
My auntie Sylvia used to read every newspaper article or anything every day. To read the newspapers to him, and there was in a German newspaper, but in Argentina, was this article from the Mossad that was looking for any sort of tip from any Nazi criminals, anyone that knew anything, no matter how insignificant it was, that they could share that information. And that's when he contacted them, and that's when he started everything again.
After many years, the persistence of Fritz Bauer, armed with Lothar's tip, had paid off. A group of agents from Mossad went to Buenos Aires to capture Adolf Eichmann. On May the 11th, 1960, they seized him close to his home, bundled him into a car, and 11 days later, smuggled him out of Argentina to Jerusalem dressed as an Israeli pilot. On May the 23rd, the Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion announced to a shocked world that Eichmann, the man who'd become known as the face of the Holocaust, had been captured.
אדוני יושב-ראש, חברי הכנסת, אולי להודיע לכנסת, לפני זמן מה נתגלה על ידי שירותי המודיעין בישראל אחד מגדולי פושעי הנאצים, אדולף אייכמן.
Sylvia and Lotha's contribution had helped bring Eichmann to justice, but instead of getting an official credit, Lotha got a cruel backlash at home.
Right when the trial is about to begin, his name is suddenly in people's mouths, but he was being completely deleted from history, of the official history. And that's when he starts receiving threats, Adolf's friends and contacts for his life, for his family's life.
It's about a 10-second delay on the visual. I'm about to flip you off.
To his house, knock on his
okay,
door,
done.
And asks him, "Are you
Joseph Mengele?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-second delay for my middle finger.
For a man whose family perished in the Holocaust at the hands of the Nazis, this was the most hideous of accusations.
And my uncle kicks him out of his house. So, no, of course I'm not. You know who I am. What are you doing? And he said on his way out, he told him, this is who we are. This is our newspaper. This is our amount of readers. This is the impact that we have internationally. And I think you need to stop trying to show up.
We're coming for you, you little stalker.
This is what we can do. And we can bury you. My uncle gets arrested by the police because they believe it was Mengele. That's when the fingerprints issue happened. They were like, they're not Mengele. But many people continue to believe that he was, and he was in hiding. So some neighbors, while helping him, they had this whole system
about this distance
to try to help him hide or go to a different location to be secure, because he was being constantly investigated. There were cars that they were passing around his house, threatening him, saying different things. It was a whole persecution. In 1962, his wife dies, and he's practically alone because they sent their daughter Sylvia, to the United States in 1958 to save her. So when his wife dies, he's alone.
I love this little alien thing. I got this for Garrett when we were in Vegas. It was one of multiple things that he bought at
Justice.
What is it called?
The truth is that he suffered his whole
Wolf
life.
Mart or whatever, you know, the blue guys
That actually, we did find out through letters.
The Area 51 thing.
Archives and files that we found in his
We got this and some
that
astronauts.
The survivors actually knew who he was. Even though
Garrett and I thought it was so cute. It's so cute. If you found a little alien like this, wouldn't you just love it? Dude, I would love it.
Between them, got all this money because they wanted to honor him, to properly honor him and give him a little bit of the recognition that he deserved. But at that time, he was so hurt and he had so much anger. And he was also very, very sick. You know, he had a terminal disease. Mm-hmm. And he felt so betrayed and alone that he actually didn't accept it. And his last days, he bought himself a parcel.
For real though, if you were just walking around the woods and you encountered this, and it was just positioned like this, with its little arms up and its fat little tummy and its little space boots.
Disconnected from the community.
Are you taking it home?
I don't think
or are you going to report it and have it go out ET style?
And he would say that his community actually was.
Dude, I'm taking this thing home.
And so he stopped practicing any sort of religion because he really felt betrayed and hurt. There was too many things wrapped up in there. And Sylvia, my auntie Sylvia used to tell me he was a hero, but he didn't die like one.
Liliana, could we take this back to your family in terms of you knowing who your great uncle was, having to share? I imagine you shared this information with your father. Were there connections made then between, for example, your father and Sylvia? Conversations that otherwise never would have happened.
Tuve la oportunidad de hablar varias veces con mi tía, con Silvia.
Due to this research, I was actually able to connect with my I call her Auntie Sylvia, where she told me the truth, and she told me her side and how she lived it from the inside. She told me the persecutions that my uncle went through, that he was a hero, but he was treated like a criminal. She was sent to the United States when she was really young, actually, and she was supposed to be met at the airport by her uncle, but there was so much fear and so much stigma around it that actually her uncle never showed up. She waited at the airport for a really, really long time, like days, and then her auntie Elsa arrived and picked her up. And then she was actually raised by her because she was never brought back to Argentina.
Word out of my fucking mind.
She did remain in touch, stayed in touch with her dad, and through letters, he was telling her everything that was happening.
I'm eating my second box of Lucky Charms.
That happened after all of this.
Again, this shit holds up. Like this one expired.
Was able to connect with his first cousin, my auntie Sylvia, and
I see the expiration
the
date.
first time that they talked on the phone, and it was so beautiful how even though they had never met each
at
other,
best,
they'd never
a
heard
year
of each
ago.
other, they started
Tastes
talking and
exactly
it
as
seemed
fresh
like
as it would if
they-
I just opened it.
It seemed like they grew up together, that they played together as kids. It was this
It really
connection
is like human
stronger
dog
than
food too.
any
Cereal,
of us
everybody.
thought
That's why it was created. It was
possible, and
created
it
for
was
poor
a beautiful
people.
thing.
I'm so
This is
glad
the
there was
Soylent Green of
those elements
reality.
of reconnection
Cereal.
and you discovering this entire personal history of your family. But there's so many huge questions here.
Even the sugary
about
stuff
why,
has
for
all the
example,
vitamins in it you need to
Nazis
stay alive.
were given safe haven in Argentina or
Just
in other
enough.
parts of the world. There's so many
Just enough.
questions about the sense of injustice that your great uncle had to fight for. There's so many questions about why this stuff went on, and I just wonder, how did that affect you? Because when you began this mission, you were in your mid-20s, you know, a young person who then dedicated so many hours, so much of their life to this. So I want to know, how has
I think I might have seen this. It's called Silent House. If it has like the lead character is a deaf girl, I've seen it. Just eating my frosted toasted oats and marshmallows.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Dad.
I hit the internet cafe. You know how many emails I had in my box? 83.
Oh, you're a popular guy.
Very. Of course, 60 of them were ads trying to get me to buy something. Sarah, did you leave these tools on the ground?
I might have.
Let's get them in the bag and bring them in the house, please. We don't want it to rain on them. Oh, I checked your Facebook page. What's his name wrote on your wall again?
Never added you. Yeah, he wants to get back together.
Of course he does. Told you. Princess, he doesn't deserve you.
There you are. There you are.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we have a problem.
I've barely been gone an hour. What now?
You'll see.
Great. Do I have to?
Yeah. Hey, I was looking for you.
Go to town?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think so. Where were you?
Outside.
I'm working very hard on the garden.
Garden?
No, I had a headache.
I haven't heard that one before.
I did.
No.
You all better know.
Yes. Thank you, Uncle Peter.
So, where's this big problem? All right. This way. Why can't you just tell me about it?
No, this is something you have to see. I'll give you a hint. It's in here. Tiny. What do you think?
How are you supposed to tell anything from that?
You need binoculars, old man? Just get your face up there. Look in there. Oh. Is this necessary?
I made a hole. What do you?
Were you impressed with me, Dad?
No.
I'm impressed with your dad.
That little brother is a hole.
Nicely done.
That is not good.
No, not good.
What is it?
Oh, it's mold. Honey, you know what? I want you to stand back. This is really bad. I don't want you breathing it. You make me really sick.
Just looking at it's making me sick. This whole house could be infected for all we know.
Affected, not infected.
Affected, infected.
Well, if you cover it up, we'll never know, right?
That's true. Just a minute ago, we had a tiny hole to deal with. Now we have a...
Well, insurance will cover it. I mean, it's obviously part of the leak. Did you remember to bring the, great minds think alike.
So, what do you want to do?
Why are you asking me? We're out of here in a few days.
Oh, okay. So here, this is where it gets tricky. I'm going to dump this whole thing on me. But it comes with the perk of you not being here, so dare I complain.
That's what you do best.
All right, I'll deal with it. Just don't give me shit later when you find out how.
Well, if you do it right the first time, I won't have to. Now, have you checked the wall all the way down to the basement?
I just figured out that it got down here.
Okay, come on. Bring a work light, please.
Have fun. Oh, Peter, don't do that.
You used to love that when you were a little girl.
Day now.
Coming. How are you, Sarah?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. How are you?
Okay, good. Can't get over how grown up you are.
You gonna come down here or what?
Fight me!
Sarah?
Yeah?
Wow, I can't believe you're here. You don't remember me, do you?
I'm so embarrassed.
I'm Sophia. We used to play together.
Oh, of course. Yeah. How are you?
I'm quite good, actually. Especially now that I'm inviting you here. Why it's dark in here?
Oh, the power's out. And that thinks rats chew through the wires. I'd invite you in, but there's really no place to hang or anything.
That's okay, I can't stay long anyways. It's beautiful, isn't it? How long's it been since you were out here?
A long time. Years.
I come by once in a while and I've seen other people here. Never you.
Yeah, other family come out now and then, but no one's really been here this last summer. But except for the people who keep breaking in and messing the place up.
It was terrible.
Yeah. Well, they broke almost all their windows, and Uncle had to call the police to run them off.
So what are you doing here now?
Fixing it up. I'm gonna sell it.
That's too bad. And aside from selling this house, what are you up to?
Nothing much.
You're in school or something? Or?
No, me and school don't really go together. I'm working for my dad and thinking about doing something else.
Yeah, it's tough getting any kind of job these days. There's so many things I want to do, but I never seem to be able to do anything. Can you believe how long it's been? Remember when we used to play dress up and do makeovers?
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's been so long, I swear. Sometimes, yeah, I think I have holes up here.
I have a pile of photos around somewhere. I'll have to find them.
Yeah.
Who's the best hair? So, how long are you around for?
We've already been here a couple days. My dad thinks we're gonna head out soon.
Really? You maybe want to hang out later?
Yeah, that could be good. The phone lines aren't set up though, and our cells don't work up here.
It's okay, I'll just come by later.
Okay.
I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. So good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, I do remember you.
Well, how could you forget? See you later.
When my hair started to thin, I wasn't feeling so confident. After I became a mom, my hair, my health, everything was frazzled. When I entered menopause, nobody tells you about hair thinning. I started taking Nutrafol because I had seen that it worked with my friend. And I really respect how it works from the inside out. My hair was getting longer and stronger. I'm a lot happier. I feel better than I did in my 20s.
Hair growth starts from the inside at Nutrafol.com.
Want a $1,000 weight loss medication for $50? Wow! It all starts with Rose Free Insurance Check. Just upload your insurance card to see if you have coverage. Then relax. We fight for you so you can get the lowest price possible. Did we mention it was free to check? Over 100,000 people have qualified for a $50 copay through Roe.
I don't know what this marshmallow is supposed to be.
Start with your free insurance check at roe.com/check.
We've been hearing for months about the likely effects these tariffs will have on our everyday lives. It's confusing. The truth is, nobody knows for sure what'll happen next.
But here's something you can count on. Every single new and used vehicle currently at Sunset Chevrolet in Sumner is unaffected by tariffs. No price hikes. And your trade may have increased in value too. Plus, warranty protection for life and oil changes for life are included with every qualifying vehicle. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Prepare for a shopping experience that's out of this world at the official Star Trek shop. Check out exclusive products from your favorite Star Trek series. Shop our premium crew uniform t-shirts, official hats, and personalized drinkware. Live long and prosper with 20%
Live
off
long and
using
prosper,
code
baby.
20 at checkout. Restrictions apply.
You can do it yourself, okay? Just do it yourself. Just try to be helpful.
Great asshole.
What?
I never really do this. Whoops. Can I have the keys to my car, please? You know where they are. Give me the keys. When you're done with your temper tantrum, see if you can get the electrician on the phone. That would be awesome. If you could come out here, we could use his needle nose pliers to get that stick out of your ass. What was that? I love you, brother. I don't know what my brother always has to make everything so difficult.
Yeah, and he doesn't do what you want him to.
Exactly. You see, if everyone would just do what I say, we wouldn't have any problems. Would we?
Uh-huh. Do you need any help down there?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Hey. What are you doing?
I just thought I heard something upstairs.
It's probably damn rats.
God, don't remind me. No, it sounded like someone was up there.
You're your uncle.
No, his car's not here.
I know how you think, sweetie. Would you like me to go upstairs and have a look?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna come with you.
I guess you.
Yeah, you did, and that hurt.
Sorry.
Wait, trying to be funny?
A little bit.
What's that?
It's just nothing. It's like photographs from the insurance. I don't know why your uncle just leaves things laying around. It's ridiculous. Sorry. You're gonna really have to start making some progress in this room. You haven't even started on this closet?
Most of it isn't mine.
So what? It's just gonna stay here? What are you doing?
Energy. Whoa. Escape this room. Visit freeyouthtransitpass.com.
Survivor fans, listen up. Now's your chance to shop exclusive Survivor merchandise at the official Paramount shop with products you see on the show. And fan favorite gear you won't find anywhere else. It's the #1 merchandise destination for Survivor fans. Shop the Survivor embroidered hat, voted pen replica, so you can cast your vote, and this season's latest Tribe Bucks. Visit the Paramount shop today and save 20% with code TV20.
I don't know if you got the fact that we're packing it up to get out.
Yes, I do understand.
That box is completely empty. Your cousins don't want to help out. Just keep what you want and throw everything else out.
Okay.
That's empty.
All right, what about the noise?
Honey, it's an old house. They make noises. I'm sure it's nothing. But I'll keep looking around.
Thank you.
I want you to sit down, go through that stuff, and start throwing things away. I want to come back here and see full garbage bags.
All right.
You hear me?
Yes.
All right. Here we go.
Daddy?
Yeah,
What's going on?
nothing's going on. What's going on in there? Are you packing?
Yeah, I'm throwing stuff out.
Good. That's what I want to hear.
Dad? Daddy? 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 Come on, Dad.
Here's what's popping on Pluto TV this month.
Oh my God!
We've got blockbuster movies like The Wolf of Wall Street, Transformers, and a fleet of Star Trek adventures all on demand.
Let's make some noise.
We've got a hit series of cutthroat competitions with Survivor, The Amazing Race, and RuPaul's Drag Race.
Who's got game?
And hundreds of channels that keep you on the edge of your seat, like the Pluto TV Action Channel.
I look for this.
So sit back and feel the freeze.
Strap in, honey.
All this month on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Joe Rogan Experience.
I picture you eat your food like a bird and David has to spit it into your mouth.
David?
How many times does that happen?
Well,
she doesn't chew it.
Right,
I'll say
that's probably
this.
true. Right.
I definitely, if I am having a salad, it has a lot of like, you know, when you're eating ice cream, cookie dough ice cream, and you dig out like the cookie dough pieces.
Oh, you dig out the ranch.
The cheese or the egg or the chicken, whatever. But I do also eat my salads with a spoon. I find that it's too hard.
You eat a salad with a spoon?
I do, sir.
That doesn't work.
It does.
You just don't get the leaves.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sometimes you get a little bit of leaf.
All right.
And then that's what makes it a salad. A little bit of leaf.
If you were to go to, what's that salad place I like? SG, Sweet Greens.
Green.
Yeah, I like Sweet Greens until they stopped having hummus because I don't eat their salad dressing. I put it with hummus. But you could have the Esther salad where you don't get any of the greens. They can call the leaf me alone.
Order your THC products from Mood today for 20% off your first order and free gummies. Go.
It'd be like a fight over.
Wait a second. I do want to address.
I mean,
Twyla, I did not tell Rick about BDSM because I knew he wouldn't do it.
Can you just at least play sub?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Mr. Abagnale. Not Abagnale, not Abagnale, but Abagnale.
Hey, loser!
I'm the substitute teacher.
Pull his pants down. My dog is on steroids.
I'm sorry about your dog.
My dog is on steroids, and he peed on the bed and didn't even realize it. And he's just.
You still live with Bobby?
I know there's got to be a lot of pee on there.
I know, and I feel really bad, and I have to take him out like every hour and a half. And anyways,
What were you guys up to?
Well, as much as I really feel for your dog emergency,
Doesn't sound like it.
I actually think that what's been going on here has been more important.
Okay.
I feel like there's tension, and we need you to help it.
Okay.
Could you explain the tension?
I think we're okay.
I don't feel
Oh, okay.
tension.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Never mind then.
I feel comfy.
What tension do you feel? And why do you? What type of tension specifically are you afraid could fall on
thinks
you?
there wants there's going to be like a fight over.
Wait a second. I do want to address one thing though, Rick, that was news to me maybe as of the New York trip, is that people think that you're the reason Bobby and I broke up. People believe this.
Don't bring me into your drama.
I didn't do
Well,
it.
what can we try to trace back why they would think that though? Why is there any hints of why that rumor started?
There's so many rumors about all the things. I don't know, but
where would that specifically?
Is that why you've tried to sell that you're not attracted to white men?
I was trying to get him off the scent a little bit.
I did see a clip from, I don't know which one, but one of the Tiger Bellies that somebody edited together, where it got millions of views.
Yeah.
That did imply that.
Yeah.
Stuff that I was saying to Bobby, they edited it as if I was saying it to you. And then there was role playing stuff that the three of us were doing, where we were like, how do you hit on a girl and dating? And I was hitting on they were both playing characters at a bar. We were all doing it. And then they edited it so it looked like I was only saying it to you and you were saying it to me.
Her costume is growing, by the way. This is getting crazy.
Well, I'm really sorry you got dragged into the Bobby breakup drama. This is a real theory.
I don't get really any, it doesn't, I get comments. I
just thought I love you, but I thought maybe you'd be the most unlikely, not unlikely,
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's how I see him too.
Okay, I get this game now.
The most unlikely.
Why, Esther? If I'm so much like your lover, why am I so unlike
That is weird. You guys are very similar. As I was saying, upbringing wise, I can tell you both had a healthy,
That's
loving.
such a cop out. Yes, I have loving parents and he has loving parents, but a lot of people have loving parents that aren't like me.
How is that a cop out though?
But that's not a specific thing. You're talking about our parents. You're both Jewish, sure, but what are the specific?
Well, that is a specific thing.
That's a specific kind of Jewish too.
What kind?
Esther has half that.
Yeah.
Half regular.
Wait, you're also very different.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just the thought that you pointed out my glass looked like it was gonna fall is something that Dave does 12 times.
Is that they're alike, or that you just teetered something on the edge of a couch?
Yeah, is everything that we have in common things that we are uncomfortable about you with?
No, but that's something.
But wait, you're OCD, right?
I don't like to.
We'll take your shoes off. It's because you want people to take their shoes off in their house.
I think that people who don't have obsessive compulsive disorder can also subscribe to the idea that I don't need cigarette butts, poop, and dirt running around my
Yes,
body.
Asian people do it, right? Is that all Asian people, or just specific Asian people? No shoes in the house.
It's just Korean.
No, it's everyone. It's all, yeah. I think it's everyone, but I'm finding that
Do you get those camera switches when I do the fun looks? Are you gonna?
Get the looks.
Do you look always on you?
Can I just say though, I do like how much you do in your podcast. You're very creative. I like that he's handling you guys. Take a note.
This is my BDSM. Some people they talk dirty to me. I say, get my camera switch.
No, but it's good. It's good.
Go try it on my face.
Well, this might be a little personal, Rick, but
And I probably don't want to talk about it.
you will talk about it.
Do you not talk about personal stuff?
I do have some unwritten boundaries.
Do you want to write them for us, or you want to we'll find them?
They're not.
Say no.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to just have them organically come out, or do you want to give us a list? Because I'm learning boundaries right now.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll get back to it in a second. One of which I think we need to respect our other people's, that when they bring something up, we shouldn't go below the line too long. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I don't even remember what I said.
Perfect. So sometimes when somebody says, I have something, that's very personal, and you don't want to tell them, you don't want to talk about it, you just go like this for a little and be like, what was that? And then they forget.
I didn't forget.
Okay, what is it?
This is a BDSM episode, so I think that there should.
I don't even know what that stands for.
Bad doggies make
S
You
comes
flip
before
the S and
S before M, except after E. So go ahead. And is it okay that they laughed at something I said?
I'm laughing too, Rick.
Okay.
You know what I want? Every time I make a joke, if we could just get a pickup of that, just. Okay, go ahead.
I guess this is a bit too personal of a question, but like, you know, do you find yourself more of like the dominant type in the bedroom, or are you somebody who's like, you know, very like, you know, equal? Are you mix it up, or are you like, what do you find yourself in these days?
What's a pillow prince?
That would mean you just kind of like lay back and let it happen.
So Esther?
She's a pillow princess.
Yeah, she's a pillow princess.
You know, last time I was on here, I asked Esther a question and she never answered. Do you ever get fucked face forward?
What is this? First of all, define face forward. Who's facing?
Cut to that clip. Are you going to do it? We'll start back.
Who's facing forward? Because I'm facing forward.
I know. I'm saying, is anyone ever looking at your face while it happens?
While it happens?
Yeah. Is that the proper pronoun?
The thing. So
what does your sex identify as?
there's actually a way where you can do it where you're both facing each other.
But he still gets to look away from you.
Exactly.
Right. I'm sure he and I would have that in common as well.
He's afraid of context too.
Wait, how does that work? So, it's like kind of half sit up, right? And you're this way, but then he gets to crank his neck this
I think
way?
it's just missionary with closed eyes.
I am a little nervous to share this, but I will share it. Like, lately, like a big issue has been, and it's literally a mutual issue, but we both don't like each other's breath. Like by the time S happens,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's been a long day. Nobody's really freshened up. Maybe we had fajitas for dinner with a lot of grilled onions. And so
maybe.
So
excuse me, would you like extra grilled onions? And Esther goes, no. Of course.
So sometimes, you know, we have a mutual agreement to sort of avoid.
That's so funny.
But you know,
why don't you brush your teeth?
Yeah, I actually I have a really good answer.
But first, a word from our sponsor. Have you guys been able to get any toothpaste sponsorships, or do they refuse with Esther? What if he is?
We have some tongue scrapers that are begging to be on the show.
Oh, you guys should get Tums.
Anyway, so what was the question?
Why don't you brush your teeth?
Oh,
we're gonna share something.
This is good because I don't believe that at least for me, my oral health, and I do feel the same for Dave. I don't think it is a clear issue. No.
Oh, you think it's a gut issue?
I think it's coming from inside the house.
Oh,
what's
you guys
happening
are
inside
fucking
the
gross.
house?
Yeah, what's happening inside the house?
Well, if you really, I guess I'll just keep spilling the tea.
Wouldn't you say if it's you, maybe it's more spilling the beans?
This one I do know about me because I saw a doctor like 10 years ago when I first moved to LA, and a lot of comics told me.
Why haven't you gone to a doctor in 10 years?
Oh, well.
Because they gave her this bad news.
I have this thing called gastroparesis where it comes from when you chew your food too. No, you don't. You swallow your food too fast.
Everyone goes, we know.
Without chewing it enough. And so then the food rots in your stomach and causes bad breath.
But why don't you just chew better?
I tried it all. I really have.
How many times did you try, Esther?
I've given up, okay?
Well, that's just like how Bobby eats like chunks of steak whole because he doesn't have any teeth in the back.
He doesn't?
So he has to cut the steak,
Like a horse?
suck on the flavor, and
Why doesn't he have
swallow
teeth
it
in the
whole.
back?
You know, he has the money to get implants. He's just like, it's
It's
too much
a
work.
Korean thing, though, isn't it? Don't they? They only have 18 teeth.
I thought you said AT&T.
18 teeth,
I do have a question.
which Jews call chai.
Kalila, I know you talk a lot about like how you need to like a person's body smell.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same issue though for breath? Like, because sometimes I work
Yes.
like
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely.
1,000%.
I mean, I don't know if there's a stronger pheromone other than that.
I agree.
When somebody's breath smells, my lady in the morning, her morning breath, I like.
I will agree.
And that
Not
He
his-
also likes his lady.
I like
Lila also likes her breath.
Lila's not helping these rumors.
And I don't know if somebody else would smell it and be like, I don't like it. I mean, like some people like cilantro, some people like Esther. It's like 50-50. But I like her breath. And not only is that a good thing because it means I don't, bad breath. It's also like, I want to smell that. The opposite of wanting to smell something would be dating Esther.
What does she like your morning breath?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that it's just a matter of finding the person who likes your flavor.
This is like kind of late to be telling her this.
Yeah, but I think that probably you and Dave probably do to an extent, right?
I like
I
how
also
you
think you
equally
could
the
chew
same.
more. Maybe if you chewed more.
Equally hating each other's breath though does almost feel like liking each other's breath.
Thank you. And it's funny because like, well, he'll be like, I don't know. I'm scared to like be too personal.
Then don't.
Talk about
Then don't.
yourself, not him.
You know what? If you want to hear more about that, we'll be revealing it on the Rick and Esther Have a Time podcast.
No, but I'll say something to him like your breath is bad, and every time I do, he's like yours is terrible. So it is like a very equal.
And he's probably just so like, if you told me my breath was bad, it would offend me too.
It would.
Let's also not shame. I mean, everybody gets bad breath sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to call that out.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
It's the opposite. It's good to call out people when they have bad breath. Or
Well, there's just ways to do it with tact. Because and I
Tic Tacs.
no, that's sugar though, and sugar will make it worse. There's ways of doing it with tact.
How? Oh, I want to learn.
Are you
this.
Native American? The idea of telling somebody their breath is bad, but calling them out like, "Oh, Esther fucking sucked." You know, like it's like if somebody has a booger in their nose, you could just be like, "Esther, yeah, you know, you do it
Very good.
very good."
You can always find one.
I want to know if my breath is bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't want.
But I want to know, like, in a lineup of like 10 people, who my breath is good to and who it's bad to, and what their breath smells like.
Well, there's
It's like a chemistry match, I think. But I know what you're saying.
But it's
Right?
also mixed in with what did you eat. Also, I have changed toothbrushes. I'm going to get fucking beat up in the comments. And I'm not sure if what I'm saying is something that is true or not. It's just something I subscribe to. I am staying away from fluoride in my toothpaste. Light me up, internet. I'm doing that.
Why?
And with that, because I have some hormone stuff that I'm trying to figure out. And some people, fluoride could fuck with their hormones. Yes, if you have a lot of it, but I'm brushing my teeth a few times a day.
Oh, right. You have high female hormones, right?
I have very high testosterone, and my estrogen has been fluctuating.
Right.
And my prolactin.
Wait, do you menstruate?
No.
Because you're talking like you do.
He wouldn't wear that color pants if he did.
That's true. Girls who menstruate.
She menstruates. She's
She bleeds out. She bleeds out. She's a free bleeder.
So with this fluoride toothpaste or lack thereof, it limits the amount of toothpaste I could choose from. And I have found that a lot of the fluoride-free toothpastes don't have the same, when you're done, like, doesn't have that same vibe.
Have you tried Boca? It's a fluoride-free toothpaste that I use.
I have not.
Which one do you use?
But are you the person who says her own boyfriend can't even fuck her facing forward because her breath is so bad? I'm going to try Boca.
God, maybe get back on fluoride, Esther.
What if you just used deodorant, chewed, and used fluoride? You would maybe our numbers would go up.
Yeah, I made out with Annie, and your breath is like chemically matched with mine.
Really?
Her breath is really.
We have a vibe, Esther.
Yeah, I would make out with
You guys
Annie.
made out for like a bit, or you guys were like out somewhere and you were attracted to each other?
What do you want to know? No, just on the show, and your breath was so good for me.
Thank you.
I don't think we've maybe we've pecked. But
I don't think Dave would like it if you guys. If Dave is like me, I don't think Dave would like it if you two made out.
Mm.
And I'm going to speak for Dave right now. You guys shouldn't do that.
We didn't say we would.
I'm just saying.
Sex is not kissing.
It sounds almost like you really want us to.
No, if I wanted you to, believe me, I wouldn't be bringing it up so much. I would really hate if you two girls kissed right now.
Whether you're new to cannabis or an old pro, there's no denying that many of the products on the market seem iffy at best. And when you want to relax, iffy is the last way you want to feel. Mood puts an end to guessing games. It's 100% federally legal, Delta 8 and Delta 9 THC. You can have shipped straight to you.
I think the best thing about Mood is that the experts at Mood have tested and tailored different strains for specific moods. So you can get an energized for when you want to seize the day. You can get creative to get inspired and mentally stimulated. You can get focused. perfect for getting in the zone. And then they have other moods like euphoric, erotic, sleepy, chill, social, and body soother.
However you like to take THC, Mood has you covered. Great for both beginner and veteran users. They're great tasting gummies, classic flower, convenient pre-rolls, and so much more. Ready for a good time without the guesswork? Order your THC products from Mood today. And for 20% off your first order and free gummies, go to hellomood.com and use promo code TRASHTuesday. That's hellomood.com, promo code TRASHTuesday for 20% off your order and
free gummies.
That's right. It's getting juicy. Brought to you by Simply Spiked. Okay, we're talking gossip right now.
All right. Honestly, Esther said what you just said to me.
I said that you need to be a lesbian.
She needs me to start. She wants me to start.
I need the same, by the way.
But this is not a joke.
Why do I have to be the lead?
I really learned in the past couple weeks that you are the perfect lesbian and you're gatekeeping your lesbianism from all of us.
I'm saving it for Todd. I make him mangina. I make him tough.
No, you're the hottest possible lesbian.
I would dominate. I would crush. I
You'd
would
be the
slay.
next Ruby Rose.
I'd be Ruby Rose.
No, you'd be Shane from the L Word.
I'd be
Shane. Like you actually could be blonde, blue-eyed Shane.
I'd be Shane.
God, were we not all in love with Shane?
Shane was so hot.
I liked Shane, but I also really like Jenny Schechter because I saw myself in her.
Jenny.
Insider.
Okay, wait. So we actually asked our fans for some gossip, and I got some stuff I want to share.
Let's be real. I think our gossip's out.
No, it's
Is there
not.
any more? No. Do you think we have more gossip?
Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
You're delusional.
You and I have, between the three of us, so much in the tank. So much in the tank.
There
We
are
can
so
never release
many
into the world.
exes that we haven't even dusted off
These
yet.
poor men, they're like, finally, she stopped talking about me. And they're like, I was asked.
Just kidding. Okay, so this is actually kind of interesting. Like, I want to know what you guys think of this situation. I have a coworker that is attached to his wife at the hip. Anytime she's home, he wants to leave early and be with her. He hates closing shifts because of this. He just emailed everyone today asking to switch shifts because he just has to go with his wife to a party of her friends. And no one is going to switch because he goes home early every day because he clocks in 20 minutes early every day. He's always sick or sad and stays home with her. It's weird. My female coworkers and I all discuss how much we would hate to have a partner like that, and then we enjoy our alone time.
I think she hates him just as much.
Really?
It sounds like someone who might be slightly anxious.
Now, I have to say, I literally just called myself out to Dave for this. Whenever I'm at the Comedy Store and I know Dave is home, I rush home.
Yeah.
And Dave was like, I don't know why you do that. And the only
He's like, I keep telling you, stay out late.
He literally does. And I'm like, it is just this like
Can
internal.
I tell you from the other side of that, where it's just people trying to hang out with you at the Comedy Store and you're just leaving? You doing that to Lisa the other day was the greatest thing. This is some gossip. Lisa Traeger we were all talking to Esther, and you get your little moment with Esther, and you're like, think it's gonna keep going because it's just like the tip of the like gossip iceberg. And then Esther just starts walking to her car and like, whoa, what? Lisa's like, you're not even gonna stay the bar. I was like, ha ha, it's not just me. Okay. I can't tell you how many times this girl's left me mid-sentence.
Because
I've chased you down the sidewalk. I've chased you.
I
The car
know.
chased after your car.
I am this guy where I rush home. But if Dave is out of the casino with your platonic lover, Jean,
Yeah.
I will stay. I will hang. And
do you know how much Todd would like to be involved in that, by the way, the casino?
Oh, he's more than welcome.
I think.
What if all of our boys went to the casino?
You know, Bobby was an this is gossip. Bobby was not allowed to go to the casino with Jean and Dave.
Actually makes sense. And also he shouldn't be allowed. He's the worst gambler.
He's not
ever.
helpful. Yeah, he's not.
No, one
helpful to
time we were I think it was like the Hard Rock somewhere in like Florida. We were in Florida somewhere. We were at a casino. I've never seen someone lose that much money so fast. I spent
And this
the
is in
next
Florida.
I spent the next 3 hours doing everything I could to win the money back. I stayed at the blackjack table, and mind you, I don't gamble a lot, but I won.
You pretended you worked there. You took tips.
But I won the money back for him because I was just like, this cannot be. Like, I cannot believe you lost that in like 30 minutes.
There's something about watching someone who has money lose money fast that makes me so excited. It gets me through like a fear that I have, but it's through someone else. I was at a casino once with the Hannibal Buress, and this was when I was like living in my car broke, like barely had money, like was so excited to be getting this like paid feature gig.
Hey,
in
who was
Vegas.
obsessed with you the most when you were living in your car? Me. And
Yeah.
who was shaming you though for keeping your makeup in a plastic like grocery bag?
Look at you now, you have a designer sock. But yeah, still would rush home. I'm like, I live in my car. I'm in my house. You don't want to come over and hang out? We can listen to some music, whatever you want. You want Taylor Swift? You want Lana? What do you want?
I will say that like the idea of going home and just hanging out in pure comfort with someone you love is really exciting, no matter how long you've been with them. But where's yours coming from? Why do you feel the need to go home to Dave? Is it anxiety or really want to hang out with him?
It's like all of it. It's like I just knowing that someone is sitting there, I'm like, I want to rush back. And I don't know why, because sometimes I do go and then we sit in our separate rooms. It makes no sense. And he's like, that's crazy. You should stay as long as you want. But I will say about this person's, with their messages, if a guy was always rushing home to me, I actually would not like it. It's kind of gross.
Let's just say this. If Todd doesn't give a FaceTime from me,
oh no,
I consider he's kidnapped my dog. Like, you kidnapped my dog. Where are you? It's like he's either gambling or he's at the terrarium store. He's like getting a new gecko or something.
Oh,
It's
no.
like, I know now. Now I know the tells. But I love being around Todd all the time. And when now that he's working and I can't go on the road he can't go on the road with me, I'm like desperate to get home. I mean, I guess that's different because we're...
My safe space is being at home with Dave, but we're not even in the same room. That is my... it feels so good to me. When you guys are home, are you always like hanging or are you separate?
No, but he always wants me to... He has like his... I guess it's the aquarium room now. His office. And we have a TV in there. But the only place for me to sit is like an old gaming chair that's like back. So I'm like this, and there's like cup holders. And he always wants me to watch TV in there, but I'm like, I want to like lay in my bed. I have the hospital bed, like it's perfect.
Can I crack one of these?
Yes,
Yes. But Kalila, do you, if a guy rushed home to you, would you be turned off?
Okay, so here's what I like. I can only speak for my last relationship because I haven't been in anything that deep since. I loved it when I would randomly leave without like telling Bobby, or even he would wake up and I wasn't home and I would look at my phone and he'd go, "Where are you, Mommy? I need you." And it made me feel so warm inside. But I liked it when he would go out to swingers or like to whatever diner, like after his sets at the Comedy Store. But he was really good about calling me right after his set and saying like, "Hey, I'm doing this with this specific person." And sometimes he would come home at 3 and that was okay with me.
I do love good communication, good phone calls, good keeping me in the loop of where you are and stuff like that. I remember one time in college, I was dating this guy and he went to Vegas for the weekend, like literally with his dad. And my dad was like, "So he's been gone for 2 days and he hasn't called you?" My dad was like, my old man dad was like, "He's not your boyfriend." Like he like instilled in me, if he doesn't call you, that's...
He's his dad's boyfriend. He's in a
and my
romantic,
dad is my boyfriend.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when I'm at the Comedy Store, if Todd doesn't come with me, we both know I'm going to be there until the crack of dawn. Like he knows I'm not coming home. I can't. I want to be with him, but I
respect you for that. That's amazing that you can go out and have fun knowing he's home and you don't give a
yeah.
I think that's good. Okay, the best feeling in the world is being in like just a secure relationship where there's implicit trust in the other person. That it's like you can do whatever you want because like we are so sure about each other.
Yeah.
That is the greatest feeling. Go fly, baby, go fly.
But
Do
it
your
took me
thing.
years to be okay with that because I wanted Dave to be jealous and wonder where I was, and I hated that he was confident.
That must have annoyed him so much.
Yes, he was like, "What the hell?" Let's talk about Simply Spiked a little bit because we're here chatting for them a little bit. So Kalila, what do you have there?
In my hand is Simply Spiked mango peach flavor. I'm telling you guys, like it's been so hot here in LA. Sweltering.
I know.
This is one of the most refreshing drinks I have ever had. I take it in the shower with me. I blast my music. I go in my, like, nothing feels better than knowing you're going to step out for the night and you feel really good about yourself and you take one of these in the shower with you. Life hack.
I also
It's so
love
good.
fruit flavors right now. Like
Yes.
it is not summer if you're not feeling that juicy peach flavor.
Peach is my favorite too.
For the summer especially. I just think that if you're for the summer, fruit flavored drinks are just it. They're so refreshing. And honestly, like this is a great thing to take at any party. Any summer party you go to, this is a hit.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
It's definitely a good present to bring.
Simply Spiked flavors are crafted with 5% ABV and 5% real fruit juice. It's summertime. Pick up a variety pack today to try all 4 new fresh flavors. Signature peach, that's our favorite. Strawberry peach, kiwi peach, and mango peach. Go to drinksimplyspiked.com/Trash Tuesday to find out how to get your hands on new Simply Spiked peach. That's drink simplyspiked.com/Trash Tuesday. Flavored beer, naturally flavored with other natural flavors. Simply Spiked, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Celebrate responsibly. Simply Spiked is a trademark of the Simply Orange Juice Company.
And now we know if you take a drink of it, it's like showering with Kalila.
Ooh. I'm freaking out a little bit. How serious is this that the breath is? But I like his body smell.
That's important. For me, it's
that
like this.
matter.
I will say this, like
I
people.
like his body smell you just did.
I had a partner who went
like his body
full.
smell.
I had a partner who went full keto, and his breath turned like floral and shitty, and it was not a match for me anymore. And I had a very big aversion to his scent after his diet change.
Now I'm not sure I know what full keto means. Is that an anime? And he's like carried around one of those big swords like Cloud.
But
put up a picture. People don't get it.
Do you like Todd's morning breath?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
I do.
Todd's your dog?
Yes.
Does he like yours?
Yes, we love each other.
Wait, I like my dog's breath.
Uh-oh.
More than your fiance's?
Yeah. Do you? Yeah.
Oh, is that why
I
you
do
named him
too.
Donut?
My dogs have full on garbage breath, and I'll kiss them like all day because they're just like my babies, right? But I mean, not as like I don't feel sexual towards them, so that doesn't count. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like
you
for
know
me to
what?
feel sexual towards somebody, I really, really have to like everything about their scent. And even if it's maybe stronger for somebody, like their BO might not. Someone would be like, "Oh, like I hate that scent." I'm probably obsessed with their BO, and I'll probably stick my head in there and inhale deeply a couple times a day.
Okay,
I'll shower Todd up sometimes though if he smells too bad. He
Yeah.
doesn't really smell that bad. Todd's
Yeah.
pretty.
Okay. This or the alternative.
I've told Todd to throw a toothbrush in there.
Same. So I don't have a problem telling, like when I was with Bobby, just be like, hey, go brush your teeth because he either just vaped, he ate, whatever greasy food he ate, and the combo is not good. I don't like vape breath, so I'm like, before we make out, can you please go?
No, like vaping and smoking, and I'm not talking about even in a sexual sense. I just very turned off by it.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's very unhealthy.
It is tough, even like with now that Bobby dips. It not like we're
Does
still
he dip
making
now?
out. Oh, he dips. He dips a lot. So I'm like, oh my god, I'm so
When he
glad you
dips, you
started that.
when he dips, I dip.
Yeah, you dip.
I dip, you dip.
But he didn't have a scent. He doesn't have a natural body
Right,
odor,
doesn't smell.
so he doesn't sweat. His armpits don't smell.
I mean, vape it's still bad for you.
I know, but I'm saying is like,
It's better though.
it was hard for me to even
More chemical.
read.
It smells less bad too.
Yeah,
It does.
the what? Cigarettes or vape?
It's like
Vaping
yeah.
doesn't smell as bad.
But it's not great. It's not great. But my
It's
boyfriend's
safe.
family is like a whole vaping family. They all used to smoke cigarettes. Now they vape. His brother has a whole YouTube channel where he makes vape recipes and stuff. He's like rich off vape.
Oh shit!
I've never heard of a vaping family.
They're a vape family. Baby.
What?
Go to New Jersey. Go to Tom's River.
Wait, Rick, what is wrong with your hormones? Like, how did you know? Because I never hear guys talk about their hormones. This is a very female issue.
Yeah.
I'm having it.
Well, I feel very strongly about hormones. You and I actually had a discussion on the phone about this. I don't know if you remember about the morning after pill.
Oh yeah.
I have very strong feelings on things that adjust people's hormones. I was having panic attacks. I know. And I see a lot of doctors. I have two
Is that like
podiatrists.
Is that like Dave too?
One for each foot.
No,
Opposite.
it is not like that.
And I didn't know what was wrong. My doctors didn't know what was wrong, and I experimented with a lot of things, foods, and went and got, met with an endocrinologist. And I didn't know that was an issue, but I found out that my testosterone was above I don't even know what it is. It's higher than the 1500 that it goes to. And at the time, my estrogen was really high, and then my estrogen went back here and then here. I know that I'm very sensitive to cortisol spikes, and I'm very in touch with I've become very in touch with when I feel a certain way, how much of it is chemical.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on too.
Low blood sugar, even. I made sure to have a hard-boiled egg before I came here.
Good snack.
And
not if you're hypoglycemic. That
Really?
gives you
You wanna
almost
say that?
nothing. Yeah, almost nothing. That's not a fast sugar.
I take. I find that in the mornings I don't normally eat breakfast. I just don't. But when I have coffee, I need to have something in my body, so I like to start the day with at least a little protein.
Yes, because that will prevent a cortisol spike, right?
I don't know if that's cortisol, or sometimes I don't know the difference between cortisol and adrenaline. I just know that I am super sensitive to my things and my feelings, and my hormones. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm meeting with geneticists, and I just
What is the end goal, right? To get you to feel a little bit more like calibrated, or is it because you're trying to have a baby?
So I'm also looking into that stuff as well.
Okay.
You guys don't have your headphones on, but there's some.
It's me, and you keep looking at me.
It's what is it, leather something?
Yeah, it's the leather.
Okay.
But I'm just adjusting my mic.
Okay.
Rick, I swear to God. I
What?
swear to God.
What?
You're in close proximity to me. I'm gonna throw hands.
Honest to goodness, if you hit me,
What?
if you hit me
What?
on camera, I would hit you back. I would hit you back, and I would hit you in the stomach hard.
Where I can't breathe because of this fucking corset.
And I would say, I'm pressing charges unless you let me post the clip. That's my clip. Now, the end goal is to better understand why. Is this just what it is, or is there a better version? Is there something that is doing this to me? I have been learning and working on my own self-soothing practices, and that's great. But do I need to implement them as strongly if I could better control the hormones in my body, or is this just what it is?
Can you do some of the self-soothing ones on me right now?
It's self-soothing.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess we need a tongue scraper.
It did look a little.
It matches the. But we've talked about that.
Yeah.
That's just maybe if you chew more.
Are you sweaty? Do you sweat a lot from stress and stuff?
I think I've never noticed I sweat more or less than the average athlete.
And then you're lucky if you have high testosterone. Usually those bald guys usually have high testosterone.
It depends. It depends if it turns into DHT. DHT, is that right?
Yeah.
It depends. Everyone is different, more or less susceptible.
What would you do if you were bald? Would you get hair implants?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you're an actor, or just because
I would probably just feel insecure about it.
Your dad has good hair.
My dad has better hair than. My dad's hair is. His forehead is like a thumbnail. It's insane.
What do you mean like a thumb?
It's just fucking tight, dude. My dad's hair, it just looks like George Lopez, just like eyes, eyebrows, hair, just fucking mane. My dad's hair is amazing. I love my dad so much.
Your dad's cool.
Where would you get
my parents?
I know, I love my parents too.
Is it rude to ask a guy who you see starting to bald, be like, hey, maybe save your pennies because I like hair and
Yes.
I would love for you to keep your
That
hair.
is rude to do it that way. Again, we were talking about tact.
Okay, tell me how. Oh, by the way, tell me how to tell someone they have bad breath. You never got to that.
Sure. Also, and I don't want to be rude, but I could use this as an opportunity. It's not that big of a deal. I know that you were running like something. I don't know.
Is there lipstick on my teeth?
Your breath's maybe one of
Oh, shut up.
I think that's how I would do it.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
how
I
you're
like
saying
that.
it. That's horrible. That hurt my feelings.
And you know what? Then now I know I won't tell you that your breath is bad.
Yeah, how
But if
would
somebody
you
wants
like it to be?
You should set it on a mic in front of them.
But he doesn't.
I was doing an acting. I'm saying
You asked him and he was just answering.
You said, "How would I do it?" And I was showing.
Okay, go. Show me.
Fine. If it was,
Why don't all three of us will?
Sorry, I got
Fine,
caught off guard.
I'll try to do it on a podcast.
ABC. I'll get a turn, and you tell us who did it best. You go first.
Great.
Okay.
Real quick, tell me the truth. Will you edit this out? Okay. Not coincidentally, but you left this a little bad. I don't really care that much, but if you want a minter to go do something, and come back in right after she said ABC. Rick, you go first, and then we take that
But
out.
why would it matter? Like, if you're on the podcast with her, why would it matter to tell her during the podcast?
I just did. They're not really editing that out.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, as this role play, I'm saying, but like in that scenario, while you're in the middle of like a podcast, you don't need to tell her then.
Because
Maybe
somebody might be embarrassed.
No,
But
but
maybe
okay, your turn.
afterwards.
You go.
I would say like after, if it's like this scenario is Kalila, it's like after the show, I'd be, if you were like, I'm going out to do something, I'd be like, all right, before maybe you should, your breath is a little bit rough.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, I feel like
Afterwards, like if I'm helping you out for something else you're going to do, but I wouldn't need to do it. I mean, I know you're doing it for the sake of the thing, but.
Yeah, I didn't like yours as much. I like Annie's a
My
little bit
turn.
better. Your turn.
Can I kiss you real quick?
This was like, let me make your breath worse.
Look, wait, I just want
Are you gonna adjust the
Hey,
glasses?
turn on the
or
mic.
anything?
Esther's talking.
Okay, so hey, Kalila, I deal with this a lot. I just want you to know. I think your breath might be bad, but it's not as bad as mine.
I can hear your breath right now.
Wait, I want to start over.
It's too serious. Yours is too serious. Annie's is more casual. Annie's is just like, wait, don't go. Like, let me help you out real quick.
I'll be like a little bit like fun bitchy.
Yeah. Well, I think.
But I know you.
I'd be like, oh my god.
I think I wouldn't
Thank
tell
you.
someone, like if I don't know them that well, I wouldn't tell them.
Yeah, that's a dance that I've had to learn how to choreograph myself. I sometimes feel like my instinct used to be, if I would want to know, if I would tell the person, and I found myself in situations where I don't know the other person, and one of the rules I set for myself is I don't know everybody my truth, and that could translate into many different ways. And I've had to censor myself sometimes, and I still feel bad. Like in this arbitrary example, there could be someone I don't really know that much, and their brother's horrible, and I'll walk away not having told them, which I think was the right thing, and still feel like, oh, that was so shitty of me. But sometimes you tell it, and they can't hear it, and I don't want to carry that load.
Sometimes it's like if you have to work in close proximity to people, right? Let's say you're a caretaker. Like, I do think it is your responsibility to make sure that your breath is as good as it can be if you're face to face with someone. It's only polite.
I've had to tell people that the perfume is too strong when I work with them.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, because a lot of
That's
people
not their
really
body.
go
That's not
overboard.
their
Also, here's a quick little PSA. You guys have 50% men, so here's for the 50% women that want a guy's point of view.
Yeah.
We don't want you to wear perfume. We don't like it. It doesn't smell good. It smells like poison. It's a chemical. Now, if you found a way to spray one time and walk through it where we get close to you and we go, is that could work. Nobody wants it.
I think you're wrong.
Nope.
I feel that way about cologne. I think if
Guys in the comments, right? If you like women that wear perfume.
What about perfume? Like, when the smell of her shampoo after it's after
If
the
it's
shower.
a good smell, sure. But listen, we're talking about pheromones. What are you hiding?
a lot. I actually don't wear perfume, and I'm probably the only person here.
You also don't wear deodorant, and I don't think you would smell better with perfume. I think you smell better with a shower.
Or you do wear deodorant.
I wear deodorant that doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes I smell a hoagie situation.
On me?
Yeah, I smell you.
Oh, yeah. I know.
But I'm all for. I get why you don't want to wear deodorant, but there's natural deodorants that work. Yeah, I think perfume, though it could smell good, like to you when it's on the it's distracting.
I don't think you speak for all men, though.
Of course not.
You sounded really, really
Well, you have a strong point of view, and I'm selling it from.
I'll say this:
sure
there's
somebody likes
some
it.
men who overdo it with a cologne where I'm completely repulsed by it, and there are some men where the cologne sits with their body chemistry really well, and
Sure.
I am just so enamored by it.
There's a
But
cologne.
it's got to be a very light amount.
There's a
Or-
cologne that Bobby wears that I hate.
Oh no, that's intentional.
I absolutely hate it. And it's not like
Annie, it's all of them.
But it's such a weird
wearing cologne intentionally to repel Annie.
Yes, not to repel everyone. So what he doesn't want is you smell good. He doesn't want that. he wants people's reaction to be like, what the fuck is that? Is it like a burning piece of wood?
Is it like when I walk around with headphones, even if I'm not listening to something, so people don't talk to me?
Similarly, maybe.
No, but why does he do that?
Because he wants to smell, he calls it, he wants to smell like the future. He doesn't want to smell like every other boy. He wants to smell like a
That's so
burning
weird.
bird.
He used to want to smell like Wiz Khalifa.
So that's his thing. So like that, some of the stuff that he wears is so strong. I don't love it. But I respect what
It
happened.
wasn't at you. But I wasn't laughing. I just didn't understand.
It's okay. It's Future and Wiz Khalifa are both musicians.
Oh, okay. I get it now.
Then I'll say it. They're both black. There. Sorry.
And he is speaking for all men, okay?
Speaking for all black men, we don't want your perfume.
You don't want any cologne on anyone.
Oh my god! Like I actually feel this. I almost am scared to sound too mean, but I feel bad for any man that wears cologne. I'm like, I think it's so gross. I feel bad. I'm like, you must feel low status in society. Like,
really?
Why?
You're talking about an opinion on senses and instead judging the person.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my take. How I yes, and as a person who is low status in society, short, ugly female, I identify, I relate.
You think you're a female?
You're not Esther. I also want to say on here because we bust Esther calls her, but
It's
like
funny to call her.
you're not ugly. You're really, really pretty.
Really?
Yeah.
Sure.
Say that. What do you say more?
We think you're pretty and you're funny and
But you thinking you're ugly is like one of the things that makes you hot.
and you're not hot. You're not even pretty.
She has, look at her tits. Look at her tits. The hottie.
Thanks, Andy.
You're welcome, sir. But
Esther, but don't
did your
speak about yourself that way. You can say that you're not a pretty person.
It also doesn't, but it also doesn't like work anymore. Like,
Yeah.
It was like an old, but I think you still identify.
Well, I definitely identify as low status. Also, how about this? A woman over 35, low status.
Over 35, really?
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought you were maybe 30. You look amazing.
This is getting weird.
Wow, no, there's some things coming. Don't worry.
Nothing's coming. Nothing ever comes with you. If you want more of those left turns, head on over to Rick and Esther Have a Time where we get the yada yadas.
Did your grandfather wear like cologne or any sort of?
You assuming I knew my grandfather is.
You scream. I was pals with my grandfather more than anyone I've ever met.
My dad is a grandfather's age.
But did he ever wear like an?
Actually, yes. My mom's my grandfather on my mom's side, who's not my biological grandfather, but he wore Old Spice, and that does conjure up a positive memory.
Yeah.
But most colognes today that we smell, men today, it's like Axe or like the things that Bobby wear. It smells like chemicals. And it's gross. And I do like a man smell. I love a sweaty underarm. When Dave is dirty, like when he comes home from a fresh day of golf, like, you know.
You like that smell, just not the breath.
Yes.
Cover the mouth.
Yes.
There's a certain type of smell that someone gets. Like it doesn't smell like body odor. It smells like the day. Like in Filipino, we call it
ozone.
You smell like araw. Araw just means like it smells like the day. Like you've been working outside and there's dirt and the sun.
And that's good or
Ozone.
bad?
I don't
Or
like
the
it.
States is ozone.
Also, I don't like the smell of people's scalps.
Scalp
Oh,
is a rough
that's
smell.
silly. You are so silly.
You're always fighting us on this.
I like how clean of a judgment that was. I like
But
that.
it's very dirty too. It's because she doesn't want to shower.
Oh, that's
It's not
so
us.
no, that's so silly. I like that.
No,
bring that
really?
to our pod.
You know what I
Really?
mean, though, Annie, right?
Yes, but Esther is like, you should be able to just not shower, not bathe.
Yeah, it's a scalp.
It smells bad. Do you ever like smell someone's hat? You like the smell?
I love the smell of my girl's scalp. Honest to goodness,
It's a
love.
match. But it's a match. But like I don't match with other people's.
This is what we were talking about. When you go to like a hot yoga class and you go into the bathroom afterwards, there are girls that are just drying the sweat on their head.
Why do
and
they do
it
that?
wafts into the bathroom, and it is like it's almost like you're
Okay,
They take like a hairdryer and they dry their wet, sweaty scalp.
Fucking criminal.
That's why I don't.
After Soul Cycle class, like mind you, you're drenched, similar to hot yoga. And then afterwards, instead of jumping in the shower and maybe doing a little rinse, you blow dry the sweat on your head, and it takes up the smell, takes up the whole room. And I literally want to kill somebody.
Dry shampoo at least.
No.
Something.
You guys are freaking me out right now because you just helped my memory figure out my favorite version of me and all women, which is after hot yoga or a workout class, your hair is dripping sweat, and then you just go about your day and you let it dry, and then you have like this sweaty, dry hair.
Now add blow dryer to that. You're drying it.
That's fine. That gets us there faster.
No,
No.
for different reasons. Blow drying your hair doesn't get you where it would have gotten you had you air dried it faster. It's a completely different thing. I don't blow dry my hair. I like to dry my hair in a hat. Not for the smell, of course, but because it helps lock in the curls. And if you want curls, head on over to Rick and Esther Have a Time.
Well, hey, Rick, are you too busy with summer plans to cook, but you want to make sure you're eating well?
Yeah, why are you talking to me like a robot?
Also, why are your glasses down like that?
Well, with Factor, skip the extra trip to the grocery store and the chopping, prepping, and cleaning up too, while still getting the flavor and nutritional quality.
Look, let the people at home know what they're getting, not just read it to them.
Factor's fresh,
I
never
have tried
frozen
Factor,
meal.
honest to goodness, because they smell.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals and Erica chefs. This is so.
I can smell a terrace from 3 miles away.
Listen, packing it up and bringing it out west.
And I can smell a piggy from 3 miles away, too. And I can smell a piggy terrace from 3 miles away as well. Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department, with your hands up. Anything you say or type can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Kid, rock it up and down your block. I'm gonna rock your ass up and down the coast. I wanna roam for all the right reasons and set up shop at the top of Four Seasons. Kid rockin', I'm the real McCoy. That's why they call me a cowgirl, baby. Cowgirl, baby. Riding at night 'cause I sleep all day. I can smell a terrace from 3 miles away. It's like woo-woo. You don't like how we can do the recorder. Cowgirl, baby. Riding at night 'cause I sleep all day. Cowgirl, baby. I can smell a terrace from 3 miles away. Rock like Amadeus for my East Coast players. They told us to leave, but bet they can't make us. Why you wanna pick on me? We're gonna lock you up and throw away the key. I ain't straight out of Compton, I'm straight out of DC. Radio edit. Cowgirl. Riding at night 'cause I sleep all day. Cowgirl. I can smell a terrace from 3 miles away. Cowgirl. I can smell the terrace from 3 miles away.
Sponsored my podcast. It's really, really good.
And they cater to stuff. You would be a great hairdresser. I could tell.
Why?
He looks like he'd
I don't
be a
gossip.
hairdresser.
Hair people always, you know what I do now? When hair people almost always gossip. You know what I do when they're doing it? I go, I don't like that. I don't like the gossip.
Do you really do that?
Oh, yeah.
And what do they do?
They go, okay.
What do they gossip with you about, though?
Oh,
If they started.
other actors or other people on your. And so, usually, if I go to a hair person, it's because I'm either getting my hair cut. That's the only time, and I'm friends with her, or it's on set somewhere, and then this is so set. It's always gossiping about people.
Well, that's bad. That's a bad sign if they're talking shit about someone else too. They're going to drag something you said over to someone else.
Everybody talks about people, and everybody's talking about me, and everyone's talking about you and you and you. I don't want to be part of it.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought this up. There's a coffee shop near my house that I go to, and there's a guy that works there. And for some reason, sometimes I'll just tell him shit I shouldn't tell him, or not like shouldn't. It's just
You should
like
get him on the pod.
No, I'm sure you'd love it. But there's another comic that goes there, and he told me about her breakup. He goes, I have to tell you some gossip. He goes, so and so just went through a breakup, and I went, oh my god. He goes, don't tell her. I go, yeah, right. So I immediately call her. I go, dude, the guy at the coffee shop just told me about your breakup, and she's like, are you fucking kidding me? And then I go in.
Keep it lock and key.
But then I go in, and he goes, you told her? I go, this is a cycle, okay? Like, it's inappropriate for her to tell you her business. It's inappropriate for you but for you to think I'm not going to tell her is absolutely. I will 100% complete.
I had the same thing with the masseuse. But
it's inappropriate. But I have a problem that she has where I'm like, for some reason, I'm like drinking my coffee and I just tell this guy, I go, why the fuck did I tell this guy?
This masseuse told me, a friend of mine, like all this stuff about her hormones and like her trying to
high testosterone,
all this stuff. And then I told her, my friend, and she was like, why is she telling me that?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you told the masseuse and you told the barista.
Yeah. No,
people don't have their unwritten boundaries because they think whatever I'm saying it here. The pillow is out. What is it? The feather? The feather?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Like once you the feather is out of the pillow.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Look up the feathers are out of the pillow. I believe you. I believe I'm saying it wrong. But do you understand the analogy? Once it's out.
No, but I do think that's how I feel. I am a chatty bitch. I'm a chatty.
No, I think.
I'm a chatty bitch, if I say something, I know that it's out, it's going to people, I accept responsibility.
Say the feathers are out of the. You can't put the feathers back in the pillow. Look that up, would you?
That's where cat out of the bag came right up.
What? No, he typed in cat out of the bag.
But why was the cat in the bag? Why was the cat in the bag?
Who's trying to put cats in
Before
bags?
we do a bit that's not going to play for too long, will you look at
No, but this is not a
back
bit.
in
This
the pillow?
is finding out the actual.
You can't put the feathers back in the pillow.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Andres knew about the cat in the
Yeah, there
bag.
you go.
Esther said it.
Oh, she did.
What is
What is the story about the gossip feather? I mean, that's a quote. What's that? The story is often told that most unusual penance to heal. No, I mean, I can't read any of these words. Assigned for a woman for her skin for spreading gossip. Anyway, when you say something to somebody, it's now assume everybody in the world knows it.
Okay.
Find out why the cat was in the bag.
I'd like to say one thing
That's a
about
fair
gossiping
story.
though.
What is it?
I'd like to say
I'm saying it's a fair origin story you want to understand.
Yeah, see, thank you.
a
We're learning
ferret.
each other.
No, fair. Like I don't know why the cat is out of the bag.
I was gonna say.
But why was it in the bag?
My guess
That's
is
what it
if that is a metaphor for spilling the beans, my guess would be that once people saw the cat, you don't need to put it back in the bag. Like we've already seen that what you snuck in here was a cat.
Oh, you snuck it in.
I see. Yeah, still doesn't make that much sense, but I will say this. This is what I learned about
Flush the
gossiping.
pennies down the toilet then.
So
She wasn't here for
in my country, the Philippines has no recorded serial killers, and they attribute.
What about your family members?
No, that's just they call that
domestic
crime of passion.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Your family members are murderers?
Yes.
yeah, but like obvious, no serial killers, not someone who has gone months.
They kill within the family.
Yeah, but this is why the Philippines has no serial killers, is because we have a
You don't eat
very,
breakfast.
very efficient gossip culture. We call it like a chismosa culture, where the moms, the aunties, everyone is always saying each
Spanish?
other's
Chisme?
yeah, chismes, yeah. But the Philippines was colonized for 300 years.
Duh.
In Spanish.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, the chismosa culture is basically that like someone's gonna be busted before they're able to commit their second murder. Like we just don't have that because everyone talks there. Your shit is not safe. Your secrets are not safe. People talk.
But in your analogy, it would actually makes people safe.
Yeah, so there's an upside to being gossipy or being a chismosa.
Hey, don't get mad at the other person for saying the thing that you decided to tell them,
Yeah,
unless they are inner circle.
who was responsible for really taking Bill Cosby down? Makeup artists, right? People who worked in the industry who talked
I thought
about
it was
each
Hannibal
other.
Buress.
I know.
Yeah,
How
I mean,
crazy is
he
that?
eventually talked about it like that, but
I actually
they-
want to take that back.
yeah.
I heard it was Bill Cosby himself because he's the one that did it.
Oh, now that.
He's the only one that's
Wow.
responsible.
Forward thinking. I like that. And you're wearing a Cosby sweater, so it's perfect.
Did he wear cardigans?
Do you like it? Just
Yeah.
let it. Let
Yeah, poetic
Join in.
license.
Join in.
But did he wear cardigans?
I think he.
Because if he did, I'll stop wearing this. I hate what he did to those women.
I thought you liked it. I thought you liked it.
What are you talking about us?
Check it out on Esther and Rick Have a Time.
I didn't say that.
They discuss, was Bill Cosby good or bad?
I heard he's going on tour again.
That's
Is
what I
that
heard
crazy?
too.
Who's going to open for him?
I mean, we all would.
Hippanelli?
Would you open for Bill?
I would.
Wouldn't she?
You know, if
Oh,
other
Pryor open, don't worry.
the problem was
We
that
figure you would.
I would open for him, but I would do that. He would only let me do it once because I would go up there and I would tell that SOB, what you did to those women was uncool, man. Listen, if I want to sleep with a chick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce myself and hope she likes the smell of my scalp. Because otherwise, I don't need to put something in her drink. That's not going to get me off. I could be having sex with a beautiful woman and she says she's enjoying it. And I'm thinking, yeah, because I put something in your drink. That's not me. I want to know that you love me.
You need them to say I love you first.
Honestly, it helps me. It helps.
Were you ever a one night stand guy?
I have experimented with it, but I am not a one man.
I feel like if you have anxiety, it's not good, right?
I did not like it.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Fun vibe.
Fun.
I don't. Let's not even say what I don't like because the list could go on. I like connection.
Yeah.
I like a nice smelling scalp. I like good morning breath. I like your doggy. I like liking somebody. And with that, then to answer your question, do you like to be dominant or to be dominated?
Okay, it's like a memory, baby.
That's private. But if you want to hear about that, head on over to Take Your Shoes Off.
Rick's Patreon.
Yeah. I've done some episodes with my girl on Patreon and we talk about that kind of stuff. So head on over to patreon.com/take your shoes
Was
off.
your girlfriend an actress? Where'd you meet her?
I don't want to get into it.
Really? Is that a real boundary or a joke boundary?
I don't mind saying where we met, but I don't want to get too much into the personal of the relationship. So I'm just gonna. Now, will you Google nip it in the bud?
I used to think when I used to cyber sex as when I was 10 with other probably 10-year-olds.
I bet you.
Yeah, right. They definitely were not 10. They
We
were like
talked about
47 years old.
We talked about this in the last Trash Tuesday. I think you had headaches, where you and I both admit that we went into chat rooms
And we
before pre-puberty.
We probably found each other there.
And then you pretended you were a girl.
I did guys and girls, but I found that
Really?
I found that when I was a girl, I'm not making an excuse. I'm telling you the intention that I remember.
Yes.
It was not sexual to me. It was not.
It was not for me.
It
either.
wasn't.
I didn't understand.
But I had found that there were more. I mean, it's obvious now. Guys looking to talk to girls and
Right.
girls looking to talk to guys, and I found that I was able to get in conversation with guys easier. So what I would do is I would pretend that if I was a guy and then it was another guy, whatever, I would pretend that my girlfriend was there with me. So then, I'll let my girlfriend talk. So that would be whatever, and then you would just talk about stuff, and it wasn't sexual, but it probably was, and I didn't realize.
Were you like looking for friends, or you're just curious about other?
It wasn't cyber sex. It wasn't put it in my bud. You know, it was like
Was it for you?
For me, it was you were still asking age, sex, location, and sending pictures, and I would look online for pictures of girls and say, "This is me."
Yeah, I would.
You were like the OG catfish. You did too. Were you a boy?
Buddy.
What?
I was probably 10 or 11.
I was a
Would you
girl.
be-
I
you
was
were
a girl, and
have to be a girl,
but I was
too.
also looking only for girl pics, so I don't really understand how.
Have that forever.
So maybe I was a guy. I don't know, but I for the longest time thought pussy meant butt.
What does it mean?
So that's something that I can relate to, and not knowing the right words, but. Yeah, I was just desperate to get as many pictures, and I remember you'd have to like wait for them to download, like they would.
I also wanted to see how guys talk to girls. I remember that. And it wasn't like, how do you pick up a girl? It was just like, it was very voyeuristic. Like, I'm seeing something that I couldn't have otherwise seen, and I'm seeing this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just started like, whoa.
Do you have siblings?
I have an older brother,
How much older?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
I mean, when I was 10.
Can you
Do you guys were you friends as kids?
No.
No.
He was mean to you, right?
Well, the way I remember it, to be fair, he's not here to defend himself, but the way I remember it, yeah.
Wait, have you ever been effectively catfished? In the early years of, let's say, MySpace or Zynga?
Probably.
Was that a thing?
I also always assumed when I was talking to somebody online that, like, maybe this person is real.
Okay. But so you've never actually gotten to the end of it.
Does that mean when you finally meet somebody and you find out they're fake?
And then they just disappear. You've fallen in love, the feelings are real.
I've never fallen in love without meeting somebody.
I will say at that age, when I was doing that, engaging in that behavior, there was never got even close to a serious conversation about meeting up.
Yeah.
I fell in deep.
Really?
Deep. So this was during MySpace, and there was this Australian guy. We don't even know where he's from, if his Australian accent was real. But I saw that he was a mutual friend of my other friend in Australia. And I asked her the wrong question. Instead of saying, have you met this person in real life? I asked her, do you know this guy? And she was like, yeah, I know him. And that's all. And I didn't.
Meaning I maybe know him just online.
Yes.
Same as you.
Yes. Didn't think, I'm like, then he's real. And I carried on a relationship with him, texting every day, calling every day. Long distance, he would call me for about 10 months. Like letters of like, we're in love, like we're gonna meet up in the Philippines, like all these. He would send me care packages. If anyone can find this, no one can find him now, but I remember he went by Amorcito 888.
I know. I have a little surprise for you. I know where the Philippines are.
And one day and he would always call me because I didn't have money for like international calls. One day I was just so like, something is up. So I called him and I heard like a baby crying in the background. And he was like, wait, why are you calling me? Don't call my phone. It was like really freaking weird. And all of his favorite songs, thank God I have like a great knowledge for like 80s music. So I was like, oh my God, I love that song too. But I remember he was like, my favorite song is Caribbean Queen, which is a great fucking 80s song. But he would then like He would then reference like old heart songs.
Wait, how old were you guys?
I finally got by on my own. I never really cared until I met you.
How old were you?
I didn't break into the bone. How do I leave?
Oh, you were 19, so you were legal.
That's a great song.
I only
Also
know
good
because
haircut.
Celine Dion covered it.
Oh, really? But his favorite heart song.
On the clock, the lightning strikes its sharpest on.
Maybe that he really was the guy.
Yeah, Moshe
Did you have a baby back in the day?
His favorite heart
The rib
song.
thing?
What?
Are you talking about the ribs?
So she said there was a baby. Oh, baby back rooms. Okay.
That song? Have you guys seen the behind the scenes of that song? That went viral a year ago. It shows all the guys in the room. They're like, "Go, my baby, baby," and they like went viral. So I don't know. Maybe you could use that in this.
You know the heart song.
There's one
All I
hot
Wanna
guy
Do Is Make Love
upstairs
to
who's a
You.
whistleblower who's hot.
It wasn't
Hi.
you. Not my catfish.
No, I know. I was pretending that was the Boys and Men song.
We're gonna be friends,
Which is another
sir.
good name for your podcast if you guys keep doing this for
Boys
more
to
years.
men.
Boys
Not bad.
Boys free men.
Wait, so what?
Oh, yes. So
How old? Who was this person?
I
was legal.
20, maybe 19, 20.
oh, wow. This
And
was
if you're wondering what made you say
I
that,
don't know
it's because I heard his
Like,
voice.
he just
And I just thought I'd
disappeared,
clarify.
and then he wrote me like
There's
a letter
one
on my
hottie
Tickle Me
upstairs.
Hotmail account, and he was like, "Hey, I live in
One of the
Florida
things
now.
that makes
He's
him
clearly
hot
trying to like reconnect." But I'm like,
is
this
he's a
person's not
fucking
real. I
whistleblower.
promise you.
make a documentary. Meet up with him now.
You still don't know who he is?
I don't. But his pictures were of this like
Another
gorgeous,
thing that
like,
makes him hot
guy.
is he too acknowledges the
After the
cunts
baby
with
thing,
plans.
yeah, that was it.
In degrees,
baby?
they are
So
cunts
I
with plans.
confronted him after hearing the baby. I'm like, "What the fuck was that?" And he my
I
sister was like,
imagine
"Hey,
every day
something's
that he
really
comes to
fishy
work,
here.
he's also
Like, I think
thinking,
that you're being like,
why the
catfish." I was
fuck
like,
am I
"No,
here
he's
right
real.
now?
I asked so and so, and she's met him." And I went back to my friend. I was like, "Wait, you said you knew this guy?" She's like, "No, I know him online. Like, I've never met him in my life." And that's when I was like, "Oh, okay. Like, I'm being catfished." And I was so humiliated and so heartbroken because I had real feelings for this guy.
So he probably lived in Florida the whole time, right? Or did he have an Australian?
Yeah, he had an Australian accent. But he probably, I'm not kidding you.
But he
he
sounded a
probably-
little like this.
All right then.
I really like listening to Heart. I have a banana intolerance.
You.
I really do.
You do?
Yeah.
What about bananas?
Anyway,
I
just
would
sitting
make
here
smoothies
on
all the
this
time,
Monday,
and I
waiting
was
for the
starting to
door
get
to
these
get
stomach
kicked
aches, and I
in,
did
and
an
for some
elimination
police
thing, and I
officers that
eliminated
have had a
everything except for-
premeditated,
diet.
fraudulent
use that for
story
this.
to make up
I
for their
eliminated
excuse
bananas
to
and
murder me
blueberries, and I
to
was
show
fine.
up.
And then I had to reintroduce one. I reintroduced
So far,
blueberries. I
we've
was
heard
fine.
the
I'm
super duper
assuming
cut upstairs
bananas were
today
the
with
issue.
her
I
plans.
don't know.
The briefing after all of the officers who had gone and done their little things today. We've had Unit 207 believing they're controlling the live stream and making the screen go completely black over and over again to show off that they can turn off or break this laptop
It's
like
crazy
they've done
people
to
are still
over
getting
11
catfished when you know
devices
about
and
it.
thousands of dollars in cell phones and laptops
If they
during
can't
their
FaceTime, there's an issue.
3 years of terror. And that's excluding all the devices also destroyed by officers at the North Everett precinct that were reported
if it's happening to you, you
because
want
of their
it.
You
crime
know,
sprees of
you
2015,
feel everyone's
2016, and
educated because you're educated
2017,
and you're
and all of
projecting
the
that. It takes
threats that
somebody
they
to
made
learn a lesson, and
actionable
let's not
since
have
then.
learn that lesson from it happening to them.
All
Let's
the
have them
same
learn
shit,
that lesson,
same acts and
lesson from like
everything.
hearing about it.
But sometimes in life, it's best to learn the lesson for yourself.
Yeah, but wear a seatbelt. You know,
Can I
you don't have to
say-
learn why you wear a seatbelt the hard way.
And that's why this episode is brought to you by Click It or Ticket.
How many
The US
motherboards has the
government
North
wants
Everett
to-
precinct destroyed of mine? Well, over 21. That's the total
Oh, no, she cut me off.
from
It's good.
December 2015 to
so,
date.
yes
Over
or no?
21
The
cell
U.S.
phones.
government, your mind, the gears turning. How do I do this? How do
How
I
you
do
doing,
this?
domestic terrorist who
actually
didn't blow
wanna
the
go back
whistle?
to this
How you doing?
catfishing thing. Don't you imagine a world
I-
where
I'm doing
let's say
ready
maybe
for
have
you to
an
go to
injury.
prison.
Maybe you're
That's what
stuck
I'm
at
doing.
home and you're bored.
Ready for you to go to
Unless you're
prison.
talking again.
You can't do much.
Like you
And then
chose in the Choose
along
Your Own
comes a
Adventure
beautiful
about
woman
500
who's
pages
wanting
back.
to chat with you on the internet.
You have my attention.
Yeah, I thought so.
Describe her. What's her body type?
Well, she's
How tall is she?
about 5'7". She has a slick backed ponytail, red lipstick, some BDSM tight leather clothes on,
Uh-huh.
and golden kissed suntan skin.
How's her scalp smell?
Very clean.
Well, then all I have to say is hello. That's English. How do you say it in Australian? Hello. How do you say Australian hello?
Hello.
Oi. Oi there. Hey, oi. Hello. What's up?
Delilah has the most experience. Do you remember a hello in Australia?
No, I just remembered a whole lot of like nor.
No.
Well, let's say when you love, just kind of lean back and lean into the fantasy of this beautiful woman wanting to talk to you online and having a great relationship, even if you never meet up with her and it's never.
But it's not.
It's not like you're justifying something you're doing. Are you catfishing people as like a charity?
Action. You're not being honest. I think what you're describing is like going to a strip club and buying into the fantasy that this girl likes you and she is getting paid and you're getting a lap dance or whatever it is. Even that I never connected to. It's not real connection.
I hate guys that think they're better than strip club.
Oh, me too.
You know what? I'll let you. I'll go ahead and express your point of view, and also try and be mindful of the judgment you're doing by saying better than, as opposed to me saying if it's not a real connection, it doesn't turn me on.
But I have trouble at strip clubs too. It's not. It's like so weird. No, when I go in, I'm like, do you want to just? I could just give you money.
That makes sense because of you're a girl. That makes absolute sense because I'm not going there for the sexual experience. Like I'm there to kind of like support athleticism.
I tried.
How many WNBA games have you gone to?
I've seen quite a few.
Flip it. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
what do you
More
ever
acid
see?
out, Esther.
What are
Oh my
your
God.
three favorite WNBA teams?
Sparks.
The one that you live in that city, so you have Sparks.
I can see your full fucking ass.
I think strippers are athletes. I'm there for the show. I think they're incredible. And a lot of times it really is like a very, I don't know, like.
But you're talking about their skill and their entertainment. Sure, I'm not judging what they do. I'm saying to have a girl dance on you and give her $20 and to feel like, yeah, I want to buy into this fantasy that this girl likes me.
You don't have to get a private dance. You can just be there.
What bothers you about that?
I don't know if I'm
It's just not
bothered by it. It's just like I've gone to a strip club 3 times in my life. Once when I don't.
What does the expression "all bets are off" mean?
Here's the definition of all bets are off. The outcome of a situation is unpredictable.
Ooh. Used to describe a situation in which it is impossible to be sure about what will happen.
All bets are off. All bets are off. All bets are off.
Because I have a royal flush like the FBI had me tell your dumb asses before you kidnapped my kids.
I don't
Happy
know,
Monday.
before I moved to California, and then 2 bachelor parties. And the times I was there, I just remember feeling like, first of all,
You can't
maybe
take
it's
your
just true what I
chips
went
off
to.
of the
It's
table,
just
son. You
gross.
bought in.
Just
You
like,
bought
I don't know,
in.
it just feels.
Ladies,
like
you
wet
bought
money
in.
everywhere.
I don't know, it just feels dirty.
You
It
can
feels
fold.
dirty. It just feels dirty. There's just
But those
ugly
chips
guys
are
and it
stink.
feels dirty. Also,
What, are you looking in the mirror?
Good one, Esther.
Oh
like
man,
the way
and
they
that
smell.
reminds me. On that note, let's listen to the jam that so many of my friends from the federal employment sector have said was about me that I always thought was so insulting. Although it wasn't meant as an insult, because a lot of them I had sexual relations with. So it wasn't meant as an insult. But the words are so degrading. That beaver had Taco Bell. Winona's big brown beaver. Time for the only Primus song that others have said is about me. What sort of others? The sort of others that are excited for you idiots to come and break down my door like you'd planned. Those kind. Woo! Ooh. And I don't have a big brown beaver. I have a small brown beaver. Without shaving for years, there's less than this much pubic hair on that thing. The hand that's under my hand. Whatever. It's like a map of Tasmania, bro. Anyway, I was so insulted the first few times. And now I love this song. Because it has cowboys. And they're playing poker, aren't they?
Mama's got herself a big brown beaver and shows like all her friends. One day you know that beaver tried to leave it, so she gave him a psycho fast. Along came Lou with the old bad old
Said I recognize that smell. Smells like 7 layers. That beaver ate Taco Bell. This is a better representation. The black part. The black part. That's about right. Love bumper cars, smoke cheeks of ours, and candy up his nose. So he thought he'd take himself a leak. Now you ain't pissed for a week and a half. Remember, at heart, since pronouns can be anything now, my pronouns are 70-plus-year-old man that can kick your fucking ass. That's my pronouns. Said I sure do love this big brown beaver, but I wish I did have a pair. And the bastard tried to bite me. I pricked my finger one day and it occurred to me I might have a porcupine. That would be an excellent horror film too, by the way. Porcupine, just a girl with this porcupine beaver that shoots quills. Only at terrorists, though. Spoiler alert! Nothing you have planned is becoming less illegal today or tomorrow or next week. It doesn't ever become less illegal, Everett police. Hurry the fuck up. Maybe if we wait and get more felonious fraudulent orders, it will magically become not illegal. Oh, no, it won't. It will never be legal. That's right. It will. We've been saying this now for 10 fucking months, or if we want to be realistic, 3 fucking years, 8 years, and 16 years, depending on which of the co-conspirators we're referring to. You mean if we don't just keep waiting, it won't magically become legal? No, it will never be legal. Past, present, or future.
There's ugly guys and ugly. By the way, Nothing is grosser than just a ton of ugly guys.
Here's the update,
Because
since I haven't
ugly
posted
guys-
any updates since yesterday.
I'm an ugly
Oh,
chaser.
well, we'll
Oh, no,
do
we're
it.
all
We'll
in
do
the-
it. Just double check that we can control the stream. We gotta talk to some other officers. Okay, we talked to the other officers. We're gonna try and do it like we've been trying to do it.
I want to finish this.
Just keep trying to do it. Can we break the laptop completely so we can pretend like we didn't shut off the internet? Oh, look, we shut off the internet. Oh, but the live stream stayed connected even though we shut off the internet.
They feel, and
yes, we can break the laptop. We've done that to over 21
that
devices.
thing that they're trying to be satisfied is connection.
Keep
with
trying.
What they think is a pretty girl, and or
that's the update.
Some fun titties in the face or whatever.
A lady leaves, a man comes, a man leaves.
I don't understand that.
You know what? I'll say that to your point. I do find.
Are you sure? Are you really sure? Yes, I'm sure. Are you sure?
Sexual anything. Usually,
Are you
the guys
she erased some cookies.
Pretty. It's a whole fun situation with my
Put
friends.
the cookies back.
But if they're
Put the new cookies hiding in the other places she didn't erase the cookies.
Yeah,
there's a strip club in Stanford. There's like one strip club.
That's
when
the
I was there, and
summation.
it's
That's the
so
update that I
dark.
haven't
It's all
added
just
to the
like
chat.
men really going to
for that.
Yeah.
I'm not judging sex work. I want that to be, if it's transactional and you both agree to it, sure. But
why do you have to be there?
Ladies and gentlemen, aboard the discount Delta flight.
That is what Esther was saying. It's like you get to buy into this fantasy that
The
like,
fuel
you
leak
had a
has
bad
been
day and
cleaned
now
up,
here's this
but
person
yes,
that
you
likes
are
That's
still on the
not
tarmac.
real.
We don't know why you're still on the fucking tarmac.
I guess like a lot of
We can't leave either until your dumbass plane is off the fucking tarmac.
Real. And it's okay.
That is okay if you are both on the same page with that. But what I was saying is the strip club, if you remember, and we could go back in case,
So please enjoy these novelty clowns
and I wasn't
that
negating,
Delta
I was like,
has
oh, that
provided.
makes more
Watch
sense.
the clown
But
show.
when
I love it
catfishing,
when
for
the
example,
Mexicans
if
come out of
if
the
you
little
take a guy
car.
to the
How many
club
can they
and he
fit in
doesn't
the
know
little
it's a strip
car?
club and you secretly
30.
buy a dance for him.
They're all
Well, I was
cousins.
at the club doing my thing, you know, I'm just being charming, I'm best. And then this girl started dancing when she fucking wants my rod, or whatever guys who go to strip clubs talk like.
I don't know.
Me gusta clowns.
Really undecided until the rod. I don't think that there's a guy getting like. I think there's men that go and they want to buy into the fantasy. I don't.
But they have to know about it, otherwise.
But they know. Who's
they know.
Secret lap dancing. Who's sliding money and going, hey, I want you to pretend that you get paid for
so
it.
people, I've seen
Did
movies.
you do that?
I've seen movies where there's bachelor parties and there's no strippers or anything. They just go out and they paid a girl to fuck the guy.
You're just scared of a movie you saw.
I'm just saying, I think strip clubs are fine if everybody is on the same page. Catfishing is not, because they're not on the same page.
They might be on the same page.
All right, so for conversational purposes, let's address what they're saying. It's nothing new. Same thing as ever. All sex work should be 100% legal. Should be legal, and sex workers should be required to get STD checks and to present that stuff to their clientele. Their clientele should be required. Everyone should be legally required to get STD checks unless they have religious reasons for not doing so, like they're Amish. Legit religious reasons. Not because they have HIV and want to like give it to people or something. And I say that because a guy that I dated, he was a herpes carrier and he literally went around giving a bunch of girls herpes, and I have some weird complete immunity to herpes because he didn't give it to me. But we had sexual relations with numerous women that he had sex with before me and while with me, and she-men, same thing. And he gave them all herpes. I never got it. I was tested the last time I was kidnapped too. Still completely STD free as always. Anyway, all sex work should be legal. Here's why. It will save marriages. It will save men time. A woman's body is a woman's body. There's lots of women that are good at sex that should and could be paid for it. There are lots of men that are good at sex that should and could be paid for it. So with regard to what they're saying, all sex work should be legal. Strip clubs are fun. If you don't like strip clubs, then you're insecure. You don't need to buy a lap dance, but a strip club is a good time. There is nothing wrong with nudity. Nothing wrong with nudity. It's completely legal in the city of Seattle to walk around butt naked as long as you don't wear a trench coat over it and then flash people randomly. Just walking around butt naked, though, completely legal in the city of Seattle. Anyway, those are my thoughts on this podcast. We're listening to an old episode of Trash Tuesday with Rick Glassman as a guest back when Andy Letterman was on it. Episode 126.
And it ain't catfishing, sweetheart. Title of the episode.
But I know what you're saying. I like real connection. I don't like a fake thing, and I think strip clubs are like very weird and very fake.
But I think
even though everyone are buying into it, I'm like,
I'm buying into the fakeness of it.
I know, and I can lean into.
Yeah, same when you go and see a Marvel movie, but you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I never go in there thinking it's gonna somehow sexually satisfy me or my friends. And if my friends are going in there for that, like I'm gonna drop them so fast.
Well, what would you be a good stripper? Do you think?
No, horrible.
Yeah.
Esther would be good.
Esther
We
would
play a
be
little
really
royalty-free
good.
dance.
By the way, you didn't see a full strip.
Yeah.
I saw.
Some royalty-free dance music.
By the way, Rick trying to do that's fine, but Rick.
Fine, I'm trying to let you shine. Don't act like you don't have two skills,
Don't
making
yell
other
at
people
her.
funny and dancing, and I'm trying to get you the second one.
Rick pretending that the
Relationship.
argument was always about catfishing being.
No, it is.
He totally.
I was so on your side.
was
and
what-
then it went-
that was
No,
your
no,
origin.
I don't want to go back to it, but
Oh,
we
okay.
can play back with.
Wait. Yeah, go back, please. Here.
He said he didn't like strip clubs,
Where-
and then tried to pretend.
Where it started with me saying strip clubs at least are on the same page. However, I don't connect with a stripper.
But you didn't.
Well,
I don't.
I want to defend Esther for a second. There was a guy who created a full
That's an Australian accent.
team called the Church of Love, and what he did was he would write women letters. He was write men letters pretending he was a woman, and he started creating this connection with women, and then he started hiring people, and this is obviously before the internet.
And this is you defending her about this man lying to women.
He created this huge company just dedicated to have this correspondence with women. Eventually, the scam was found out. He was put on trial, and then all these men went and defended him on the trial because they were so lonely that they found that these fantasy people
To your
they
Okay.
I love that Esther can
Now,
connect with that
Now
audience.
he's saying
and
all the men. Is that hyperbole? Or they found some men?
Yes,
They found
okay.
people.
No. Here, I will say this as someone who has been catfished. I was coming out of a really lonely relationship.
You needed Fabrizio.
Each time that he said to me that I cannot go on video cam, every time he said, when I was like, hey, let's video chat, when he said he could not do it, there was always suspicion there, but I wasn't willing to end it because I was lonely.
I know of some women
So yes, you might be
that
right.
say, I know my husband's cheating. I don't want to know about it. He does his thing. I'll do my thing. Because if they found out, they'd have to face it. Here's the reality. A lot of humans are too uncomfortable facing their fears and their traumas so they could get over them. So sure, I'm sure there are some people that don't want to know so they get to reap the benefits of the connection without the trauma and the negative feelings of the being shut down and lied to. That doesn't mean it's a healthy thing. And that doesn't mean it's something that we should be doing to other people.
It doesn't.
My name's Rick Glassman, and I say click it or ticket.
Wear your seatbelt in this country.
I just watched. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you don't.
I just watched you experience being played with instead of against, and just the fucking dopamine that got into you.
But you have to bring her down to give her this.
I don't think so. I think she'll find a way to bring herself down. Look at her. Look at you're invited to the attic, and now you're the happiest you've ever been.
She can't speak. Esther, your ass.
That's the name of this episode.
Esther!
Esther invited to the attic.
And last night Dave played Uno with me and I won a round because it's based on randomness and not intelligence.
I bet you're intelligent. What comes after Uno?
don't say.
No, you're thinking of your favorite kind of cake, right?
Oh God, what an ab workout. Thank you. I had a time.
Yeah. Siesta Eques.
This tool, by the way.
That looks like microneedling.
Can I feel that?
Does it feel good?
No.
Yeah, it
I
does.
bet you that feels good.
You want it?
Can I see what this is? Is this meant to be sexual or is this meant to score your meat? Oh, this is actually sharp. I could get into
Is
this.
score your meat?
You
not
guys
sexual?
ever? Could you ever do any type of like BDSM or be part of that community? You think?
I like. I've never done it sexually, but I think I could get into like people pouring wax on me.
Wait, hot wax?
Yeah, because I like when it hurts and then it doesn't hurt right away.
Oh, that's just like when they tweeze my shins. That same kind of like itchy kind of pain.
Are you basically saying not the same
that I squirt when I get my bikini wax?
You don't like a big.
Imagine.
No, it's a nightmare.
Imagine somebody
What a
waxing you,
nightmare that would be.
and then all of a sudden,
That's got to have happened before.
there's no way
It's got to have happened before.
a girl gets waxed and then all of a sudden she squirts.
Maybe.
Well, if you have gotten waxed and squirted, please comment Esther sucks. And if you haven't, no, don't say that. I'm sorry, Esther. That was my instincts.
It feels
Fully instincts.
It's
so fucking good.
Yeah, I like that.
Lock eyes with me while you do it. Look at this.
No, look, her face doesn't like.
Hey,
lock eyes. It should have.
orgasm is different than squirting. Let's see. Also, why does it the color like it's been clipped
Does a
already?
Brazilian wax make you wet?
Have you guys looked this up before? That was purple instead of blue.
Why is that possible? Do you have BDSM tendencies? Anybody out there?
So what does it stand for? Will you look at what it stands for?
Yeah.
Bondage.
Sadomasochism, right?
BD. What's the D?
Dick.
Oh,
Dominus.
yeah.
Dominus.
Quit trying to stop the live stream, 207.
What? Bondage.
Sex.
Masochism, I think, is one.
Sadomasochism is the S.
What does sado mean? As in
Amory.
What other different types?
Sadism.
Is there different types of masochism that people like? I like fucking with masochism as long as it's the kind of masochism I enjoy fucking with.
Maybe.
What?
Like why the specificity of
Margaret Cho was telling us that like some of these like in the BDSM community, like or maybe not BDSM, but like some of the kinks that people have like are really outrageous. She said that she saw a guy getting like vacuum sealed like a piece of steak.
You're supposed to be
And,
watching
like,
the excellent
coming as he
Ombre
was
Clown
being
Show.
vacuum sealed.
Delta flight goers.
Like
His whole body was
Oozing.
vacuum sealed.
Yeah, and he was like coming inside the vacuum.
See that? Listen, everyone has their
The
own
clowns
kinks,
are
and
here
I
on the
think
tarmac with
it's
us as well.
Unfair to
They're not
judge
on the
them
flight. They
because
won't be
it's
boarding.
private. It's theirs. Sure, but also we're human beings, and there are some things that are just so fucking weird to me, so weird that like, does that define the BDSM community? You know, like.
Did you say BTS?
Yeah.
Oh, the army will get ya.
What army? BDSM, like if are there people in the BDSM community that are like spokespeople, and they're like, I do this stuff, and now people are like, hey, we don't do that. You're making us all look crazy.
I think they did that because Army Hammer said that, oh, this is actually like a normal kink within this community. And I think the community was like, no, like, no, not like when it's not
What, saying
consensual.
that they like to be cannibalized? He's not really eating people. I didn't keep
No,
up with
because
it,
a lot of the girls' stories that they shared, allegations, whatever, about their experience with Army Hammer was like that there was not consent. He was doing it without consent. And the BDSM, like special people expertises were like,
Well, I've seen 50 Shades of Grey. I know that you need to like.
yeah, so
you
that
have a
wasn't happening.
contract.
So people in that community were like, that doesn't count for what we do if someone is doing it against their will.
Speaking against their will, I'd like you to keep Army's Hammer name out your motherfucking mouth.
Okay, that's fine with me.
That was a rock against Will.
Huh? What? We won't be right back.
We're never coming back.
This is our last episode, guys.
This is it.
Why do you have the same glasses as them? Are you trying to like morph in? Is this-
Listen, Rick and Esther have a time. We're putting a lot of eggs in that basket. Which is getting frozen, by the way, ladies.
They're already frozen.
She got hers.
Yeah?
Frozen.
Yeah, yeah. Frozen embryos, all the.
You should sell them as merch.
No, I want to give them. If I don't use them, if I don't use them, I'm going to give them to Josh Potter to fix his eye. He can use the stem cells.
Oh, he can.
Wait a minute. Then why not just give them to him?
I want children, Rick.
Get more eggs. Have him pay
I don't
for
want
another
to. That
harvest.
is so.
Wait a minute.
No,
Do you have a friend who can get his eyes fixed from your eggs?
Well, I'm just joking.
Oh, I didn't know that you were joking.
No, but listen, it's so crazy. Has your girlfriend or have you ever dated a girl that froze her eggs?
I dated a girl who froze her eggs.
And it was crazy, right?
Boy, are my arms tired.
But it was crazy.
There's a lot. I have a
so
lot of things on hormones, man.
It's.
I've
I'm
been
not
rough
well yet.
More
I'm not
Lucky
well yet. It's
Charms.
been
Yeah,
over a year.
you must have got your eggs harvested a decade ago.
Would you, if I pay the right price, would you let me eat one of your eggs for nutrients?
It doesn't work.
Oh, we out of here.
Esther, the eggs are so small. They're like this big.
Over a 10-second visual delay, Nerd Squad.
Yours are. If your eggs are anything like
I
your
just
ego,
flipped you
I
off.
imagine they're unhealthily large. Again, that is click it. Check out the Ricky and Esther Have a Time podcast. Check out the Take Your Shoes Off podcast.
Check out Annie Wood.
Check out Tiger Belly.
Thank you so much.
Check out Alone Together.
So good. Check out Alone Together.
On Hulu. Thank you so much to Richard
Dollface
Glossman.
Wait, I never, is yours?
I didn't hear you say it again.
Sorry, Mama. What does your potion do?
Never you mind. This is not for children. It is not ever for children.
Not a child. I'm a young lady. I know all about her lady acts. For instance, nail biting is unacceptable for a lady. It's a disgusting habit of the lower class. Just because father is of that class does not.
Don't you ever speak of your father that way. Ever!
Take me away from it, Tinkerbell. I know you're a real fairy. You can show yourself to me. It's safe. Tink, please. Tink. So sorry, Tink.
Mr. Littleton, sir.
Oh, thank you, Wells. Yeah. Good to see you.
Mr. Brown.
Please, can I interest you in some mock turtle soup?
No, thanks.
Wise man. What can I do for you?
Well, I know it took longer than we discussed, but the replica you commissioned has been completed, sir.
Oh, that is exquisite. Your work never ceases to impress, Jack. But this particular replica was meant as a birthday gift for my grandson.
Shall I inscribe it, sir?
His birthday was over a week ago. I heard word of what happened to your son. I'm so sorry. I sent Wells to inquire, but you were never at home. I had no choice but to hire another craftsman to do the job. I'm sure you can understand.
Yes. Yes.
Coming.
Do you like it, Eddie?
Very much.
You do look at it properly.
Of course I did.
That's me. That's Nanny. That's Mummy. That's you.
Why do I look so sad?
That's what your face looks like.
Oh, it is it?
I wish you didn't have to go away from me.
Me too. But we have the whole weekend in the countryside, won't we? See, tomorrow, then Thursday, and then we're back together. Not long at all. You look just like your mother. Have we got the train tickets?
Yes, we've got the train tickets.
And you know all the times?
Yes, we know the times.
Okay, I've got to go. Don't want to be late.
Go, we'll be fine. We'll see you Friday.
See you.
Wait, bye-bye.
I know you've had it rough, Kit, and I'm sympathetic to your situation. But we can't carry passengers. We're a law firm, not a charity. Good. I take it Tomes has briefed you on Mrs. Alice Drablow of Eel Marsh House.
Died last month.
Years since I went there, of course. Your widow didn't greatly care for visitors.
No children.
A boy died young, many years ago. I'll let you have the details to read on your journey, but principally you're going to go through Mrs. Traplow's documents.
Make sure we've got her final will. There's a mountain of paperwork at the house. It all needs to be gone through. Every page.
Right.
We've been dealing with a local man, Jerome, but he's not really been cooperating. What I'm hoping, Kit, is that you'll seize this chance to prove your dedication to pursuing a future with this firm. This is your final warning.
Mr. Gibbs.
It's a boy.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Gibbs. task Griffith given you?
Next stop. So, you're from London.
Where?
Trying to sell Eel Marsh House. You won't find a local buyer. Just down at the Gifford Arms.
Yes.
It's a bit of a walk from the station. I can give you a lift. It's on my way home.
Thank you.
Samuel Daly.
Arthur Kipps.
The key to the car, Mr. Daly.
First one in the county. Still scares the locals. Here we are.
Well, thank you. Very good to talk to you, Mr. Daly.
Mr. Kipps, would you like to have supper with my wife and me tomorrow evening? You know, we don't get to see many new faces here. Besides, the pudding there, like an even a dog wouldn't eat it.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. I've been room booked until Sunday. Mr. Kipps.
No, I'm not finding any booking.
My officer telegraphed ahead.
I'll work back to the rafters.
Evening.
Good evening.
We're just telling Mr. Kipps that we don't have any room.
Well, we can't have him out in this weather, can we? Not in the rain. We must have something, just for tonight.
We're done. Unless you want to put him in the attic.
Fine. It's this way.
Actually, I was home to stay for a weekend with my son and his nanny are travelling up to join me.
Oh, I see. If an holiday is what you're after, so you'd honestly be better off further inland. It gets awfully colder, what with the sea mists.
Sea mist.
It's this way. How old is his son?
He's 4.
Lovely age.
Thank you. Good night.
In.
Hello? Mrs. Jerome? Yes. My husband went to meet you at the Gifford Dance. This is Mr. Kipps.
I made it clear to your firm that there was no need for you to make the journey. You could have sent all the relevant documents to London. In any event, you'll find all the legal papers in here. Mr. Fisher tells me you're leaving today.
Not until I've taken care of all Mrs. Drabler's paperwork.
All in there, as I said.
No, at the house, until there's quite a substantial amount. I don't expect to be finished until Friday at least.
It's not possible. The France is fully booked for me.
I shall have to contact my office. Do you have a telephone?
Mr. Daly has a telephone, sir. I'll not find one in Britain different.
Right, I'll send a telegram.
Post office is closed on Wednesday morning. The London train leaves in half an hour. My boy Keckwick is waiting outside with your lunch. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kipps.
Mr. Keckwick, changed plans. I'm not catching the train. You'll take me to Eelmarsh House.
Jerome paid me to take you to the station.
Make it 6 and I'll think about it. 6 shillings? I'll not find anyone else willing to take you there.
You're telling me when I switch to T-Mobile, you'll give me an iPhone 16 Pro, you'll help pay off my old phone, and I still get to keep it?
That's right. No trade-in.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
No!
Yes. Also at T-Mobile, you save at least 20% versus the other big guys.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma. Box of raisins. I'm a mom. A balloon. Banana peel.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile, get a new iPhone 16 Pro on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your old phone up to $800.
Take whatever you want.
This is the story of the one who believes being prepared is not just a way of life, it's how he helps everyone stay safe. He sweats the small stuff before it becomes big stuff. For the one, being an unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes is just how he likes it. The industrial grade products you need delivered fast. Call quickgranger.com or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, brushing besties. Yet another toothpaste that does not whiten. Girl, this one works. Dr. Torres?
Press reality checkup.
Guys, you need to try Crest Ridgy White Deep Stain Remover.
Basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth, lifting them away. For whiter teeth in one day. Success. Crest.
Graduates, today you enter the real world, ready for whatever lies ahead, except for the following, which you are likely to find exceedingly difficult. Going to a 9-to-5 job, doing your taxes, putting on a duvet cover, taking off a duvet cover, realizing you're never going to go to the gym. This guy knows what I'm talking about. In summary, life is hard, but saving money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive is easy. Oh yeah, deciding what's for dinner every night for the rest of your life.
What a hotel. Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
You got mine for $155.
You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even your favorite one. Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
There you are.
You pick me up at 3.
I can't. You need to go back to the mainland before the tide comes in, else I'll be stuck here for the day. I'll be out again by 5. I'll come back for you then.
5 then.
Hello? Who's there? Get quick!
Survivor fans, listen up. Now's your chance to shop exclusive Survivor merchandise at the official Paramount shop with products you see on the show. And fan favorite gear you won't find anywhere else. It's the #1 merchandise destination for Survivor fans. Shop the Survivor Embroidered Pack, voting pen replica, so you can cast your vote, and this season's latest Tribe Bucks. Visit the Paramount shop today and save 20% with code TV20.
Okay, if you're looking for a truck, remember this. Sunset Ford is trucks. Brand new Ford Rangers, XL, XLT, F-150s, 250s, 350s, Super Duty, Crew Cabs, Extended, Lifted. More. Sunset Ford has them all. Plus, every qualifying new Ford truck comes with warranty protection for life and oil changes for life. Sunset Ford is trucks. Just off Highway 410 in Sumner. Just down the hill from Bonnie Lake. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Constable, I'm telling you, I heard an accident.
No one has used 9 Lives Causeway for years, sir. Not since the little Gravlow boy was found in the marshes. Here, Marsh House. It's empty.
It's not, though. I saw a woman there.
Excuse me, one moment, sir.
Sir, my sister needs help.
What's the matter? What's your name, darling?
Her name is Victoria Hardy.
What happened, Victoria? Did something bad happen?
She drank some lye. Our mum was out.
Lye? Oh, God. Constable!
Is she going to die?
Constable! It's going to be all right. Darling, just let me look at you. Constable! Hello? Mrs. Fisher?
It's getting late. You'll miss your London train.
I can't leave yet.
Please don't go back to Ian Marsh house.
Why?
To Kip's. You said you have a son.
Yes.
Go on to him. Cherish him. Love him.
I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
Mr. Kipps,
Mr. Daly.
glad you could make it.
My pleasure.
I'm just bidding my son Nicholas goodbye.
My condolences, Mr. Daly.
Well, it was a long while ago. There's a place ready in there for my wife and me, so we can all be together again one day. Come. I heard about the girl in the village. Terrible. Are you all right?
Yes.
My wife doesn't know, and I'd be grateful if you could avoid the subject. Indeed, the subject of children altogether, if at all possible. He would have been about your age now.
Thank you.
Oh, there you are, dear.
Mr. Kipps, I've been so looking forward to meeting you. I'm sorry, I must look a bit of a mess. I found myself without a room.
Oh, well then you must stay with us, mustn't you, Samuel?
Indeed, he must, my dear.
Thank you.
The twins won't be dining with us tonight, Archer.
Samuel, I'm sure Mr. Kipps won't mind.
Not at all.
Emily!
And of course, a 2-drink maximum. Now, I know that in past weeks, people.
Unit 207 / the Everett Police Department is blocking my ability to create a Yahoo email account, to file police reports, to send a message via Yahoo of my SOS, to send a message via the Department of State website, contact me section, top of the FBI, and the sheriffs, in the courthouse, and the clerks. All you idiots are doing is engaging in everything required for you to be prosecuted for attempted murder. That's all you're doing. And if you are telling yourself you're doing anything else, I assure you, all you are doing is getting charged with attempted murder. That's what you're doing. Let the SOS go through, or embrace your fucking prison sentence and walk down the fucking stairs. Y'all are scared of the fucking big cunt upstairs. You need to be scared of the bureau. That's who you need to be scared of. You need to be scared of the sheriffs. You need to be scared of real police officers, American police officers, who would never engage in the pattern of criminal conduct you have, and who are looking forward to slamming your asses in prison. Clean up the swamp. You're literally blocking me from sending something to the Department of State. Just like the sheriffs, just like the FBI. You are going to prison for the rest of your lives. Whistleblowers, you better figure out lickety-split how to let the SOSs go through. Because if you think you're getting a plea deal and the feds haven't told you directly this shit's okay, I assure you, you won't be getting a plea deal or paid. Unless they told you this shit's okay. And I doubt they did, because I'm under instructions to send SOSs every day. Over and over and over again in a variety of ways.
In 1954, in a suburb of Buenos Aires, Argentina, a girl named Sylvia from a Christian family is coming back home from a night out at the local cinema. She's telling her dad about her evening and a boy she just met.
And she tells him about Klaus. And her dad asks, like, they were German? Yes, they were German. What was their last name? He asked about the last name. Sylvia tells them, Eichmann.
Eichmann, the name makes the man shiver. That name is so scary because it belongs to an infamous Nazi officer, one responsible for transporting 6 million Jews to their deaths. To his daughter, it means nothing, but that's about to change. Her father is going to tell her an entire secret history. He's Jewish. He's been in Dachau, a concentration camp in his native Germany, where he'd lost his sight. His family had been killed in the Holocaust. And now, if what his daughter is saying is right, that Nazi is living at the end of the street.
And that's exactly when his fight begins. I know who you are, and I want to bring you to justice.
I'm Mubin Azar of From the BBC World Service, this is Lives Less Ordinary. Today's episode, a forgotten hero, a worldwide hunt for Nazis, and a search for a family's hidden history. This father-daughter conversation and what it meant to the world was almost forgotten. It took their descendant, a woman from the same city, Liliana Herman, 2 decades of searching to put the record right.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello,
Hola,
hello.
hola, hola. Claro. Está perfecto.
This is the story of what Liliana unearthed. As a young girl back in the 80s, she was the inquisitive type. While sitting around the dining table with her family, she noted something just felt wrong.
Same thing.
¿Qué te puedo
Still
contar?
blocking the
Crecí
Department
en
of
una
State
familia
SOS.
donde siempre me pregunté esa parte
Tried twice.
de la familia de mi padre.
I grew up in a gorgeous family, surrounded by love. But my dad was a little bit secretive about his life and his history. In Argentina, we have something that after you eat, you stay at the table for hours and hours. And there would always be my mom's family, but never my dad's family. I always had so many questions. Why is nobody talking to me? Why is nobody answering my questions? What is happening? And my dad never wanted to talk. But when I was older and I continued to ask him, like, why are there so few of us? Why there are not many of us? And then my dad told me that his father abandoned him when he was 9 months old.
Y que lo había abandonado cuando él tenía 9 meses.
Liliana's dad had tried to connect with his father, but that chapter was closed. Liliana had a few details to go on. Her family had German-Jewish ancestry. There'd been waves of immigration from Germany to Argentina through the years. This included Jews fleeing persecution during the rise of Hitler. Infamously, Argentina had also been a safe haven for Nazis escaping capture after the fall of the Third Reich in 1945. For many Jews who came to Argentina, hiding their Jewishness was a way of keeping safe. Some Nazis, too, established new lives using fake names and passports, and so each passed the other by in the boulevards and cafes of Buenos Aires, survivor and persecutor, breathing the same air. Amongst the Nazi officers that had evaded justice were Joseph Mengele, the notorious camp doctor responsible for experimenting on prisoners, dubbed the Angel of Death, and Adolf Eichmann, who was tasked with the murder of 6 million people in Germany's gas chambers. What Liliana didn't know yet was the stories of these 2 fugitives were intertwined with her own family. Just in that moment, the first time your father said, well, actually, we're German, can you remember how you felt?
Yo quería conocer respecto a mis raíces. Cuando mi padre nos cuenta a mis hermanos y a mí.
Yes, of course, I felt very curious. I wanted to know more about my history. And when I found out I was German, I always felt there was something there. And my brother, too. He immediately after he found out requested the citizenship, and he received from the embassy an envelope, and inside the envelope there was 2 birth certificates.
2 birth certificates. One that expected, which belonged to their grandfather, but the other was a mystery. It belonged to his brother, Lothar Herman. At the embassy, Clark handed over a folder
with all the information about Lothar Herman, but it was all in German, so he was trying to read, but he couldn't understand. And then 10 minutes later, the same employee comes back and says, I'm sorry, this is all confidential. You shouldn't be reading this. The questions, that's when they really begin for me. I want to know, who is this person that has a big folder in the embassy and is all undercover?
Empiezo a preguntar, ¿quién fue Lothar Herman?
Liliana had found a new branch of her family tree. Who was her great uncle Lothar Herman? By now, in her mid-20s and running a business, Liliana dedicated any spare time to finding out. At that point, what did you know about Lothar Herman?
La realidad que no. No, recién ahí pude
I knew nothing
conversar.
about him. I didn't know he existed. Questions started to really appear, like, I need to know about this person. And so I found an article from 1961 that was archived.
The article said that authorities in Argentina had arrested Lothar Hermann, suspected of being Joseph Mengele, the Nazi death camp doctor, in disguise. How could that be? Lothar was released, but that wasn't the end of the story.
All right, I was able to fill out a Department of Homeland Security customer satisfaction survey where I threw my SOS in at
But then I
5:10
also
p.m.
found out in this article that it was about gravestones, that they were in poor condition or not respected. And there was a photo of Lothar Hermann. And he said, how come a person that did so much for justice has the afterlife in these conditions? And that's when my lights got on and I was asking questions. We're like, who is this person? What side of the justice was he on? Was he a good guy? Was he a bad guy? I need to know more.
Ahí se me prendieron las luces.
It would take Liliana 2 whole decades to piece together the real story of her great uncle, Lothar Hermann. There's so many questions there, and it's about your family, but it also taps into a broader history because we're talking about the history of Germany, we're talking about the Holocaust. And I want to know at that point, how much did you know about what had happened in that period? How much did you know about that history?
La realidad que tuve que aprender porque no conocía mucho. La realidad que
The truth is I had to learn. I didn't have the tools, the information, the research. I had to start researching myself and I had to learn and I had to go in this new path. And throughout the period of researching and finding and looking for, that's when I started educating myself.
fui conociendo un poco todo, ¿no? Eran una familia muy numerosa de Kirchbach, de Westerwald. Yo pude conocer.
He was born in a really big family in a very small town that I actually got to see in 2021. He was number 3 of 11 brothers. And they had this big farm, and he studied to become an accountant. But then when the war was getting closer, due to the restrictions and the new laws, they were quite afraid of what was going to happen to them. So he tried to cross the border with his brother. They discovered him in the border, and that's when they put him in jail. What they were afraid of started to happen. They started taking away their properties, their monies. They started putting a lot of restrictions, really persecuted them. And then suddenly this big family surrounded by love, it all became everyone for themselves and trying to save their own lives. And then Lothar he actually goes to a camp. He's a survivor from an extermination camp where he was doing manual labor and he was being tortured daily. And that's where he loses one eye. And then later, after a couple of years, he becomes fully blind because of what he was suffering. Their whole family was sent to a different camp where they were doing manual labor, and then they were later exterminated. They all died.
It was a lot for 25-year-old Liliana to process. She began to understand why, as a child, she felt her father was keeping something from her.
The truth is that it hurts. It hurts starting to find out that your whole family were treated this way. They were deported to a camp that it was an exterminating camp, where they all died. And it hurts knowing that your family was also treated this way and that they're all dead. There's no one left.
She found that Lothar had escaped Dachau, the concentration camp. He later managed to get out of Germany altogether, first traveling to the Netherlands where he met his wife, and from there a boat to Argentina where the couple settled and had a daughter, they named Sylvia.
And then later they moved to Olivos in Buenos Aires, and that's when the story connects a little bit more. He started working with the German embassy and he was dealing with people's pensions and trying to deal with also people that migrated. to Argentina. And in 1950s, that's when the migrations of the Nazis started. And one of the main places that the Nazis arrived to was Vicente Lopez, which is, for people that don't know, incredibly close. We're talking blocks away from Olivos. And without him knowing, he was living blocks away with the person that organized the trains where his family went into a camp. They were his actual neighbors.
By 1952, Nazi SS Colonel Adolf Eichmann had secretly come to Argentina. It was Eichmann who implemented Hitler's plan for the mass slaughter of Jewish people in Europe. In sickening
Unit 207 is attempting to block my contacting the FBI again. Not sure what happened because they used their partitions and whatnot. But that's what's currently going on, and that's why the podcast we were just listening to went silent. A man upstairs and a woman upstairs said, "Are you ready?" And then all of a sudden the podcast went off. And I'm in the middle of attempting to once again send the SOS to the FBI. Like I've been instructed to do, you dumb fucks.
Or didn't care enough to bring Eichmann to justice. So Lothar wrote to a public prosecutor in Germany called Fritz Bauer.
And tells him who these criminals were, where exactly they were living and what they were doing, what were their friends. Fritz Bauer doesn't trust the German authorities because the truth is they were still Nazis or Nazi supporters in government. And so he contacts the Israeli security service, Mossad, but the Israeli government at that time had no interest. The media story that was written about the Eichmann case was very closed. It was a very tight story that the media was pushing to tell. But when we started finding out about Lothar Hermann, it was something that put holes in that story. And the doubt is that's the thing that started everything. It was us trying to find the truth. And then I started finding out first and foremost that Lothar was a hero to many people here because it was through him that many survivors felt free and comfortable to speak up and tell their truth and what happened to them. That's what really broke the case open for me, is finding out who was the real hero.
For Lothar, years passed without any news, and Eichmann continued to live and work with impunity in the suburb of Buenos Aires. Then, in 1959, someone took notice.
My auntie Sylvia used to read every newspaper article or anything every day to read the newspapers to him. And there was in the German newspaper, but in Argentina, was this article from the Mossad that was looking for any sort of tip from any Nazi criminals, anyone that knew anything, no matter how insignificant it was, that they can share that information. And that's when he contacted them, and that's when he started everything again.
We got another domestic terrorist upstairs. Won't let me submit the complaint to the FBI.
Bauer, armed with Lothar's
No SOS is being sent in any way, shape, or form. This time, though, it was two women upstairs that said, "See, they were smug because they used Google Tag Manager."
They see him close to his home, bundled him into
You're going to prison for the rest of your lives. Every attempt to prevent me from sending an SOS to the sheriffs in the FBI will be used in your prosecution. To be clear, neighbors, the only crime that I reported to the FBI these idiots haven't made actionable is my murder, to be deemed a suicide after an Everett Police Department officer breaks down my door, then shoots me in the head. You're dumb as fuck, and you're going to prison.
Sylvia and Lothar's contribution had helped Eichmann to justice, but instead of getting an official credit,
Happy Moan Day, you stupid sacks of shit.
Right when the trial is about to begin, his name is suddenly in people's mouths, but he was being completely deleted from.
If you can hear me, neighbors, please contact the sheriffs or the FBI because these sacks of shit's only remaining felony to be made actionable after my police report and FBI report of 2017 is indeed my murder.
Nazi doctor.
Don't get charged for aiding and abetting in that too.
In the Holocaust at the hands of the Nazis. This was the most hideous of accusations.
And my uncle kicks him out of his house. So, no, of course I'm not. You know who I am. What are you doing? And he said on his way out, he told him, this is who we are. This is our newspaper. This is our amount of readers. This is the impact that we have internationally. And I think you need to stop trying to show up in history as who you are and what you've done.
And if you think I'm joking or bluffing,
and we can bury you.
Well, you'll have decades behind bars to realize I don't fucking bluff, you dumb sacks of shit.
My uncle gets arrested by the police because they believe it was Mengele. That's when the fingerprints issue happened. They were like, they're not Mengele. But many people continue to believe that he was, and he was in hiding. So some neighbors were helping him. They had this whole system with doorbells to try to help him hide or go to a different location to be secure because he was being constantly investigated. There were cars that they were passing around his house, threatening him, saying different things. It was a whole persecution. In 1962, his wife dies and he's practically alone because they sent their daughter Sylvia to the United States in 1958 to save her. So when his wife dies, he's alone.
What happened towards the end of your great uncle's life? Was there any semblance of justice?
The truth is that he suffered his whole life. He had been persecuted so much that actually we did find out through letters and archives and files that we found in his home that the survivors actually knew who he was, even though the authorities were trying to bury him and put him aside. The survivors did know who he was, and they crowdfunded a lot of money. They between them, they got all this money because they wanted to honor him, to properly honor him and give him a little bit of the recognition that he deserved. But by that time, he was so hurt and he had so much anger. And he was also very, very sick. You know, he had a terminal disease. And he felt so betrayed and alone that he actually didn't accept it. And his last days, he bought himself a space, a parcel in the municipal cemetery and not in the Jewish cemetery. He didn't want to be with everyone that had persecuted him.
Did he feel disconnected from the community then?
I don't think he felt disconnected. I think he felt betrayed. And he would say that his community actually was the German community and not the Jewish community. He stopped practicing any sort of religion because he really felt betrayed and hurt. There was too many things wrapped up in there. And Sylvia, my auntie Sylvia used to tell me he was a hero, but he didn't die like one.
Liliana, can we take this back to your family in terms of you knowing who your great uncle was, having to share? I imagine you shared this information with your father. Were there connections made then between, for example, your father and Sylvia? Conversations that otherwise never would have happened.
Tuve la oportunidad de hablar varias veces con mi tía, con Silvia.
Due to this research, I was actually able to connect with I call her Auntie Sylvia, where she told me the truth and she told me her side and how she lived it from the inside. She told me the persecutions that my uncle went through, that he was a hero, but he was treated like a criminal. She was sent to the United States when she was really young, actually, and she was supposed to be met at the airport by her uncle, but there was so much fear and so much stigma around it that actually her uncle never showed up. She waited at the airport for a really, really long time, like days, and then her auntie Elsa arrived and picked her up. And then she was actually raised by her because she was never brought back to Argentina, but she did remain in touch, stayed in touch with her dad, and through letters, he was telling her everything that was happening. But something beautiful that happened after all of this is that my dad, my father, was able to connect with his first cousin, my auntie Sylvia, And I was present the first time that they talked on the phone, and it was so beautiful how even though they had never met each other, they had never heard of each other, they started talking, and it seemed like they grew up together, that they played together as kids. It was this connection stronger than any of us thought of possible, and it was the most beautiful thing.
I'm so glad there was those elements of reconnection and you discovering this entire personal history of your family. But there's so many huge questions here about why, for example, Nazis were given safe haven in Argentina or in other parts of the world. There's so many questions about the sense of injustice that your great uncle had to fight for. There's so many questions about why this stuff went on, and I just wonder, how did that affect you? Because when you began this mission, you were in your mid-20s, you know, a young person who then dedicated so many hours, so much of their life to this. So I want to know, how has that affected you? How has it changed you?
Fuerte, te cambia porque no sos solo vos ahora. Cuando tenés hijos también le querés transmitir.
It changes you. It changes you because as you grow up, yes, I started when I was 25, but then it wasn't just about me, right? When you have children, you want to leave them something. You want to leave them their history, their past. But it's not just about your children, it's about the world. And you want to put things to right. You want to leave the history better than what you found it. You want it to be clear and just and right for everyone to see. But the truth is, there was a lot of pain, there was a lot of hurt. So it does change you. But it's the right thing to do.
When you were speaking there, I could see on your face that there was a sense of this taking a toll because it's taken up so much of your time. It's taken decades of your life.
Sobre todo cuando la historia es tan fuerte, tan fuerte.
At the beginning, it was really hard. I cried over and over and over because it was one thing after another. Suddenly you get this huge genealogical tree and you see all these people, and then you get the trains that they took, and then you see the routes where they started, where they went in the route and where they ended up, and then you see what they had to do and the things that they had to endure, and then you receive the death certificates of them, and you grieve your life that you never had. But then something happens and that is by the time that Ariel joined me and we did this together, like it suddenly becomes part of you. It becomes your own flesh. You feel it if it's your story. And together we found strength from places that we didn't even know we had it. We had that strength because we knew there was something bigger. We knew we had to bring this to justice, and through this it just becomes you, and it becomes part of you, and then you start knowing the people as if you met them in real life, through letters, through people's testimonies, and it just became part of our history. So even though it was really hard, it was like I had to do it. I had no other choice.
I want to know what you want the legacy of what you found out, what you discovered, you speaking to me today, you publicizing this. What would you like the legacy of that to be?
We really thought about this, actually. It was hard for us to think, what is the end goal, right? And well, the truth is, it's about the new generations, right? And it was to connect with them and for them to connect with the roots and who they are. Like Argentina is a country that is formed by migrants, and we all have the right to know who we are, to know our history, our past, to know the truth, and to bring that stuff to the light, that it doesn't need to be hidden. That's why we had the Foundation Lothar Herman. And that is a place where everyone, all young people, can come and look for their history. They have the right to know who their grandmother was, their grandfather, or their great-grandfather. Not just connect with their personal history, but also connect with the history, the past of their community, right? I connect with the Holocaust history. Because when we started, everyone was telling us you're going to get nowhere, because there's no point, what do you want to achieve with these? You're going to find nothing. And look at us now. We changed 50 years of history, of world history. And everyone can do that. And we want to open that space for everyone to find out who we are. That's why we can announce this now. We are working with the different schools and the Ministry of Education, and as well with INCA, which is the Institution of National Cinema in Argentina, to create a program with schools that they can start researching and finding out about themselves and their roots. Because the truth is that Lothar created a before and after. There was a before Lothar and there was an after Lothar, because he, by bringing everything, the truth to the table, the truth to the light, people started talking about the Holocaust and what happened. Before that, nobody talked about it. It was hidden.
I know a few years ago there was a meeting. So you met the son of Eichmann, you met Ricardo. A meeting like that would have there was so much history walking into the room. And both of you, I imagine, have preconceptions about the other person's perspective, perhaps. And I imagine both of you also want to have an open dialogue. Tell me about that meeting. How did it come about? And what was it like in being in the room and speaking to Eichmann's son?
Bueno, con Ricardo nos reunimos en Berlín en el 2021. La realidad es que nosotros veníamos hablando por correo electrónico ya hace 10 años.
It was actually a really beautiful and intense but beautiful meeting, because he's actually a beautiful person, a lovely person. And I believe that the children don't have to carry the blame for what their parents have done. And we met in Berlin in 2021. But actually we had been talking in dialogue for 10 years already via email, because there was suddenly one day I woke up and I just had this feeling that I had to hear the other side. There was something telling me inside of me, I need to find out more. So that's when I wrote to him. And we started this conversation online that lasted 10 years. And that he would write me these big emails, I would ask questions, and he would answer as truthfully as he could. And it was something that was really hard for him as well, because of his ideology, he had stopped talking with all his siblings and his family. He was excluded. And when we met, it was in a hotel. I was accompanied by my translator, and he came with his wife, and he hugged me. And it was beautiful. He congratulated me. It was really emotional, actually. And we even talked a little bit in Spanish. And it was pure in a way, because he already knew the ins and outs of everything, because he had been following everything that I've been doing in the media. And he knew everything by the emails as well, because he would also ask me and I would be honest with him. But this was just us meeting as human beings. And it was beautiful and intense, but also it brought a lot of closure for me.
Creo que los hijos no tienen la culpa, ¿no? De lo que hacen los padres.
Liliana's research brought her great uncle's role in history out of the darkness. Lothar had lost his sight and almost his entire family in the Holocaust. But this man, living quietly off his pension, had been pivotal in bringing a war criminal to justice. More recently, there's been some recognition for the family, a letter of thanks from Israel's foreign ministry for Lothar's persistence and bravery. And now his grave in Coronel Suarez, the place he spent the last years of his life, has been declared part of the city's heritage. Liliana, it's a welcome acknowledgement. When you embarked on this path, when you were in your 20s, and then you began pouring your time into this and investing more and more and more time, I understand the drive to just want to know what happened and just want to get as much information as you can. I want to know how the people around you responded So I'm talking about your family. I'm talking about your father. I'm talking about the people that care about you. You know, were they worried about you? Were they worried that this became your obsession?
No sé si pensaron que estaba obsesionada. La realidad es que no.
I don't know. I've never thought about it that way. I don't really think that. I don't think they thought that, or maybe they did. But I'm a person that doesn't really care how I come across to other people and how I'm perceived and what people think of me. I believe that each person has to follow their heart and go after what they believed, and that was my reality and what I had to do. And you know, I feel like everyone should be that way. They shouldn't be caring about how they're perceived or what other people think of them. They need to go and find their truth.
No es lo mío. Yo voy a donde mi corazón me manda.
My thanks to Liliana Herman for sharing her story. Perhaps you've got a story the world needs to hear. If so, please do get in touch. You can WhatsApp us or you can send an email. The details are in the show notes. Today's producers were Edgar Madicott and Zoe Gelber, and our editor is Muna Zakon. I'm Mubin Azar. Until next time, take care.
I was in the house the day my father was arrested. I came down to find the house all locked up and policemen with weapons. My family were being held hostage. I saw the weapons and I asked where my father was.
Aí imediatamente eu descobri que tinha alguma coisa errada porque
Me and my siblings knew there was something very, very wrong. Then they took my mother, Eunice, and my older sister, Eliana, and locked the rest of us in the house. I was just 11.
Marcelo vividly remembers the day in 1971 when armed men came and took his father away. Brazil was under a military dictatorship. Marcelo's father was an opponent and was killed for it. His mother survived, but was left to raise 5 children single-handedly, at the same time becoming a thorn in the side of the regime by campaigning for justice for her husband and for all Brazilians victimized by the state. Marcelo's telling of the family story has been made into an Oscar-winning film that has shaken Brazil and rekindled a national debate about the past and the present. I'm Jo Fidgen, and this is Lives Less Ordinary from the BBC World Service.
Now it seems like a pertinent time to remind you jackasses that are going to prison for the rest of your life that are actively aiding and abetting in my murder.
Marcelo Rubens Paiva.
There are
is a
instructions
writer,
I'm not
a
authorized to relay, but let me tell you
he's
this
very
much.
used to giving interviews.
I'm going to get a lot louder in the days ahead.
5, 4, 3.
What does that mean?
2, 1.
Well,
Lift
tomorrow I'm going to step
I
outside
spoke to
and
him
start
through an
screaming what
interpreter
you've just heard
about
me yell.
His mother, Eunice, and
Repeatedly.
his father, Rubens, whose disappearance
Every
was
few
both a
hours.
family tragedy and international
I would literally
news.
walk door to door and knock on all of my neighbors' doors, but we all know that you cut off the
My
internet
father was a very
the last time I
joyful
tried
and
to go to
funny
the mailbox.
He had a lot of friends.
So I'm going to do it from right there while I'm running a YouTube live stream. Screaming for anyone and everyone that can hear me every few hours to contact the sheriffs because the Everett Police Department has perpetrated every felony reported as being threatened by them in 2017 except for my murder, and that they're actively attempting to break down my door and shoot me in the head with no video and audio footage. Your time is up, you dumb fucks.
There was a very special episode in my father's life. In 1947.
And whistleblowers, if
my
you didn't
grandfather,
pass on
who was
those
a broker,
SOSs to the
sent
same
my
people they
father
were
and
intended
siblings
for,
to spend a year in
you're
Europe.
not getting paid
One
if
of
you're
them to look
going
for
to
business
prison.
opportunities. They spent time
So
in
excuse
France,
yourself to go to
Germany,
the
and
potty or the
Switzerland.
powder room.
impressionado.
My father was really affected by the destruction caused by the Second World War and the impact on people's lives. That changed how he viewed the world.
Passou a fazer movimento estudantil, passou a fazer política.
When my father returned to Brazil, he joined the student political movement.
And became a congressman in Brazil's then leftist government, aged just 33. 2 years later, in 1964, his political career was cut short by the coup that brought the military to power. Political parties were banned, the media was censored, and political opponents were murdered in their hundreds, imprisoned in their thousands. Rubens Paiva
And
went
if you
into
want me to,
exile
I'll
in
even
France
start
to
yelling,
avoid being
like
arrested,
Kashana,
but chose to
like
return a few years
John,
later,
like.
in
Would you like
1970.
that?
He wasn't
Huh?
allowed to run for office
Huh?
and instead
Huh?
worked as an engineer.
This is
But
chess,
he kept
not
on
checkers.
fighting for a better Brazil. There is actually a neighborhood in Brazil designed by him.
Vila Rubens Paiva, que é
It's called Vila Rubens Paiva. They now have even an underground station with his name.
Rubens Paiva.
In fact, Kashana, John, would you like me to add your
He
names
never
to the
lost his
sign?
happiness. One of my sisters used to say that you could find my father in a dark room just by the sound of his laughter.
A risada que todo mundo ria da risada dele.
Marcelo was the only boy in the family with 4 sisters. Their father was taken away when Marcelo was 11, but he's brought him back to life in a way.
I'd rather
Eyes
write
to
your
Fear,
astrological
a movie of which has
signs.
just won
An
Best Foreign
Aries,
Film
a
at the
Gemini,
Oscars.
a
The actor who
Cancer,
played
a
Rubens has
Scorpio,
acted
a Leo,
perfectly,
you know.
according to Marcelo.
He was exactly like my father.
Okay.
It's amazing. He was like we were in my father again. You know, he's crazy.
How did he meet your mother?
I told you I know a
Well,
lot
they were
more,
students.
but I'm so courteous.
They went to the same
So
university
courteous.
and they were introduced by a friend.
So courteous.
My father was studying engineering and my mother Portuguese. She wanted to be a teacher. They were each other's first love and they were soon married.
Primeiro namoro, e se casaram. E
They had a deep and beautiful story together.
And made a beautiful home together.
sim, a casa, apesar de
Yes, our house was beautiful. It was situated in Leblon. It's a Rio de Janeiro neighborhood that at the time was quite poor.
I'm not going to
Lower
put
middle
those
class.
names on blast for one reason and one reason only.
It's set between two
I don't know who
favelas.
blew the whistle
It was right by the beach.
and
My
is
father
actually a
fell in love with it.
whistleblower.
He came from Santos, a seaside town. So for him, the
Except
house
for a
was
handful
real
of
fun.
individuals.
It became a place for all friends to converge.
e que todos os amigos frequentavam.
People would always stop by, sometimes just to drop their stuff and go for a swim.
Os seus pertences e ir para a praia.
Or to dance and listen to music from around the world, including songs that had been banned by the regime. Censorship was forgotten or resisted there, but nothing escaped the notice of the military authorities. Ever since Rubens Paiva had returned to Brazil with his family, he had been watched. Were you home the day that the armed men came to take your father away?
Eu estava em casa, eu estava no.
I was in the house the day my father was arrested.
Não me lembro o que eu estava fazendo.
I don't remember what I was doing, just that I was upstairs in my room. I came down to find the house all locked up and policemen with weapons.
Com armas.
My family were being held hostage.
E
I asked my mom what was going on. And she said, "Oh, it's pest control."
E eu cheguei a perguntar para minha mãe o que era aquilo. Ela falou na hora que era.
I have no idea where she came up with this particular explanation.
Eu não entendi por que ela falou isso, mas que ela não queria que os apostassem.
I was only young, but I knew straight away what was happening. I saw the weapons, and I asked where my father was.
Entendi imediatamente o que estava acontecendo e perguntei onde estava meu pai.
I picture you.
Só que era feriado.
I was told he had gone to work. It was January 20th, which is a holiday in Rio de Janeiro. So he couldn't have.
Ele não trabalharia naquele dia.
Me and my siblings knew there was something very, very wrong.
Eu sabia que meu pai era uma pessoa perseguida por Deus.
Yeah, since 1964,
Knock, knock. Who's there?
I like what you're about to get into. A knock, knock. That's great.
So I think I got a lot of good stuff. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I think bar-wise, you right up there with some of the legends. You know what I mean? So if you want to talk more about basketball, I can say you could afford to talk more about basketball.
Start it.
Okay. You okay?
Excuse me. Yeah, protein shake.
Hey, check well.
I play every Tuesday night. I play every Friday night. I play every Saturday afternoon. And then other times too, I am phenomenal. I got big balls. I got a cool guy haircut. You know what I'm gonna do? Watch this. Yo. I ain't rich. Psych. What? My jump shot's worth $1 million. Hold on. I want to rhyme something with psych or bucks. Sucks, gotcha. My jump shot sucks. Psych. That's like saying I ain't got $1 million.
I got $1 million.
I got $1 million nuts. Got $1 million gives a fuck. You ain't passed the ball enough.
Eat my butt.
You ain't checked the ball out.
Eat my butt.
You shoot from too far.
Eat my butt.
But you make it every time. No shit, slut. I'm the fucking since I was a young teen, everybody was mean. Nobody liked me. Was never picked on the team. Then I grew 6 inches. I turned 16. Started dunking kinda. I'm the best. People still didn't invite me to places, but it didn't matter because I didn't have braces. Couple guys I knew that had braces. Nerds.
Listen. I love everything you're doing, man. But we don't gotta go so far down memory lane with the soft shit. You know?
All right, I'll go hard again. Here it goes. Here's the truth. I don't know. Check the ball. Let's go. Pass it in. Give it back. 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 Get me the ball.
Dunked it.
Get me the ball.
Dunked it.
Pass me the rock. Dunked it. Pass me the cock. Dunked it. Dunked it. Man.
Shout out to codenames LeBron, Kobe, and Michael.
For her.
If any of them
Never
are
missed a
upstairs.
shot, never even got blocked. Got a big ass cock. Yeah. You ain't passed the ball enough.
Eat our butts.
You ain't checked the ball out.
Eat our butts.
You shoot from too far.
Eat our butts.
But you make it every time. No shit, slut. I'm the fucking man. Ball is life. Ball is my wife. How I hesitate with no pain, with no strife. Just give me the rock. It's my therapy. Give me the hezzy, then I'll pop a 3. Bitch. I'm the man, motherfucker. I win trophies. You a stand-ass sucker. I got a big-ass dick. I grab titties, and I fuck bitches' clips. I don't know. I feel like we got enough. I am phenomenal. Yeah, I think we got it, right?
I think we got it. I mean, there's some gems in there, and I can make it work for sure.
Good. That's it.
Eat my asshole!
Eat my asshole! I'm phenomenal. Eat my asshole. I'm phenomenal. I'm the fucking best in the land. Eat my asshole. Eat my motherfucking big black asshole. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to spray that.
It's beautiful because they're all black.
Really?
Yeah. We need more of that. We need everybody.
Diversity in the duck world.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm sick of seeing these swans, bro. You know what I'm saying? These rich, long neck mother. Bro.
No, we have geese too.
But I'm just saying, we need some bangers in there, dog.
Yeah.
You know, we need some dark ducks in this.
Yeah.
Bring up a couple of black ducks, man. I would love to see those right now. Because I'm used to seeing mallards, I've seen for sure. But I've never seen some really good darker ducks. So that's a beautiful one right there. Western black.
That's an all black duck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But mine are, that's Mallard Luther King right there, bro. That thing dark as hell, dude. Sorry, bro. You want to make a great black guy. Mallard Luther, that could be his name. It's beautiful because they're all black. You know?
really?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Mallard Luther King. Oh, too bad I don't have a duck whistle, guys. Too bad I don't. Little duck call. Duck call. Duck call. Duck call. Duck call. Mallard Luther Black. That's the new name of every black duck. Here we go. Some duck calls.
Over the shoulder trick shots are hard. Saving money on car insurance shouldn't be.
I would like to learn about duck calls. I think we could all learn. So why don't you give me just a quick starter
Conan. We brought your very own duck call right there.
Listen, I'm going to
He's
teach
gonna
you
teach
how.
you how.
When you hear me call, you come back and do the same thing I do.
Okay, and are these mating calls? Are these? Is this the no between us? I mean, is this like the,
Look, 5 or 6
which
notes,
end? I have no idea.
Go in the big end.
Okay,
Look here, hold it like this.
hold it like this.
Yeah, like this.
Okay.
Now look, these fingers here, fine tuners.
Yeah, these are the fine
Look here.
tuners. Okay.
Say 10.
Huh?
Say 10 right now. T-E-N.
10.
How many times did your tongue hit the roof of your mouth? 10.
1, 10,
10.
10,
Count them.
10,
It's 10.
10,
How many times?
2.
Okay. There we go. I love you, Tom. I really do. Now look here. Look,
It was Harvard driving school. I heard you.
so look,
You know.
what you're going to do is basically say 10. Because
Okay.
look,
10.
pressure. So I'm going 5 times.
That was fantastic.
Say 10 5 times. Try. Ladies and gentlemen, we have operator problems. But you have to
Maybe my duck is a little different. Maybe I want to get the weird ducks.
Hey, I've been in LA for about 3 or 4 hours now. I just looked around. There's a whole lot different good stuff going on around here. You sort of
There's some
say,
weird ducks.
so look, a feed call.
That's a duck?
That's a duck. Feeding.
Oh,
My father was one of
it's sort of giggling in a microwave, you know?
In fact, my parents would always give shelter to people trying to lay low. They always had to crash in my room, which used to get me quite cross.
How long did the men stay in your house, the armed men?
They stayed there for 24 hours, each 4 hours.
Then they took my mother, Eunice, and my oldest sister, Eliana, and locked the rest of us in the house. I was just 11. My sister, Ana Lucia, was 13, and my other sister, Beatriz, 10.
Sending a comment on BBC with my SOS. Looks like I'll be able to send this. Oh, I guess not. I'm pushing continue and Unit 207's blocking it. Something went wrong. Please reload them and try again. All that went wrong is the individuals upstairs that are going to prison for conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, conspiring to perpetrate a murder, intimidating an FBI informant with murder, retaliating against an FBI informant with murder. It's 5:57 p.m. And we've got them using .metrics.net, ipcdn.ipsnmedia.net, and google.com, all to perpetrate that, as well as pretending to be the website I'm at, www.bbc.co.uk. As you can see, now the continue button's not even functioning at all.
Hello? Mrs. Jerome?
Mr. Gibbs,
Yes.
my husband went to meet you at the Gifford Arms. This is Mr. Gibbs.
I made it clear to your firm that there was no need for you to make the journey. You could have sent all the relevant documents to London. In any event, you'll find all the legal papers in here. Mr. Fisher tells me you're leaving today.
Not until I've taken care of all Mrs. Drabblow's paperwork.
All in there, as I said.
No, at the house. I'm told there's quite a substantial amount. I don't expect to be finished until Friday at least.
It's not possible. The Florence is fully booked for the week.
I shall have to contact my office.
And I know that sounds crazy, but I can't get enough of it. I smell it. It's true. Dolly, historically, the best perfumes in the world, they're all laced with something nasty.
Stop.
It is true. It's true. Irving loves them. Oh my God. Carmine.
Do you have a telephone?
Mr. Daly has a telephone, sir. We'll not find one in Griffin Gifford.
I'll send a telegram.
Post office is closed on Wednesday morning. The London train leaves in half an hour. My colleague Keckrick is waiting outside with your lunch. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kipps.
Mr. Keckrick, change of plans. You're not catching the train. You'll take me to Eelmarsh House.
Jerome paid me to take you to the station.
Make it 6 and I'll think about it. 6 shillings?
I'll not find anyone else willing to take you there.
Time to save the universe again then, is it?
Absolutely.
We can be partners.
You might try to kill me.
I'm not going to kill you.
I said you'd try. This is where I stop to have fun. This is going to find Pandora's box. It's a weapon more powerful than you could ever imagine.
It's your destiny.
We're at the part where you're trying to murder me.
You're telling me when I switch to T-Mobile, you'll give me an iPhone 16 Pro, you'll help pay off my old phone, and I still get to keep it?
That's right. No trade-in.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
No!
Yes. Also at T-Mobile, you save at least 20% versus the other big guys.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma. Box of raisins, I don't know. A balloon. Banana peel.
It's the iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile, get a new iPhone 16 Pro on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your old phone up to $800.
Take whatever you want.
What a hotel,
right?
While blocking all my SOSs, they were trying to utilize all of their same sites and shit already recorded. Clarity.ms,
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
Texas Instruments, DoubleClick.net, Google Tag, Bat Bing, Bing
I
Bat,
didn't check Trivago.
blah blah blah.
Check Trivago to
Case
compare
blah
prices
blah
and save
blah
up to
blah blah.
40%. Hotel.
What if they should all say the
Trivago.
same thing? We're child abusing, stalking, thieving fraudsters, and we deserve to be fucked in the ass in a federal penitentiary.com.
They need to get it done. But if there's any one player, any one Indiana Pacer who should be feeling the praise,
We're currently attemptedmurderers.com.
Pascal Siakam.
In
was
fact,
their leading
rename them
scorer
and
during
try
the
again, and I'll let that shit
Pascal
through.
Siakam was the Eastern Conference Finals.
I just erased them all right now when you were trying while I was watching the movie because you didn't let the SOS messages go out once again.
Halliburton is +7.
But
and
I'll let
the
you know a little
reason that
secret.
The series is 1-1 because
The
he hit
Department of
the game-winning
Homeland
shot.
Security got my survey, baby. How do I know? Because it was in the cipher, you dumb fuck. You know what else was in the cipher? There's someone upstairs at this very moment in time that's very good friends with the Bureau. And I'm gonna go with the guy with the big cock. Is it the guy with the big cock? Back away, dumbasses. You already know it's what it's always been. Let them plant their criminal cookies. You let them do it. Let them do it. Go ahead. Do it again. I won't stop you.
There you are.
Just hurry the fuck up. Hurry the fuck up. Cowardly selves. None of you could be a samurai. You deserve the guillotine.
You picked me up at 3.
Chop off your hands, not your head. Keep you alive. No more fingertips for you.
We'll get out again by 5. I'll come back for you then.
Hi then.
Hello?
And you might be wondering, did the FBI approve you going outside and screaming at the top of your lungs what you yelled already? They told me to send SOS messages any way that I could and to get creative. I feel my voice carries. I feel like enough people have heard me. If I heard me, I would have contacted the sheriff in the bureau. And then I would be spying on you through my blinds.
Who's that?
Or to put it another way, the bureau won't hire me because of my big fucking mouth and the fact that I'm a recreational marijuana user, something that's already been adjudicated on numerous times. Something you've prevented for over 3 months just to torture me. Something the men upstairs used to masturbate to the idea of taking away from me marijuana for the 3+ years some of them have been stalking me. While you've been getting paid by an employer that's going to put you in prison. Anyway, that being said,
Prepare for a shopping
It's a
experience
creative,
that's
out-of-the-box
out
way,
of the official
and
Star
it's
Trek
efficient.
shop.
Is it not? It's very efficient. Me and my YouTube live
Check
stream.
out exclusive products from your favorite Star Trek series.
Like a rooster.
Shop our premium crew uniform t-shirts, official hats, and personalized drinkware. Live long and prosper with 20% off using code TV20 at
But the
checkout.
reality is,
Restrictions apply.
I'm under
Hey,
the
Christian
impression your
besties,
cowardly
yeah,
asses
another
aren't going to
toothpaste
be
that does not
breaking down the
work.
fucking door at all to
This
murder
one
me like was the
Something
plan.
for us?
Because the reality is, there's a lot of fucking
You
whistleblowers.
need to try Crestbridge UI Deep Stain
And
Remover.
also, the week of
Innocent
June
toothpaste
20th
starts at the
is in
top.
4 fucking
Crest
days.
goes deeper to dissolve
A week
bonds
the
that hold
FBI has
stains
been
to
talking
teeth,
about
lifting them away.
since August or September
whiter
of
teeth in one
2024.
day.
Success. Crest.
In the meantime, though, I feel like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, like you've poisoned me and the antidote is rolling around on the floor and this crazy fucking bitch is yelling at me to save her while people are kicking the antidote here, there, and everywhere.
It's empty.
And I got a
It's not.
cute little Asian kid named
I saw the
Godzilla
window.
waiting for me to hop out the fucking window so he can drive me away. Only to think we've been safe and then board a
Excuse me,
plane
one
and find
moment.
the same fucking assholes who tried to kill me are on the plane trying to take it down. And then finally, we land on a raft and float down a rapid river and begin a new adventure.
Sir, my sister
That's what it
needs
feels
help.
like. Feels very much Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom.
What's your name, darling?
My name is Victoria Hardy.
What happened, Victoria?
And
Something
I'm
bad
dealing with the
happened?
murderous
Some lies.
thieves at
Our
present.
mum was out.
Lie. Oh, God. Constable!
Is she going to die?
Constable!
Although, quite frankly, it's an insult to the good Asians out there. The good Asians, not the bad Asians. You got a bad Asian on your team. I'm talking about the good Asians.
Constable!
Who's the bad Asian? One of the cunts. You already know that, people. You ruined the movie, too. I don't even know what the fuck is going on now. Shit. Yeah, guys, I'm getting on YouTube. Come hack away now. Don't worry, I won't erase your criminal evidence. Yeah, look, they're already on here. Implant the cookies and set up the sink. Implant the cookies and set up the sink. Remember the FBI's code on your unit before you kidnapped my kids or illegally detained me. They are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. Not nearly. Ralphie May, the safety safe. Too bad Ralphie May
It's not
died.
easy
I think he
being the
gives
one everyone
excellent
counts on to
advice.
keep your operation running. That's why at Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're gonna do some acid, though, here's a couple of tips. These will help you out, make the ride better for you. Number one, have no phobias. If you're afraid of something, it'll try and kill you during an acid trip. That's for real. Yeah. If you're afraid of the water, a glass of water will become a tsunami, or a messed up Starburst commercial messes you up.
Where the Kool-Aid guy will hop through the wall.
Some big fruit coming through. A buddy of mine, he's afraid of heights. He's like, dude, we're gonna do acid. I'm like, you ain't. No. Because you're afraid of heights. He's like, big deal, dude. It's a single level house. What could go wrong? Okay, I'll play this game. What could
go wrong? At
Yes,
any
because
point
it's
in your house, is
anywhere
there
in
a
your house
change
is
from
from
carpet to linoleum?
Yeah.
You haven't lived if you can't like think of a time in your life when you were 17 and this advice
Right in the
could have
kitchen,
applied.
huh? That's what I thought. Okay, you're gonna be about 2 hours into your acid trip, and you're gonna get a thirst about you, like you do. You understand? And you're gonna remember you got some good ass orange drink in the refrigerator, and it's got superpowers, and you want to fight crime. So you're gonna go stumbling in there, and everything's cool. You look down the linoleum floor, and it looks like it's all about now 9,000 feet below you, and you're not in your house or your kitchen. You're stuck on the side of a mountain, and so you're hanging out to the cabinet, almost ripping the damn door off, thinking it's the side of a cliff, going, "Help! Help!" And I got to go there with an extension cord and tie it to your belt and bring you back to the sofa. No, you are not doing acid. That leads us to number 2. Always have a good buddy. Oh, yeah. Use the buddy system when you do acid. Don't ever do this one by yourself. Danger, danger. No, Because trust me, an acid trip that's really good can go bad like that. Okay, it is quick. I mean, a friend of mine, he was coming to the house and he thought the big house plant in the corner was a monster and was trying to eat him, going, "Feed me, Seymour, feed me." All right? And if I hadn't been there to wrap him in a blanket and explain how monsters can't penetrate blankets, who knows what would have happened? I got him back to his safety safe. I made sure everything was okay. Always have a safety safe. The sofa is a safety safe. Nothing bad can happen to you on the safety safe. Last but not least, moderation. Oh, yeah. Little devil do you with these drugs, kids. For the fatties in the audience, hey, they're not weight dependent, are they, brothers? Nuh-uh. No, they're not. Just because you weigh a little more don't mean you need a little more, all right? Little devil do you. Do not do what I did. First time I did acid, I did 5 hits. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much, dude. Too much. I tripped balls for 46 hours straight. It wasn't even fun after hour 10. I didn't want to do it no more. I'm like, let me off the ride, man. Let me off. Jack. It's a big ass roller coaster. And you're only on the first loop, bitch. You got 36 more hours this roller coaster.
It's a big ass roller coaster, and you're only on the first
good, y'all.
bitch.
For 7 hours, I was afraid of the TV. Swear to God, TV wasn't even on. I was just afraid of the little fat man sitting inside the TV pointing back at me. I'm like, dude.
There's a little fat man in there.
Dude, did you unplug the TV? This is weird because this fat guy's on every channel, man. It looks like he's talking. Look. Hello, little fat man on the TV. How you doing? Talk to me. Ooh, tell me where your gold is.
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian, National Merit Scholar, and he's president of the debate team. He's got a 4.4 weighted GPA and a near perfect score on the SAT. Most people would think if anyone...
One time, I mean, we were plastered, right? And Billy Wayne asked a really philosophical question. I mean, it was like the most unique, thought-provoking question he's ever asked. And it was like, dude. Yeah, bro. Dude. What?
What?
Dude,
Dude,
don't
what?
rush me, man. Don't rush me. Okay, what is it, Billy Wayne? Dude, if you could smoke weed with anybody throughout the history of the world, who would it be, dude? Whoa, that's a good ass question. The question was so good it almost made me sober. I'm like, damn. You think like Snoop or Willie Nelson? Those are great choices. Smoked both of them. It's awesome. Then you think if I could go anywhere in time, Bob Marley, but the room would be crowded. Time the blunt got to you, it'd be all wet and lippy. Yeah. You know? So I took it old school. I thought about it for a while and I said, Jesus Christ. I know. Over here in the Bible that you're like, I ain't laughing at this one. You ain't getting me laughing at this one, fatty. He ain't a very good Christian. Why? Because I want to hang out more with Jesus? I think that makes me a great Christian. Maybe one of the best Christians of all time, because I want to kick it more with Jesus. And some of y'all are like, well, he ain't from good people. Hey, don't even go there. My family's very religious. We're half Catholic. Okay? I can't believe people sit back there and go, yeah, why are you talking about that? That's horrible. First of all, you don't know. Jesus could have been smoking weed back in the day. You weren't there. You don't know. You don't simply know. Here's my evidence that says he might have been smoking weed. He was a carpenter. Who do you know that works construction don't smoke a little weed?
Shout out to the carpenters, right? Dude. I've never met one of them in my life.
Even
same with masons. Masons and carpenters.
Long hair, beard, sandals.
You can lay brick. You can hang drywall.
He hung out with 12 dudes with no visible means of support. Somebody was selling gram bags. That's what was going on. Don't pay me, pay Peter. I got the cure for your blindness. You heard me? Yeah. I think it'd be great to smoke weed with Jesus. Be tripping like, damn, Jesus, that's deep, dude. Man, you're tripping me out, man. And now, your daddy's who again? That's awesome, man. Hey, tell him nice job, bro. I like what he did with the place, and thank you for this one. Yeah, you made it. Yeah, that's a little loophole today's Christians don't get. Jesus, God made this one too, right, homie? Right. Oh, I'm sorry, pop up there. There you go. It's good weed, ain't it, Jesus? Yeah. I get him this Filipino kid named Edwin San Juan. You know
also, some of you might be wondering, well, if you're so afraid of being murdered and everything you're saying is true, why are you so loud?
You're tripping me out, man. I'm like, damn, man, I wouldn't be selling lots of
because
weed.
You're trying to murder me, cunts.
Hey, Jesus, on the real tip, though, dude.
Because if you're going to murder me, Godzilla's going to sign off on it. And I'm going to bet money that Godzilla's not going to sign off on it. Godzilla may sign off on you shooting me. But I'm going to go all in with Godzilla doesn't let me die, and you all go to prison.
Wouldn't his footprints in the beach been a little deeper?
Just like you have nothing to lose because you're looking at 35 to life already, many of whom aren't upstairs right now, but will get this fucking message. You have done enough to me that I have nothing to lose either. I've been waiting now for weeks for you to kick down the door and shoot me in the head, you dumb motherfuckers. Or if we want to be technical, for 8+ years.
Jesus, hook it up. Jesus, you did smoke the last of the weed.
So why am I so loud and cocky? Because I don't believe Godzilla's gonna let you kill me. But I do believe Godzilla will let you shoot me.
We heard about your water in the wine. How about some shaking the kind? How about that, Jesus?
And that is what's next.
Come on, Jesus. Jesus be reluctant to lay a miracle on you. It's Tuesday and there's no media coverage, but he's like, all right. And that little sad sack of stems and seeds becomes 2 pounds of the greenest, dankest, weed, sticky, just smelling like bubonic, skunky, looking like little sugar-coated Christmas trees. Yeah, Christmas trees, because that's how Jesus would roll. He cross-promote. And look at this big old pile of weed, the biggest pile of weed you've ever seen in your life. And you're like, Jesus, look at this weed. Man, we're going to make a gang of money on this weed. This is easy. 110, 120, and 8, homie. I ain't that. This is the stick. We'll tie it. Don't worry. I got it. We'll call it holy smoke. Won't blow it up. I know. I like the joke too. I can't laugh at it. I don't know.
This game, you're not ready for it.
I was at the airport the other day. I'm sick and tired of flying. I tell you what, airport security pisses me off. They got, you read about that paper, them two little toddlers couldn't get on an airplane because their name matched somebody on the no-fly list. Good Lord, they're 1 year old. You know, you can tell the difference between a terrorist and...
I made love to an older woman one time. They call them cougars now. Back then, I just called her Aunt Donna, to be honest with you. I had no idea what was going on, but that's...
I was at the airport the other day. I'm sick and tired of flying. I tell you what, airport security pisses me off. They got, you read about that paper, them two little toddlers couldn't get on an airplane because their name matched somebody on the no-fly list. Good Lord, they're 1 year old. You know, you can tell the difference between a terrorist and a toddler.
How?
On a terrorist, the diaper's going to be on the head. All right, last time.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are, and welcome to Midnight in the Desert, the program that covers every single time zone around the world, just like a blanket. We keep it warm at night. I guess we warm it up during the day over there too, right? Anyway, welcome to the program. We have two simple rules. No bad language and no using the restroom during the show. Now, the second rule is actually only one call per show. Those are just listener checks. All right, first thing I want to do tonight is correct my email. I said last night that you could email me ideas for tomorrow night's open lines session where anything goes. And I mean ideas about, you know, what special line we could have that would be really fun. Then I gave you the wrong email address, so let me correct that tonight. If you would like to email me a suggestion that you think would be fun to explore with people on the air, you know, just use as a special line. I mean, it's going to be open lines, right? But special lines are fun. The correct email is artbell@knye.com. That's Kilowatt Nancy Yokohama Easy. artbell@knye.com. Sorry about that. I'm sure a lot of you had bounced emails. All right. I do want to give a little news here because I'm afraid there is news. It's never good. Confronting insurmountable obstacles, he said. The majority leader, Kevin McCarthy, suddenly withdrew from the contest for Speaker of the U.S. House on Thursday, shocking everybody just before the vote and producing an ever deeper chaos for divided Congress. Said he, we need a new face. Now, people were looking at him in disbelief, and, nobody can know what happened on TV. I watch a lot of political type shows, right? And somebody would have handed him a slim 10 by 10, 10 by 11 manila envelope, and he would have opened it, his face would have blanched, and he would say, okay, I'm out. That'd be how it would happen on TV. I'm not saying that happened here. But there was shock. Russia continues to help us to death in Syria. Clashes intensified sharply on Thursday between Syrian troops and insurgents in central and northwestern Syria. Part of what a top general called a clearing operation near government strongholds on the coast. This is really getting serious. They fired 26 long-range missiles into Syria. Well, actually, 4 of them did not make it into Syria and exploded instead in Iran.
Shout out to the Art Bell guy.
Turkey is getting involved.
This guy
Now,
posting these Art Bell hours and
look,
hours
I
of
don't
Art
want to
Bell.
scare
Thank you.
anybody.
All the best
But we
episodes
did
are no
a
longer
show
available
not
unless you
long
got the
ago
cassette
on
tapes in the
nuclear war
90s. But
that
I appreciate
would recommend to you.
whoever's
Go back in the archives.
collecting
if you're a
Art Bell
time
and
traveler
publishing on
and you hear the
YouTube.
older shows.
Always
it was,
at the
about a
perfect
week
times
ago
for me.
or so. We did
This
a show
came out
on
3 hours
nuclear
ago.
war, what World War III would be like. And again, I don't want to scare anybody, but U.S. and Russian jets are brushing wingtips up there, so to speak. That's metaphor. They're not really brushing wings. But you don't need to with modern jets. You can shoot somebody down at 30 or 40 miles away. This is really, really getting serious. Allies are becoming involved, enemies more involved, big enemies even more involved. Could it lead to World War III? Well, I have friends in high places, 3-lettered places, and they're beginning to worry. And if they worry,
You should worry.
I'm not saying that World War III is right around the corner. Yeah, but it could be. This really is scary stuff. You see Russia and the U.S. beginning to mix it up in the skies, bombing different targets with different things in mind over the same country in the Middle East or that area. And you just know it's going to be trouble. When President Obama arrives in Oregon on Friday, he's going to find a timber town still in mourning over the shooting that killed 8 community college students and Ether Butt. He will also find a deeply held emotion, something like anger, seething over his calls for new gun restriction. People don't like that. I don't like that. We have the right to bear arms. And what's wrong, and I will say it a million times if I must, is it's a mental health problem, not a gun problem. The president himself actually made a small reference to a mental health problem the other day during his speech, the emotional speech at the school. Now, this is shocking and interesting at the same time. Dr. Alan Stern, you may have heard, sparked absolutely frenzied speculation that the space agency NASA was about to announce a groundbreaking discovery after saying scientists had found something amazing on the icy planet. That's like saying something wonderful. He also referred to the planet as alive during a speech to students. And so everybody went berserk. Even Richard last night was going, oh my God, what could it be? What could it be? He even was quoted as telling a meeting, NASA won't let me tell you what we're going to tell you on Thursday. It's amazing.
I genuinely recommend trying Otter. My team and I have personally relied on it since, if you can believe this, 2019. It's incredibly simple to set up, simple to use, and I promise will transform your meetings forever. Otter joins your meetings automatically. It provides you with detailed notes, summaries, actionable highlights. It helps turn meetings into measurable, explicit actions and tangible outcomes. Here's exactly how you do it. Step 1, check your meeting summary. See, Otter automatically creates a summary, highlighting the key points and the agreed upon action items. Step 2, share your follow-up immediately. With one click, you can share that summary, along with any edits you've made, with everyone who attended or any stakeholders. I really recommend you do this very soon after the meeting. It's so crucial.
But with so many NASA announcements, this one, there was huge disappointment when he took to a social media, the social media, to squash all this, saying, well, he had no idea how the remarks had been misinterpreted, using the handle New Horizons 2015, sent a series of tweets in which he then retreated from his own personal account, debunking the idea, even the idea of an imminent announcement, much less something amazing. He wrote, there is a false rumor going around. There's going to be a big New Horizons science announcement tomorrow. Completely false. Asked by a fellow user whether he had been misquoted, he replied, I have no idea how it was misinterpreted, but it was. So that's one you got to wonder about, too. I mean, do you suppose that the torsion field was bearing down on him from above, and he decided he can't release the information? I don't know. Any more than I know about the speaker thing. All right, so coming up after the break, we have somebody special tonight. We have Kevin Nitt, a hacker extraordinaire. Kevin is simply the world's most famous hacker. Once one of the FBI's most wanted because, well, he hacked into 40 major corporations with the talent, and they sent him to jail just for the talent. Kevin is now a trusted security consultant to the Fortune 500 and governments worldwide. Kevin and the Global Ghost team, how's that for a name, now maintain 100% successful track records in being able to penetrate the security of any system they're paid to hack into, using a combination of technical exploits and social engineering. And he will also be here in a moment to tell you how he and Tommy Chung alone, instead of the whole Chinese government, hacked successfully into Sony. We'll tell you all about that. Stay right where you are. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
We came from somewhere back in the long ago. Settled at the football, see, trying hard to recreate what had yet to be created.
Just kidding.
Here's the lead there, it's alone.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, you know, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART. By far and away my favorite. All right, everybody. If you think you're ready, here comes the most famous hacker in the world, otherwise known as Kevin Mitnick. Kevin, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Hey, it's great to be back on your show again, Art.
Yep, nice to have you. So how did you and Tommy do it?
I cannot confirm or deny anything.
Yeah, we'll talk about Sony later. All right, so you've got a long and, somewhat sordid history behind you. And it always serves well at the beginning. I mean, it's been how many years since we talked? I don't know, a lot.
Let's go! This is the future. It will change your mind about EV. I promise.
Wow, at least maybe 4 or 5 years.
At least.
When you were at Clear Channel, I don't remember how long ago that was.
Well, that was a long time ago. It was more than that. Time is compressing as you're getting older.
Yep, that's true. Maybe I'll have to create a new identity for myself and make myself younger.
Yeah, I actually, good luck with that. I left there in about 2003, so that gives you some clue.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize it's been that long. Oh, it's great to be back on your show again. I missed your shows on the air, so it's fantastic to have you back on.
Thank you, and it's kind of nice because no matter where you are, whether you get a radio station locally or not, you can get us. We're on the internet worldwide. All right, so your infamous background, how you got started, how you got stopped.
Well, actually, like how I got started with computer hacking was for my love of magic. So when I was a young boy, around 10 years old, I used to ride my bicycle over to the magic store. And I always wanted to know how the magicians, or the word magicians, or kind of sales magicians, would actually do their magic tricks, right? And I just loved doing this stuff and amazing my friends. And when I was in high school, I met this other kid in high school who could actually work magic with a telephone, and he could do all these tricks, like he could get my unlisted number. He could add what they called custom calling features to my phone, and back in those days it was like three-way calling, call waiting, call forwarding. He could just do anything, and I was just wowed, and I just wanted to learn how I can do what he did because it was so cool at the time. And this was what they called phone freaking,
right?
And this is kind of the predecessor to hacking. And not only was I involved in this, but if you recall, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak back in the mid 70s were also involved in phone freaking a little bit differently. They built these boxes called blue boxes. What blue box is, it's just a device that emits a certain frequency tones called multi-frequency. And in 2600 hertz was, the initial tone that you would use before you used a blue box.
Actually, officer, it's just a blue box, officer. That's all it is.
That's all it is. Maybe painted a different color than evade the cops. But anyway, so Woz, was the technical genius, and there was this article in the 1971 issue of Esquire magazine. And there was another gentleman named John Draper, who's known as Captain Crunch, was interviewed in this article. And then Woz read it, and and he learned. I think it was called "The Little Secrets of the Blue Box."
Mm-hmm.
And then they wanted to build one, right? Because it was so cool to be able. It wasn't making a free phone call that was so exciting. It was actually being able to manipulate Ma Bell and route a call. Like for me to sit at a payphone in Los Angeles, call the time in Australia.
Yeah, I've interviewed Draper a number of times, by the way.
Oh, you have?
Oh, sure,
okay.
yeah.
He's actually living in Vegas now, if you believe that. But in any event, so
are a lot of people absconding from the law. Not that he is, but
wait a second, I lived there too.
Well,
I'm not absconded.
Further proving my point.
So anyway, so Woz was the technical guy behind this, and he actually, learned from Draper. Draper and Woz met, and he was able to actually build one of the boxes. Woz actually showed it to me in 2000 when we did a documentary together called "The History of Hacking." And then Jobs had the idea. Well, how can
I should notify you, buddy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're dropping a packet every now and then.
That's the hotel I'm in. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I just thought I'd let you know.
Somebody's hacking the connection. There you go. I'll speak slower. No, so in any event, so Jobs had the idea, hey, let's sell these at Berkeley's campus and make some money. And that was the actual initial funding for the Apple I board. So kind of Apple computers started from this, from dabbling in phone freaking, if you will. So it's quite an interesting story. In fact, there's going to be a new Steve Jobs movie, I think, on Friday here in the States.
Right.
So I'm excited to see it.
Oh, really?
But in any event, so I was just like so fascinated with this phone freaking stuff. I just wanted to learn all about it. I remember when I was a kid, I would go on these dumpster diving missions at the phone company. And what dumpster diving is when you're looking in the trash for discarded manuals and information and intercompany directories. And I remember at one time we found a bag of trash, a small little bag, and somebody had gone to the trouble of ripping up this document and tiny bits of paper. It must have taken them an hour or two.
You're actually diving into a dumpster and kind of social engineering in your world, right?
Not really social engineering. Social engineering is kind of more manipulating a target, but we actually took these bits of paper and put it together at the local Winfield's Donut House in LA, and it was the entire username and password list to the system called Cosmos. And with Cosmos, you could actually, create telephone service, or if you have, you could basically do anything at the time, and it gave you all this power over the phone company.
Oh man, he must have been king for a while.
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices, which led to another discovery.
We're having fun. I got it. Oh, come on.
That's yours.
His dad does care.
I love you.
How about pickleball?
But I need a lot more from you.
Got it. Fine.
Well, maybe you should try golf.
Yeah.
There you go, champ.
Thanks, Dad.
No.
Sorry.
Discover top brands at unexpectedly low prices. Sierra, let's get moving.
Because here at Pemco, there's one thing that we know.
That it's better to prevent than having an incident. Singing, I love prevention. Together, what we prevent with me.
Yeah, for quite some time. I think at least over a decade. So in any event, I was so amazed with this phone freaking stuff that I just delved into this, even to the point where I would be staying up late, talking to other people with similar interests, and I'd always be late for school.
Right.
So it kind of overtook my life for a little bit. And then I met this other kid in high school that knew about all the things I could do with the phone. And I was also in amateur radio at the time. So when I was 13 years old, I passed my general test, and I was always fascinated with the ability to use a thing called an auto patch. And I know you know what that is.
I do, and we'll tell the audience. But Kevin, I forgot to announce in my opening, this will be news for you, and pretty warm news. Are you still a ham? Oh no, they took your ticket, huh?
No, they went to take my ticket because of my hacking stuff.
Yes.
But I went to a hearing in DC. It cost me $20,000.
Right.
And hire a lawyer.
You got it back.
And they basically they had a hearing to see if I was rehabilitated enough to have my amateur radio ticket back, and they gave it back. So I still have it. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to use it, but still have the ticket.
All right. Well, guess what? It was announced today that the Heathkit company is back in business.
No way.
You what?
Serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Heathkit, folks, they built kits for ham operators, kids, everybody, so you could learn about electronics. And many of us have been mourning the passing of Heathkit now for a long, long time. Heathkit is back in business. So if you want to get the kid a kit and start them down the road toward electronics, and then, of course, illicit hacking like Kevin has done. Not really. Getting them into electronics. Get a Heathkit, really, seriously. Free advertising for Heathkit, but there you go. They announced it today.
So, Art, I built my first 2-meter radio handheld. It was a Heathkit.
There you go.
That I bought from this place called Henry Radio, if you remember them in LA. They were one of the old school places. And I remember, again, I was 12 or 13 years old, so... Back to the story. So,
well, wait. Go ahead.
Okay,
stop there again. You had a Heathkit story. I've got one.
Tell me.
My first transmitter was an AT1. That's the first one I think they ever made, actually. So I didn't have a receiver, Kevin. So I ordered the Heathkit AC3 that went with it, and I started to build it, but I didn't read the manual sufficiently. And in the manual, it talked about clipping lead length. So when I put a resistor or a capacitor in, I thought, well, it's got to be the right size wire. And so I used all the wire involved. Well, when I finished building the kit, I had what looked like spaghetti sticking out of the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Because all the leads were, 2 inches long. So they were all sticking out. And when I put it in the case, before I gave it a try, it squished them all down. So when I plugged it in, well, you can imagine. Close your eyes and imagine. But there was smoke and fire.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. So if you don't clip the leads, you end up with stuff that sticks, a couple inches. It's a sad story. Anyway, go ahead. Now you can resume.
But, when we were talking about radio, when they tried to take my ham ticket, I'm glad they didn't know about something that I did in my younger years, because remember, I got my amateur radio license about 13. Is I used to have so much fun when I was about 60 years old. I guess I was a junior in high school, taking over McDonald's drive-up windows.
Oh, yeah, that can still be done.
I can still. So I remember the frequency was 154.6 megahertz, and I forgot the PL, the subaudible tone. But what you could do is when somebody would drive up to make an order, I'd be using like a 5-watt handheld, which would overpower their small little transceivers they'd wear on their head.
Yeah.
And when customers would drive up, I'd get to take their orders. And Kevin taking their order is a lot more entertaining than McDonald's taking the order.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what I wanted to do. I didn't do it, Kevin, but you'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
In Walmart, they all have headphones and little radios.
Yes.
In Walmart. And so I was thinking, how fun would it be to drive into the Walmart parking lot, announce yourself as the president of Walmart International visiting, and the first, 35 employees to make it out the front door into the parking lot get $1,000 each.
Get ready to rise with more shine. Introducing the all-new Sealy Posturepedic Collection, now at Ashley, featuring precision-fit coils arranged right where you need them for targeted support, night after night. Sealy at Ashley. Wake up to what's next.
And then just watch.
Oh, yeah, that would definitely be entertaining.
But I would never, of course, do that.
Of course not. So anyway, when I was playing with this McDonald's, people would drive up, I'd take their order, I'd tell them they're the 100th customer, your order's for free. My favorite is when the cops would drive up. Cops would drive up, I'd go, hide the cocaine, hide the cocaine.
Oh, God.
And I wish I could have just seen this guy's face, when they drove up to the drive-up window, but it got to the point that the manager of this McDonald's, this was in Sherman Oaks, California, on Ventura Boulevard, and this guy was walking out into the parking lot. He's like looking at all the cars, he's looking, trying to see, well, who's playing around with the system.
Right.
And then he didn't see anything, right? So then his next move was to walk up to the drive-up window speaker, and he actually bends down to look inside, like somebody was like hiding inside. And of course, I key down the mic, and this guy flies back about 10 feet. I mean, hands down, I would say that was my favorite kind of radio trick, but I'm glad the FCC never knew about it.
And moreover, it should be pointed out the statute of limitations has long run out on that.
Yeah. I'm a little bit older than 16.
Okay.
But so when I was in high school, this other kid said, "Hey, Kevin, you might be interested in computers." And I was kind of that, I wasn't so interested. I was more interested in the telephony side. And back in those days, it was all electromechanical switching, crossbar, what they called step-by-step. And so I decided, okay, I'll go meet the instructor, and maybe it would be interesting. So I meet this guy. It was a guy named Mr. Chris. I still remember his name. And I get introduced, and then the instructor's going, "Well, what's your prerequisites? Are you a senior? No. Did you have these classes yet? No." He says, "I can't let you in." And then the other student goes, "Hey, show Mr. Chris what you can do with the telephone," right? And then it was like watching a guy watching David Copperfield perform. Right? I mean, the guy was just like, "Oh my God." And he immediately says, "I'm letting you into class." And once the first assignment, this was a programming class, Fortran. Well, the first programming assignment was to write a Fortran program to find the first 100 Fibonacci numbers. And at the time, I thought that was the most boring application of writing a Fortran program that they could think of. So instead, I thought, hey, it would be cool to write a program to steal the teacher's password. At least I had some utility to it. So I didn't know anything about coding, and I just read, and at the time I read a lot about the operating system they used in high school at the time, and I actually wrote this program that was a login simulator. Kind of today they call it phishing, and what we used in the time, if you remember this, we had these old Olivetti terminals. They had acoustic coupler modems that would go 110 baud. That's about 10 characters a second, if you could imagine. And they would never, the instructor, when he would log onto the computer, at the Los Angeles Unified School District, he would always stay dialed in and never hang up the phone to re-log in. So basically what my program did was it simulated the login process. So I was able to steal his password. He never knew about it. And so it came around time to turn in the assignment. And he came up to me and goes, where's your Fibonacci assignment, Mr. Mitnick? And hey, I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I was busy. And he goes, wait a second. I stuck my neck out to let you in the class. Even though you didn't have the prerequisites, and you're going to embarrass me by not even doing the work? And I said, well, I wrote a different program. It's in Fortran. It was a little bit more complex. You might like it. And he goes, what is it? I said, the one to steal your password, isn't it? Blah, 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 blah.
You're the earth and nurturing of what will grow up to be a hacker and a criminal.
Anybody could be that guy. Not as young and music.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278. All right. Kevin Mitnick is here and, joking around about criminal. Well, maybe once. He's not really criminal. He works and hacks only for the lure now, actually. Welcome back, Kevin. You are there, right? Kevin? Kevin!
I'm here. I was muted. Sorry.
Yeah, good Lord. He's a computer guy, too. All right. So where were we? You threw me all off now.
Oh, we were talking about when I was in high school, and I wrote that, and the computer instructor allowed me in the class, and he gave me an assignment to find the first 100 Fibonacci numbers using Fortran. Instead, I wrote a program to steal his password. That's what I'm talking about. So when I showed him the program, I mean, first of all, he was like shocked that I had his password all this time, but he actually, took the program, put it up on the chalkboard, and showed all the other students and gave me a whole bunch of attaboys that this was the coolest program he's seen. So back when I was in high school, the ethics taught, at least to me and to others, was hacking was a cool thing. There were no laws against it, and that's kind of how I started on my path into this hacking endeavors.
So you were bad to the adolescent bone.
Yeah.
All right. So there you are in high school. Got away with an A, or I figure went in and put it in one way or the other. Got an A.
No, didn't have to put it in.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just way too easy.
So at some point, between the phone tricking and the hacking in high school, at some point there, you turned the corner with computers. How did that happen?
What do you mean by turn the corner? You mean
turn the corner? In other words, from phone freaking and messing around in school, you somehow then graduated to, I don't know, bigger and more dangerous things.
Oh yeah. Well, I started more hacking into the phone company because at the time I was definitely interested in.
She looked right at me and pointed.
Holy SurveyMonkey. Get insights that can change everything.
Are there any bats? No. Are there any snakes? No. You sure?
It's time to push your limits. That was easy. The Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. Adventure on the edge.
In phone freaking, then I took the ability of learning about computer systems to breach Pacific Bell and General Telephone's computer network and gain control of, what, phone company switches, if you will. So basically have the ability to do anything with anybody's phone service in California at the time, California and Nevada. And that's kind of what, and we did it not really for any, not any malicious purposes. It was more for pulling pranks, like changing what they call the line class code in a switch on a phone number. What that did is change the type of service. So, we'd go in and change, our friends' home phones to pay phones.
Yes.
So every time they make a call, say, please deposit, 25 cents to the point of, changing their service to a prison phone so they could only make collect calls.
And I
And just this type of
also
stuff.
seem to recall that phone freaks would get together on dead trunks and they would speak with each other. Now, I only know these things, of course, because I've interviewed so many people like you. And please, folks, don't call yet. They're calling now, and we're not ready for calls. But anyway, so there would be like party line conversations between phone freaks, right?
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yes, and I would imagine you were, well, with some of the information you had, you must have been kind of like a king back then.
Well, I didn't really associate with many people. I had a few, close friends that also were into the same type of hobby, and we just wanted to learn everything there was. So we would, we would talk to others more to, acting like a sponge to get more information.
Yeah.
But we weren't really. It wasn't like I'd sit there and hang out on these conference lines just to talk to people. That wasn't really interesting. What I wanted to do was learn the information. How can I get better at getting more control over telephone company computer systems to pull pranks? That was really the initial goal back in those days.
All right. A couple of myths possibly about you, or not myths. You can clear them up. The whistling you've already covered, but was there something about nuclear weapons? Really?
Oh well. Oh yeah. So if you fast forward, back to like 1989, I was arrested by the FBI, and
let's stop here. How did the FBI get on to you?
Well, one of the guys that was kind of hacking with me got upset with me, and he basically called the FBI and told them what I was doing. So it was basically
you were ratted
out what I was doing at the time, and so he acted as an informant and basically told them what's going on.
So you were ratted out.
Essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he did this why? Because you were in a tiff with him over something.
Well, I mean, I'll give you I'll tell you the story. So we'd constantly be betting against each other, to see, who could do, the better hacking.
Sure.
And the bet was always $150. Dinner for two at Spago's. We figured out it's $150.
Right.
And I kept winning, right? And then he got upset about it and said, "Well, I'm not going to pay you." And I said, "Oh yeah, you're not, even though we have this bet going."
Yeah.
And he goes, "No, I'm not paying you." I said, "Okay." Then I figured I'd like to just kind of play a joke on him. So and so what I did is on a Friday when he was getting paid, I called up the company and represented us with the Internal Revenue Service, and that we're faxing over our garnishment order. So please don't, please do not give him his check. Right? And the whole idea was just to inconvenience him for the weekend. It was it was like a joke, a practical joke, but he got really, really angry over the whole thing, and then went to his boss and told him all the hacking we were doing, and then they both called the FBI together. So that's basically how I got caught. Was other people knew what I was doing and informed on me.
That's sad. Well, the FBI apparently did not get you right away, or you were on the lam for a while, or what?
Well, that was later. So I was basically. I was, okay, so
this was your first.
So I was arrested.
All right, so this was your first brush with the FBI.
First brush.
Okay.
Right? So I ended up in court, in federal court, and I was arrested like on a Friday, and I end up I was in custody at Terminal Island Federal Prison for the weekend, which wasn't fun at all. And I end up in court, and I'm positive I'm going to get bailed out. It just matters how much is the bail going to be. So I end up in federal court, and I walk in, and this attorney walks in that's going to immediately represent me, a federal public defender. He goes, "Have you ever been outside the country?" I go, "No." "Have you ever had a passport?" "No." And we go into court, And the federal prosecutor starts telling this judge, not only do we have to hold Mr. Mitnick without bond because he's such a danger to the community, we have to make sure he can't get access to a telephone.
I know what justice is. I know what it looks like. Every day I wake up and I try to honor that promise that I made to this city and the people who live here. That's who I am.
No American
And then he goes
police
on to
officer
say,
would do what you've
if
done.
Mr. Mitnick gets access to a telephone, even a payphone in custody,
Not talking to
he
the
could dial up
whistleblowers.
to the modem at NORAD, and he could whistle into the modem and communicate with the modem and instruct it to pass the launch codes to the ICBMs and start a nuclear war.
And you're telling me this judge...
I started laughing.
This
Like, I never heard of something
judge bought it?
The judge bought it. Well, the judge maybe didn't buy it, but just figured...
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter. And so I was held in what they call the hole in the Metropolitan Detention Center in LA for almost a year. The only way I got out of the hole...
Yeah, a year?
A year in solitary confinement. The only reason I got out was I agreed to plead guilty. So the prosecutor told my attorneys, Kevin just, does what we want.
Wait a minute. What were the actual charges?
Possession of unauthorized access devices. So I had access codes to be able to dial into MCI, which was a long distance carrier, and then hacking into Dept, Digital Equipment Corporation, and getting access to source code of one of their security tools that acted as an automated hacker. Because I wanted to learn how the tool worked. So
wow, that's fairly serious, actually.
Anyway, there were serious charges, but so in any event, later on, after about a year, I was able to get out of there because
before we even leave this, what's it like to spend a year in solitary?
It was pretty tough. Can you imagine? Like all your listeners going into their bathroom.
The Bureau likes to do arrest on
home,
Friday because they do like to have felons sit in jail over the weekend.
Now, mind you, they allowed you to shower.
Just a little tidbit.
Three times a week. They'd let you go into this
like
recreational
to do arrest
area
on
that
Friday.
wasn't so much bigger. 1 hour a day.
Only I
On
can
Fridays.
imagine that after an
On Fridays.
extremely spicy dinner. Otherwise,
but I'm telling you, I mean, it was pretty horrific. I wonder how that actually affected me today. But the idea that you're just locked in this, this cell, 23 out of 24 hours a day for a year is like, it was just an incredible amount of like, how, I asked myself today, how did I get through such an ordeal? And I just did. You just adapt.
right. Well, what did you do? I mean, did you sit
And do you
in
know
your
what
cell
happened to
and
his
just sort of
friend who
think,
ratted on
Did
him?
you think about computers? Did
He
you
got a
think
thank
about
you letter
women?
from
Did
the
you think-
Department of
what did you think
Justice.
about?
Thought about escaping.
But he didn't say that in the story.
Really?
That's true.
Really?
Get the hell out of there, right? So that's kind of like what I.
You can hang that shit on your wall. Put it in a
They
frame.
allowed me because I wasn't there for being, disciplinary reason. They allowed me to get a Walkman radio, which passed a lot of time and reading books and sleeping. So a lot of sleeping. But it was a pretty.
Weren't they afraid you'd rearrange the radio and set off a hydrogen bomb?
But. I'll tell you one thing. So imagine I'm in solitary confinement in a federal prison, facing 400 years for hacking the Digital Equipment Corporation, and remember how they said I was so dangerous I couldn't be near a telephone. So the judge.
Okay, now you suddenly got closer to the mic and you sound better. I don't know what you did, but
I'm holding the mic to my face. I'll start doing that.
Okay.
More frequently.
Please.
So anyway, the judge made a special order that I was only allowed to call 5 people at the time, and that was my mother, my grandmother, my attorney, my father. Like I had 5 people on the list that I could call.
Right.
And so imagine I'm in solitary confinement, and at the time I was married, and I could only call my wife's phone number at the time. And she was always at work, and and funny enough, she worked at the General Telephone in Thousand Oaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was pretty funny. But in any event, so when they would allow me to make a phone call, it was always during the day. So the guard would shackle my hands, shackle my feet,
Right.
walk me over to this room that had 3 payphones, and the payphones had the handset cords were quite long. And then the guard would take out this logbook. He'd say, "Who do you want to call?" Or tell me what I want to call. He would dial the number with a 0 in front of it because it always had to be collect. And you'd hand me the phone, and you'd sit in the chair watching every move I made.
Waiting,
I was thinking,
just waiting for you to whistle.
No. Well, maybe. But, it got even better than this because I figured I had nothing to lose. What else could they do to me? I'm in solitary confinement in a federal prison. It can't get any worse. So I figured, okay, I'm going to try to beat their system. So what I did is I paced back and forth when I was on the phone. I'd be scratching my back. I'd be rubbing my back against the payphone, facing the guard. And then I thought, okay, I'm going to give this a shot. I really wanted to talk to my wife at the time, who was actually at work. And then her number wasn't on the list. The work number wasn't on there. So
I love prevention. So let's help our neighbors to prevention, baby.
I love prevention.
So basically, I put my hand behind
I
the
love
back,
prevention.
my back, and I hung up the switch hook. And I knew, then I put my hand in front of me and just acted like I was rubbing my back against the phone again. And I knew I had 18 seconds before it would start going to what they call a reorder, like a fast busy tone, and I could hear it.
Right.
And
Those
then
of
I
you
reached
on the
back,
discount Delta
back in the
flight,
acted like I
you
was
may
scratching
have
my back, and I
noticed
dialed
you are
0
still
plus,
on the
work number.
tarmac.
And I was pretty good with using a touch
That's
tone,
right.
It wasn't that hard.
Sure.
And
Please
as I
stop
was working, I
hollering
acted
and
like I was in
harassing these
conversation.
Spanish clowns.
Because the operator was going to come on and say, who's the call from? So I'd say, well, tell Uncle Mitchell that the Kevin said hi. And when I said the word Kevin, that's when the operator's asking who the call's from. And I was able to do this, right, to call anybody that I wanted for 3 to 4 weeks. And then one morning, about 6 a.m, my cell door opens, and it's the executives of the prison, the associate warden, like 2 of them, the captain. I thought that, maybe a family member had died. Something really serious was going on.
Right.
So they brought me into this room, and they sat me down. And then the captain, he's the head of security, goes, Mitnick, how are you doing it? And I go, excuse me, how am I doing what? He says, well, we're monitoring your phone calls downstairs. We're actually recording all of them. You do have notice about this. And somehow our officer is watching you every second, and you're somehow redialing the phone. How are you doing it? And then I remarked to him, I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think, what do you think I am? David Copperfield?
Right.
Right? And, they didn't like my sense of humor, so they, threw me back in the cell. And then a couple days later, Pacific Bell was out, and they were installing a phone jack in the hallway near where my cell was.
Really?
And I was thinking, are these guys stupid enough to actually, put a phone in my cell that's restricted to calling certain numbers?
Apparently.
That was what going through my head. They couldn't be that stupid. So when it ended up that I actually had to make a call, it was a little bit different. And the guard brought a phone, he plugged it into the jack, he dialed the number, and then put the handset through the trap door, where they feed you in the cell. So the only thing I could touch was the handset.
Right.
So I kind of felt like Hannibal Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs.
Man, what a story. That's a year in solitary.
Yeah, so I was hacking from solitary confinement.
All right, so we assume eventually somebody says, we've got to make a deal with Mitnick, and they come to you and they cut a deal. Did you get away with time curve?
No. Actually, they basically said, hey, deal with us, we'll let you out of solitary. You'll spend 4 more months in custody, and then you'll be out. So basically, I kind of I kind of got really tired of being in solitary. So I admit I murdered JFK. It didn't matter. I didn't care. So I just signed on the dotted line, and then that ended that part of the story.
Good. And then so you were still in custody, but in Gen Pop?
Right. They moved me over to this place called Lompoc. It was a camp in
yes.
Lompoc, California, and I had to, sit there.
Actually, nice place. I hear it's quite nice.
Yeah, they had tennis courts. People got to meet some federal judges that were in there. It was kind of cool. Some senators.
Yeah.
Kind of like the creme de la creme of criminals.
Yes, of course.
It was quite interesting.
All right, that was experience number 1 with the FBI, right? Or was that the only one?
No. Then I was out on supervised release, and then I'm trying to make a long story short. And what had happened is I kind of got out of hacking at the time. Got into being a gym rat, so I'd be working out all the time. I kind of moved my interest in working out and stuff like that, and moving away from the hacking. And then all of a sudden, I had a horrific experience happen in my family. My brother, my half brother, he was found dead in his car on the passenger side, in a bad area of Los Angeles. So then I knew the cops weren't interested in really investigating this, that he would just be some sort of statistic. So, and I was pretty close to my, brother at the time, and I just had to find out what was going on. So I started, getting back into hacking to get into the systems to find out, to look at phone records that might help me identify or figure out what had actually happened to my half-brother.
Wow. I mean, how did hacking help you do that?
Well, I suspected somebody. We had somebody else in the family, actually an uncle, who was heavy into using heroin. And I immediately thought, well, maybe my brother hooked up with my uncle and something was going on there. So the first thing I did was get the what they call the call detail records of my uncle's cell phone at the time, to get his location where he physically was during the last 48 hours, and anybody that he called. So I was kind of becoming like a somewhat of a private investigator to figure out how what had happened to my brother.
Mm-hmm. Did you find out?
Yes, unfortunately, I found out my initial instinct was correct, because my half-brother's, my uncle's former wife had, when he passed away, had come clean with the story that he was definitely the guy behind it, and told me the entire story. So, unfortunately, my hacking skills didn't help me uncover that it was him at the time, but I found out later, that I was absolutely 100% spot on.
All right. Well, right, we're in a short break here, top of the hour. Kevin Mitnick is my guest. He's really something.
You can't blame me, bring me in, or try and tame me. It's time to put yourself first. Don't stop.
As it goes on, you'll see what I mean. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Sure is true. We don't screen calls. No need to. Whatever comes, comes. If it's really bad, I've got a button I can push and erase you. That really sounds bad, doesn't it? Listen, I wanted to do a fellow a favor, and so he emailed me the Lumen thing that I use for my back. He can't seem to get the number, so I'm going to give it to him slowly. This thing actually works. It's the only thing that ever has. So are you ready? Got your pencil? He wrote me a long email about this. It is area code 828-863-4834. One more time. I hope you're writing this down, because I'm not going to do it again. Area code 828-863-4834. Like I say in the commercial, it's not cheap, but it works. And in all my life, nothing else has. So I use it every single day. All right. You're back on, Kevin.
Great to be back on your show.
All right. So that was mix-up one with the FBI. Can we, without ruining the story, jump to number 2?
Sure. I was kind of explaining it before we went to break. And so what had happened is we already talked about number 1. Then number 2 was a much longer and complicated story that started with me getting back into the hacking, to investigate why my brother was found dead in a car.
Right.
And then I started heavily getting back into this, because it was just was kind of attractive to me at the time.
Irresistible.
It was irresistible.
Yes.
And I remember that the government at the time had sent this guy, a guy named Justin Peterson. His name was also known as fake name was Eric Hines. They sent this guy who had been involved in credit card fraud and other activity to see what I was up to, because they told him it would be a real feather in your cap if you can get some evidence that Kevin Mitnick is doing something wrong. So
actually, they were still after you, Kevin. I mean,
yeah, they were still after me. So I kind of figured it out kind of quickly, and then I started investigating the FBI and trying to figure out what they were doing, to the point where I hacked into Pactel Cellular in Los Angeles, because back in those days.
Listen, I'm sorry to stop you. You're a little bit distorted. Now, I don't know whether you're speaking loudly and far from the mic, or you need to adjust the volume or something, but this time you began to get a little distorted.
This Art Bell episode
Sorry about that.
has a lot of people's
Yes,
attention.
better.
Okay, maybe I was just getting too excited.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
I
Just to be
understand.
clear,
And
this
so
guy was
they
never the
sent
best
this
hacker
guy
in the country. Not
to
ever.
sort of
It's
make
cute
friends
that
with
he
you
thinks
and
he
see if he
is
could
and
get
that
you.
Art Bell said he was. He's not.
Exactly. So what had happened is I kind of figured out what was going on kind of quickly, and to fast forward a little bit, I decided, well, I'm going to find out who's investigating me and why they're doing it. So what I ended up doing is I hacked into Pacific Bell Cellular, and back in those days there was only 2 cell phone providers in Los Angeles, LA Cellular and Pactel Cellular.
Right.
And I was able to successfully get in, and the first thing I was looking at was the call detail records. That's the real-time billing records, to try to identify who has a cell phone, that's provided by their services provided by Pactel, that calls this informant guy, because I was able to figure out his home phone number, and that's another story in itself. And then I was able to identify these 5 to 6 phone numbers that were calling him quite frequently. And then I looked at their billing records and saw that they were calling internal numbers at the FBI. So it wasn't hard to figure out that the cell phone numbers of the team of FBI agents that were working with this guy. So I set up this early warning system. I was working as a private investigator in Calabasas, which is a suburb of LA.
Mm-hmm.
And I set up this early warning system that basically, using a device like a radio scanner and using a particular software, I was able to monitor the cell site in Calabasas, over radio, to determine whether or not any of these cell phone numbers registered, which means that they're physically in the same location. So I set up this early warning system for the FBI, and nothing had happened. I kind of forgot about it, and about 3 weeks later, I walked into the office and I heard this loud beeping coming from my office as I walked into it, and I felt like, what's going on? This is weird. And I looked at the computer, and the early warning system had been tripped. And I go, oh my God, one of the numbers came up, and I knew who had the number, because what these agents would do is they'd call their voicemail all the time. So I'd see this number that was constantly repeating.
Yeah.
And so I called the voicemail, and then it would say, hello, this is Ken McGuire with, FBI squad, 3 or whatever. And then I knew the names that were attached to the cell phone numbers. So this guy, Ken, the guy who was the lead guy that was, kind of my hand ratty and, catch me if you can. So this guy was the lead guy trying to capture me or catch me doing something wrong. And so at the time, I looked at this, capture, and 2 hours earlier, when I was sound asleep, this guy, Ken, had called a payphone across the street from my apartment at the market. And I'm thinking to myself, why that doesn't make any sense. Why is he calling a payphone? He's at my apartment, complex, 2 hours, and I'm sleeping. They know where I live. Why didn't they knock on the door? What are they doing? They're not there to arrest me. So then immediately I realized what was going on is they were there to get a description of my apartment premises for a search warrant.
This is horrible. Missing teeth causes a range of different problems in a person's life, and Nuvia's new 24Z technology delivers a beautiful smile that is both strong and permanent, all in just 24 hours. With over 13,000 five-star reviews on both Google and the Better Business Bureau, they get thousands of people to come from all over the world to come to their locations every single week to get a permanent smile without having to take weeks off of work. And this is only possible because of the 10 years and millions of dollars in research that has gone into the development of their new 24Z technology. 60 seconds. That's all it took for over 13,000 of their patients to fill out a short 60-second quiz, allowing them to see if they might be eligible for Nuvia's permanent teeth in just 24 hours. Just one short quiz to change your life forever. Click the link below to take the 60-second quiz right now.
And I go, oh, so that's what they're doing. So, of course, I immediately went home. I cleaned out anything that would be interesting to the government, anything electronic.
Sure.
I put it over at a friend's house. And then because I was such a smart ass at the time, I decided to go over to the local donut shop. And I bought an assorted dozen donuts. And I wrote with a Sharpie on the box, FBI donuts. So I stick it in the refrigerator. And then on a piece of paper outside the refrigerator, the magnet, I put FBI donuts inside, like with the Intel logo, how you used to say Intel inside or whatever. I did FBI donuts inside. So they actually raided me the next morning at 6 a.m. At 6 a.m. They were trying to the key into my door, but I opened it. And all these federal agents, storming into my apartment, in my small one-bedroom apartment. And the only thing they found were the FBI donuts. They were pretty pissed. So this is another reason why the government, I think, came down on me quite hard, is because I was such a smart ass. And
okay, so they obviously, or did they arrest you on the spot? And so what?
No,
they did. Okay.
No, they had no evidence that I was doing anything. They had no concrete evidence. And,
all right, but after FBI donuts, they hated your guts even more.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think I ruffled a few feathers.
All right. So then, how did they eventually get you?
Well, eventually, you fast forward, and I lived in Denver, Colorado. I was working for a law firm, and then I left there and went to Seattle and worked as a help desk analyst at a hospital there. And then eventually, what happened in Seattle, I was nearly caught.
Back away a little more from the mic.
Okay.
Getting very excited. Okay.
So I was living in Seattle, and I was almost apprehended there, and I was able to get away before they knew that it was Kevin Mitnick, and that's again a longer story.
Well, wait. Why were they after you? In other words, if they didn't arrest you back in the donut days, why are they now hunting you down like a dog?
Oh, because at the time, around the donut days, about a month later, they issued a warrant for my arrest for violating my probation. Because what they figured out that I had done is, again, this is a real long story. And I actually have a best-selling memoir out there called Ghosts in the Wires. All these stories are inside there. But,
okay, so what did you violate?
Well, what had happened is I routinely used to check to see if I was being wiretapped.
Okay.
If you believe it.
I do.
And what I used to do is use what we call the social engineering attack. I'd call the central office and I'd, impersonate security or something. And I would try to find out if they had certain types of devices in the central office. And then if they did, I'd have the frame technician go ahead and trace out the connections and give me the data. So basically I was able to call the central office to find out if the fund company had any active wiretaps going at the time. So what I did is I called the Calabasas central office. They acted like it was security. My con was, hey, I'm with this Tactile Security, and we have an ongoing case in Canoga Park, and we need to know if we have any of our boxes over there because we're going to have to move them to Canoga Park for this investigation. So the frame tech goes offline, and he says, oh yeah, we have 3. And I go, oh my God, because at the time I was staying at my dad's apartment and he had 3 phone lines. Right. So what had happened is I had the frame tech, trace these connections out, and I realized the wiretaps weren't on me. They were on this private investigation company called Teltech Investigations. And so I was so ecstatic because I was so worried that I was being wiretapped, but it turned out to be on some other target. So I went home that night and I told my dad, we're having dinner. And I said, hey, Dad, I was checking to see if we had any wiretaps on the line, over the normal conversation over dinner. And my dad looks at me like I'm some nut, like I'm living in some spy novel that, none of this is true. It's like a figment of my imagination. It was quite funny. And then I told him, well, luckily it wasn't on us, Dad, but it's kind of funny. It's on this PI firm called Teltech. And then what had happened is he goes, wait a second, I know the manager. He lives in this building. He's a friend of mine. So I named Mark, so we invited him over. I told him the story, and then immediately they offered me a job, and my job was to find out who was wiretapping them and why.
Well, you already knew, right?
No, I knew the phone company was doing it, but the phone company was doing it on behalf of the law enforcement.
That's right, of course, yes. Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
they wanted me to figure out what was going on. And I said, hey, that would be kind of interesting. And so when I was doing this, I did like, kind of cool favors for this guy. Like I added special custom calling features you couldn't get at the time, like caller ID. They didn't have caller ID tariff in California, and I added it to this guy's line. And so when the phone company, when we figured out what was going on later, what the violation of probation was I was able to find out the phone number of the law enforcement officer was a sheriff, a guy named David Simon, who was working the case against Teltec. And what I did is I hacked into this guy's voicemail. So basically, I could find out the status of the investigation, and that was the violation charge.
Yeah, that sounds like a definite violation.
Yeah, definitely. But the coincidence is this guy David Simon. So much later, I'm commissioned to write my first book on social engineering, and it's called The Art of Deception. So my agent finds me this co-author, and his name is Bill Simon, and we're sitting around talking about all these stories, about my past. And the funny thing is, this guy David Simon, who I was monitoring for Teltec investigations, is his twin brother. Small world.
Okay, so you found out they were after you again.
Oh yeah. So found out it was after me, and then again, it's a very long story. And then I became a fugitive, if you will.
For how long?
About 3 years.
3 years. So for 3 years, you were moving from place to place to place, evading the FBI.
It wasn't so hard. I was really good at creating new identity. So I was actually had good government identity, and my first identity was paying homage to Harry Houdini, because my first cover identity was Eric Weiss, and that's Harry Houdini's real name. Of course, the FBI had no sense of humor, but I thought it was quite funny.
I'm sure you learned by now, from donuts to whatever.
Harry Houdini. They didn't like Harry Houdini.
Right. They don't have a sense of humor. Government guys that.
Get special offers on select Subaru Sotera EV models. Going on now.
The ones that carry guns, no sense of humor at all.
None at all. So anyway, I was working a law firm in Denver, and I remember one of my jobs was, one of my duties in the law firm as a system admin was actually, how lawyers are, they'll bill you for using a paperclip. So basically, they put me in charge of, maintaining the phone system to make sure that all the attorney calls were billed to the right attorney-client matter. So basically what I did is I added my own covert code in the system that if anybody in the law firm had called the FBI in Denver or Los Angeles or the U.S. Attorney's Office in Denver or Los Angeles, it would send me a page to my pager. And it actually, tripped a couple times, but it, I got really nervous, but it turned out that it had nothing to do with me. It was the U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A., but their civil division. So I used to set up all these early warning system type schemes, if you will, to basically protect, myself when I was on the run.
All right. Skipping ahead because, we have a lot to cover here. How did the FBI get you the second time?
Well, basically, we hacked in, me and this other guy in Israel hacked into this guy, Satomo Shimomura. And this guy was a security researcher that worked out of UC San Diego.
Yes.
And we thought, at the time, we were very interested in the source code to the firmware on cellular phones. And what these were trophies. So I hacked into many of the major cell phone companies to get the source code to the cell phone. And it wasn't that I was trying to sell it or trying to do anything. I wasn't giving it away or publicizing it. It was simply as a trophy. So we thought that this guy Shimomura, who had the source code to the Oki 900, which was a model of cell phone. So we went and came up with a successful way to break into his system. And nobody knew it at the time. It was using what we call, it was manipulating how TCP/IP worked with sequence numbers, and I'm not going to get into the tech behind it. So basically, using this novel attack, we're able to hack this guy. And right away, I was like suspect number one. So Shimomura went on kind of like a vigilante mission to help the FBI pepper me, as because of course I drew first blood. And basically, what had happened, if you fast forward, is they were able to identify a cell phone number I was using in Raleigh, North Carolina, and run out with radio direction finding equipment to basically nab me. And mind you, when I was on the run, the first thing I would do is compromise the local telephone provider's infrastructure. So imagine I go to Raleigh, I already had control of all the phones in Raleigh. And what I did is I set up the cell phone number that I was using so you couldn't trace it back. So basically would loop in the switch. They have these switches, or DMS 100 switches. And I basically said if they tried to trace the call at tech, at the phone company, they couldn't do it. But Steve Moore was actually pretty smart. He did a thing. He basically said, well, we know Kevin is dialing into this internet service provider called Netcom, which was a popular internet service provider back in the dial-up days. Yeah. So why don't we search the call detail records, kind of like what I did with the FBI a couple years earlier, and see if any cell phones in Raleigh are calling the dial-up numbers. So that's how they were able to identify the phone I was using, because I used to change my cell phone number every day. So that's how they were able to go about doing that with radio direction finding here, and found the apartment where I was living under a cover identity. And they couldn't trace what apartment it was. So I was a gym rat at the time, so I used to go working out at night all the time. So I arrived home about 12:30, 1 a.m., and immediately I went online, to start, my hacking stuff.
Yes.
And I just had a weird gut feeling in my stomach that something was seriously wrong.
Kind of like a deer just before it's going to
Yeah, just like something really bad's going to happen. Yeah. So I walk outside my apartment, and I could see the parking lot, and I scan the cars in the parking lot because I just have this overwhelming, fear. And then I go back in the apartment. Well, it turned out that when they traced the radio signals, it went to the other side of the apartment. But because I went outside and it looked suspicious at 1:30 in the morning that some guy is looking at the cars in the parking lot and goes back in his apartment, that's how the U.S. Marshal that was on the team to apprehend me actually saw me, and that's how they were able to nab me.
So they were probably afraid you made them.
Yeah, exactly.
So they nabbed you.
Yeah.
This is the local sheriff?
No, it was the FBI.
FBI, okay. All right, you go to trial for what?
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working. If you have peace, if you have good relationships with loved ones, or if you have healthy boundaries, if you're able to put your head on the pillow at night and just fall asleep, if you've got control of your marriage or your parenting, if what you're doing is working, then maybe you don't need therapy. But for most of the people I talk to, they don't know what the next right move is. So I would say go sit down with somebody, a neutral third party, and just say, that also benefited my daughter, it benefited my son, it benefited my wife, it benefited my workplace. But a healthy you has a ripple effect through countless other hurting families and hurting communities and hurting workplaces. And so I think a healthy you is the foundation of a healthy us.
I didn't go to trial for anything. Essentially, I was arrested. I was put back into solitary confinement.
Back into solitary.
And then I was, pretty much on this long road of dealing with the federal government for, a number of years. And ended up being, sent back to Los Angeles. And I sat in federal custody without a trial for about 4.5 years. We finally settled the case with the government. And I ended up having to do about 10 more months in custody, and then that case was over. Then basically that's kind of, my troubles with the law at the time.
And that is, so you spent how long in jail second time?
5 years. About
5 years.
5 years.
God. Was it in general population this time, or again were you?
Again, I was in solitary initially until we agreed to certain requests of the government. One of them was to go through a CIA debriefing because the government had thought again that I somehow hacked into CIA systems. And when I agreed to do the debriefing, basically on my own activities, they basically never did it. What I learned is the CIA used to have computers supplied by Digital Equipment Corporation, and since I had thoroughly compromised Dept's internal network and had access to everything, they were afraid that I was going to put some code into the operating system to gain access to intelligence computer systems. So I never did that, never was planning on it, but that was the fear. So basically, I ended up, in custody. No, I was hacking. I was breaking the law. I thought it was a little bit overboard. Some of the, holding me in solitary confinement for, potentially launching nuclear weapons. But, but I'm so happy that I'm able to put all this stuff behind me. I mean, this was like, I look at this as all this is behind me, and I get to kind of do the same thing.
Because I mentioned to the audience that now you hack for the Lord. Right?
No, I actually, it's kind of like Pablo Escobar becoming a pharmacist, right? So basically, companies hire me and my team to basically compromise their physical security, their technical security, basically everything's security to find whether or not they're vulnerable so they could shore up their defenses, so they could, resist a real bad guy coming along later and protect themselves that way.
And so you are employed in that manner now.
I have my own company. So basically, companies hire my company to do what we call, it's called penetration testing or ethical hacking.
Right.
And basically, it's so interesting. It's, every time I'm dealing with a client, it's a new puzzle. And it's almost like it's not work. It's actually a very enjoyable and fun job. And when I started hacking, it was all for the intellectual curiosity, the challenge, the pursuit of knowledge, especially. And so it wasn't about making money or causing damage like you hear about these days.
No, that's not from their point of view.
Right. So now, I get to kind of do the same thing that I was doing before and have that enjoyment, but at the same time earn a living. So it's kind of a cool turnaround.
Make any good friends in prison?
No.
No.
Not really. I mean, trying to think of who I met that was interesting.
Well, that's all right. I don't really want to go there anyway.
No plan. No, not at all.
All right. So now you are up on current hacking.
Yes.
This is pretty weird. I'm getting a weird thing. You're not sending this, are you? New video message received. Play at blah, 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 www. blah, blah, decline. Weird.
I wouldn't click that.
No, I didn't. Okay, so now you're up on the current sort of state of the world hacking-wise, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what we cover is mostly on the security testing side.
All right, so let's talk about some current stuff, like, for example, Sony. I mean, that was really, really bad, what happened to Sony, and for that matter, the White House, too. So with regard to those two hacks, the government, of course, blamed China. Maybe
North Korea.
Oh, North Korea, that's right, because of that stupid movie.
Interview.
Yeah, it was actually a semi-funny movie.
I enjoyed it. I watched it on YouTube, but I kind of skeptical of whether it was really North Korea because I really believe that Sony, they have so much internet, properties, if you will, that it really wouldn't be that hard to hack into their network.
Yeah, I think it was China for the White House, right? That they blamed.
Oh yeah, well, every time you hear about a hack on a national security issues, it's always China or North Korea. It's gotten to the point that every unsolved hack has to be China. Now, mind you, I don't have access to the information the NSA has, so they might have, access to certain information or knowledge that they have that, squarely places the blame on North Korea. But personally, I haven't seen anything, through any transparency on the government's part to actually prove that's the case.
Well, they probably wouldn't give it out.
Yo, these were sold out everywhere. But then my eBay list went off. Got them. Felt lucky, so I looked up some more heat. Now those are on the way from a dude in Indiana. Thanks, bro. Yeah, eBay.
Well, no, why not? I mean, if they have evidence that it was them, why not?
Well, because you know, even that might show their capabilities. So at least that's what they can claim.
Yeah, maybe if they're reading Kim Jong-un's email, they don't want to tell the public about it. I could understand.
All right. So you don't necessarily think it was North Korea?
I don't know. I really don't know. No. Again, I'm skeptical because I know how easy it would probably be to hack into Sony. And in fact, when the hacker
follows right behind. Safety dance, literal. Dedicate this one to those of you waiting for the Alaska flight. We're just waiting for this piece of shit fucking plane to get off the tarmac. Midget follows right behind. Did I take LSD? Why else would I be hanging out with this little clown? Midget follows right behind.
See him play the lute in a silly little suit. People think this is my best side. Now the point's really badly
Indicating we must go.
Now shake my head and scream in your face. Now I'm racing to the crazy low. When I wave to your smile,
Like you're whacked out of your mind.
now little man,
Jump as high as you can. Well, that's not very high.
say I feel kind of funny as I watch you bounce around.
Did I take LSD? Why else would I be hanging out with this little clown?
There's a door, here's a fence.
Are you still following me?
Look at that,
Holy crap.
definitely LSD. Watch me now,
As I do a really bad interpretive dance.
gonna say this is weird.
Even for an 80s band.
Make a giantess. Now another S.
That spells SS.
Now it's just getting bigger.
A Renaissance fair from hell.
I'm ready, little friend, for this video to end. It's not going very well. What's the deal with the chickens? What's up with this stupid pole? Let's go find the director and tear him a new cornhole. Oh no, it's getting worse. Medieval puppet show. Crazy how giantess whack the midget on the ass. Maybe if I clap my hands,
All of this will go away.
cause even for
An 80s band, this is getting really gay.
Now I turn my back. Now I love this smack. He's gonna whack some ass. So
Whack the midget's ass.
Yes, the midget's ass. You missed the midget's ass. Could make you get too loud. Watch me jump up and down. All that interpretive dance. I float out of my class. The midget roll on the ground.
He-Man, what's up? Remember, no crying in your car. You're only authorized to cry in the shower if you're a whistleblower. Just to get it all out, what's in your head? Or at your thinking spot, that's seaside. And I step outside and I take a deep breath. That's what's going on.
What's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey.
tries.
He tries all the time in his terror cell. And he prays every single day. He says, hey, he doesn't want a jihad. Don't cry in your car. Just keep it inside. Or do it in the shower or at your thinking spot that's seaside. That's what's going on.
You'll never get stuck in a middle seat, if there aren't any. This is what travel can be. Retrain travel.
Hulk Hogan rap. Hulk Hogan rap. I'm not going to play Arnold singing. I know some of you want that. This isn't the one. Here's the Hulk Hogan rap. Is it this one? Beach Patrol? Nope. Might not be able to find the rap I want. Here it is. Hulk Hogan rap. Should be the first result, Google. How many of you had the Stretch Armstrong that was Hulk Hogan? Remember that?
Somali pirates, you better think twice. Hulk Hogan's closing in like it's thunder in paradise. Once he enters stealth, all your weapons are useless. The double-handed fist smash is ruthless. His bones interior is simply sick. You're only
Welcome aboard if you're a super hot chick.
Otherwise, it's like trying to hijack a giant floating taser. Hogan takes out flying saucers with a blast
from his laser.
Creeping through your fortress. What you won't even know. Blending in with plants. Just like a gecko. Hogan erupts like hot lava. Blasted out of a volcano. Then he'll fling you out of the ring by your speedo. Hit you like a storm. You better be frightened. One by one, your guards will drop like they got struck by lightning. It's thunder, straight from paradise. He's flying. You're getting body slammed harder than your Andre the Giant. Hogan! From the bay to the beat, all the chicks are smoking. It's Hogan! Step into the ring, and your neck will be broken. Hogan! His hair would die. He will be full. It's Hogan! You hear the sound of thunder, cause the storm's approaching. Hogan's a gentleman.
Helping out the community.
He'll get your cat down if it's stuck in a tree. If something goes wrong, you can call him. Lock your keys in your car. No problem. If you don't say thank you, you will pay the price. He'll roll your vehicle like he's rolling dice. He'll rip off his t-shirt, then chuck it to the ground. Enough with the game. The holster's not messing around. Hogan's got made up
Wishbone the dog is a nigga. This shit blew my mind, man. It's always gonna blow my mind.
Gentlemen, whoever moves that nigger's a dead man. I am the overseer on this plantation. William Ford holds the mortgage on Platt. If you hang him, he will lose his debt. You have no claim to his life. As for you two, if you have any regard for your own safety, I say be gone.
Unit 207, I hate when you take over my fucking YouTube search results. It's only you guys. This shit. Where's the fat guy dropping facts? Anyway, if you haven't seen the Wishbone, you missed out, dude. That was some good shit. I love Wishbone.
Wishbone was a nigga.
Yeah. How?
He was.
He living throughout history.
He really was, though.
Oh, you see the episode when he was a slave? Bro, y'all never seen a Wishbone episode when he was a slave?
I forgot about
It's a good episode.
That nigga, that nigga crazy. Bro, that nigga Wishbone was definitely a Negro dog.
Definitely.
Yeah, I believe.
He had white owners.
Yeah.
Which is, there you go. But Wishbone definitely was a Negro dog. Like, he was he was like in a fake version of like 12 Years a Slave.
That's crazy.
And like he freed the slaves, bro. Like Wishbone was in that field picking cotton, bro. And he had another episode where he was blicking niggas down.
I do remember that. The Arthur Morgan.
That nigga Wishbone, he was running down on niggas, bro. That nigga Wishbone was walking niggas down, bro. Like, that nigga Wishbone was killing shit, dog.
That's funny.
And it was all white people too, bro. That nigga Wishbone was putting niggas on gilding, bro. I was like, that nigga Wishbone real, bro. Now that's real Wishbone. Child Wishbone. Wishbone was a nigga.
Yeah. How? Because he was living throughout history.
Oh, you see the episode when he was a slave? Bro, y'all never seen a Wishbone episode when he was a slave?
I forgot
bro?
about it. No,
that nigga. That nigga crazy. Bro, that nigga Wishbone was definitely a Negro dog.
Yeah, I believe.
He had white owners.
Yeah.
Which is, there you go. But
There you
Wishbone
go.
definitely was a Negro dog. Like, he was he was like in a fake version of like 12 Years a Slave.
That's crazy.
And like he freed the slaves, bro. Like Wishbone was in that field picking cotton, bro. He had another episode where he was blicking niggas down.
I do remember that. The Arthur Morgan.
That nigga Wishbone, he was running down on niggas, bro. That nigga Wishbone was walking niggas down, bro. Like, that nigga Wishbone was killing shit, dog.
That's funny.
And it was all white people too, bro. That nigga Wishbone was putting niggas on gilding, bro. I was like, that nigga Wishbone real, bro. Now that's real Wishbone. Child Wishbone.
Culturally relevant, people. Culturally relevant. The first time I saw that, I was like, oh my God, he's right. He is right. If you haven't seen the show, you don't know. Go check it out. That's some good shit. Oh, let's not do YouTube. Let's do one of the other ones you guys like to hack. How about Tubi, ladies and gentlemen? Tubi?
Shoebox.
smile and hit it like her.
He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
The story of Cheryl Dempsey and what she became is truly one of the strangest, most disturbing things I've ever come across in the history of serial murder. I've been doing this for close to 25 years.
I had a tenant in this house here who was a very terrible person. This is the house where they found the Poughkeepsie tapes.
Before we got our hands on the Poughkeepsie tapes, we thought, well, we knew there had been some killings, and we were aware that some of them appeared as though they were being carried out in an organized fashion. But until we got our hands on those tapes, we had no idea what we were dealing with. No idea.
It was my job to watch and log all 2,400 hours of the Poughkeepsie tapes. In the first month alone, I couldn't sleep for more than an hour or two at night. I still have nightmares about them.
I think torturing and murdering turn him on. And you think these tapes are something of a homemade porn film or a memento that he could save for long after the murder. He has definitely stalled halfway through many a killing with such tapes.
I remember one night I brought some of the tapes home with me to keep working, and unbeknownst to me, my wife watched about half an hour of one of the tapes. It took her a year before she let me touch it. That's what's on those tapes.
They found the tapes in this closet. And down here.
When we searched the yard, we found the bodies of two women, there and there. We found a deep hole here where there was buried a young couple and their 10-month-old baby. There was a body of a man there, and 4 more women there, there, and there. And it was obvious that they'd all been killed in a horrific manner.
Beside me here is one complete set of the tapes. And just to give you a sense, from about here to here are all about Cheryl Dempsey.
When people think of serial killers, they think of 4 or 5 people, Ted Bundy, Dahmer, Gacy, etc. But what most people don't realize is how many more there are. At any given time, there are somewhere between 25 and 50 active serial killers in America alone. It is really a much bigger problem than most people realize.
There are probably hours and hours of these tapes that nobody's watched except me. Like, for example, there's over 100 hours of weird balloon stuff on these tapes.
Like this?
Yeah. Yes. No, pop it.
What?
Pop it!
Right this second, at some pool party somewhere, someone really wants a soda.
I'd really go for a...
But that seems someone's stuck between like way too much syrup. And what is that, diet water? What if there were a better soda?
Ladies,
Oh, hey, girl.
stop spiraling. Get a poppy.
Duh. A soda with 5 grams of sugar? Iconic. I'm dancing too. You can't see me. You just have to take my word for it.
If I've learned one thing from teaching this class, it's this. After what we're going to see here today, 3 of you will go home tonight and decide that this is not what you want with your life. You know, there are some terrible people in this world who do unbelievably terrible things. So it's important that each of you ask yourself, do I really want to surround myself with these terrible things for the rest of my professional life? And it's okay if you don't.
I would guess something happened in his life at that time. He got in a fight, lost a job, got left by his wife, something like that, and went out in his car and at some point said, the next vulnerable person I see is dead.
Hi. I like your dolls. I said, I like your dolls. What's that one's name?
Susie, I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
Well, you're not supposed to have bad manners either. You know, if I was the big bad wolf, there's nothing you can do about it. You want to say something to the camera?
Like what?
Oh, maybe you could say I am a happy, pretty little girl.
No.
You want to see what it looks like through the camera?
No.
Here.
first inspection, it looked like she had been hit in the head with a blunt object. We found there was a missing girl, Jennifer Gorman, 8 years old, from Putnam County, about 50 miles away, fitting the description last seen with similar clothes.
I haven't seen this. Did the North Everett Police Precinct kidnap her kid after premeditating and planning it for years upstairs? What happened?
Obviously, you don't ever get over something like this. You think the pain will subside, and get better. But it doesn't.
Not at all. What kind of a sick bastard rapes a little girl? She was just a child. She was barely 8.
This is nothing.
The same kind that endanger children, kidnap them, orchestrate them being abused specific to their disabilities. That's the kind. Just answering the lady in Mickey's question.
Yeah, this whole thing isn't even worth driving some days. Could I get a lift into the next town? Yeah, no problem. Hop in.
Do you mind if I film this? I'm making a little movie about my trip.
Knock yourself out.
So what's your name? Ed. Ed, I'm Frank. This is Jeanette.
Right.
If you take this exit up here, you can drop me off at the little gas station.
Okay.
It's to the right here, just a couple miles off the freeway.
From around here?
Not really.
Where are you from?
I think the gas station's right around the bend.
A Poughkeepsie couple vanished over the weekend, seemingly without a trace. Family members say they haven't heard from Frank or Jeanette Anderson since they left Pittsburgh last Friday. Authorities still have no leads as to the couple's whereabouts.
This homicide announces a completely new kind of killer. There is almost nothing left of the impulsiveness he displayed with Jennifer Gorman. Here is a man who's figured out he's good at something.
Imagine what it would take to do this. From the seat behind her, he takes a rag with some sort of chemical agent with his right hand and he places it over her mouth. And with his left hand holding the camera, he's reaching it out and holding it in front of her face like this. And this isn't the kind of thing that just happens. He must have practiced this motion thoroughly to get it right.
I mean, his car is parked alongside the road. He knows where the next gas station is. He knows that it's only a mile or two off the freeway. And he knows that it's a desolate area between the freeway and the gas station. In fact, the station is abandoned And I bet he knows that too. And he had a ready-made excuse for the camera.
This man is what we call a mixed killer. Plots, hides his crimes in an organized manner, but he mutilates and does, let's say, similar things with the bodies that a disorganized killer would do.
Come on, wake up. I'm surprised. You're gonna love this. Yeah, I know.
Today, the search for a missing Poughkeepsie couple ends tragically. This when human remains are found buried in a wooded area of rural Pennsylvania.
They brought a woman's body in that was very badly mutilated. The corpse had a head placed in its abdomen in a kind of strange ceremonial fashion. I took one look at the skull. The upper edges of the eye orbits were smooth, and the cranial vault was rigid and showed heavy muscular markings. I said, this is a man's head in a woman's body. This is 2 murders, not 1.
After talking to their friends and families, we were able to ascertain that the Andersons were coming back from Pittsburgh to Poughkeepsie, where they lived. That distance winds up being about 350 miles or so. The nice thing about this route is that there are really only a couple of logical ways to drive it. Under the best conditions, that particular makeup car can only go about 200 miles to the tank, more likely about 150. So we went from that point on the freeway 200 miles in both directions, and we went to every gas station along the route and asked to see their surveillance tapes from that particular day. It took some doing, but we did manage to get our first video image of the killer in this manner.
What's he doing with his hand?
He's signing. That's right. Everybody know what he's saying?
Red House.
Good. Right. We found the second body in the woods behind a place called the Red House Tavern, about 3 miles away. But the thing to keep in mind is this. He signed this before he even met the Andersons.
Timeliness is of the essence in any investigation, but especially a murder. If we find a fresh crime scene, there's just a lot more information to work with than, say, a skeleton. Often the serial killers who avoid detection and capture are the ones who are especially good at disposing of bodies. The killer documented on the Poughkeepsie tapes is very, very good at it. Not only does he know how to dispose of bodies, he knows how to dispose of bodies in many different ways.
Elizabeth Jackson was abducted in Hanson County, which is about 100 miles from the location we later found the tapes in. The killer then took a circular saw, cut off her head and hands. He then dumped her torso in Putnam County and her head and hands in Broome County. When someone's disposed of like this, it's almost impossible to put it all together because even if the various counties did talk, and they don't, but even if they did, there may be a 5-year gap between finding the head and the torso of a body like this. I see this and I say, okay, here's a killer who understands bureaucracy.
Usually a killer won't think through their first dismembering. And they have a dead body in the house and they need to take it apart. So They go out in the garage and get a saw and take some hours to get the head off. So then the next time they'll go and get a better saw before they kill someone. And that makes it a little better, but if they really want to get into the killing, they'll often go and get a real saw, something that cuts through quick and easy. And at that point, they'll never go back to a handsaw, except this guy. He did it repeatedly. Sometimes he uses a circular saw, sometimes a handsaw. It's part of the reason that we never grouped his killings together. That's probably why he did it.
But after all that effort to mask his killings, he shows us each and every disassembly in his tapes. I guess he just wanted someone to appreciate how good he is at this, and the thought that maybe we'd be strangely sort of impressed with it. No. After seeing what he did to Cheryl Dempsey, I could feel nothing but loathing for this guy.
When the monsters come, all you can do is scream.
You were the last person to see the president alive. Did you kill him? They will never see us coming.
Better?
Alex Below looks to continue his legendary season as the IndyCar Series rolls into Road America. Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. We even cut out the phone calls. You can do it all online. I just cut my bill in half. That's Insurify. Compare prices and switch online. Half the bill, twice the... Not having to pay twice as much. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
So sweet. Should have gone with you. Yeah, I thought I was going to trap. My mom's going to be such a bitch. How long are they gone? About a week. Really? Wednesday? Yeah.
That was that something. No.
Killings.
What do you mean?
Like the feeling like something's gonna happen for someone. It's weird. Everything's been so good lately. Like everybody seems to be happy and everything's just like too good, you know?
Hello? Hello? Is it you?
Hey.
You want to grab something to eat?
You guys can make something about it?
Sure.
Will you grab me a towel? There. Come on, you're not scaring me.
Hey, what kind of ice cream did you want?
Whatever. Chocolate?
Done.
You scare me. You shouldn't jump out at somebody like that.
Sorry. I brought you ice cream. And
Thanks. Why did you move my clothes?
I didn't.
They were all over the place.
Come here.
Why?
You'll see.
Let's just go watch a movie.
Like what?
I'm running a couple.
You wanna stay here for a while?
Maybe for a little while. Starting to fall asleep. Want to go to bed?
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
You're staying over tonight, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I get a little scared here by myself.
I think I might too.
Do I put this stuff in the sink? I just want to pee and brush my teeth.
No, it's fine.
Mm. this weekend ends in tragedy for one family. Victoria and James Dempsey returned home after leaving their 19-year-old daughter, Cheryl Dempsey, home alone for the weekend. Now, when they returned, they found Cheryl missing and her boyfriend, Tim Surrey, brutally murdered.
I remember maybe 3 days before Cheryl's abduction, she asked me, "Do you ever feel like someone's watching you?" I said, "Not really." And she told me, "Sometimes I feel like maybe someone's following me around." I said, "You're probably just being paranoid." And she said, "Yeah, maybe. Hindsight's 20/20.
What's happening? Where am I? Stay away from it! Stay away! Why are you there? Please don't hurt me! Please don't hurt me! I'll do whatever you want! I know you will. Shut up! What is your name? Cheryl Dempsey. Your name is Slade. What is your name? Cheryl. Your name is Slade. What is your name? My name is Slade. What is your name? Slade. What is your name? Slade. Good.
Because of the gruesome condition of Tim's body, we had very little hope of finding Cheryl alive. His head had been crushed in, kind of like this, and he had been cut from his anus up to his throat, and his intestines had been pulled out and strewn around like they were Christmas tree lights. And, his genitals had been removed, and they were placed in a sock drawer in the master bedroom. Our basic thinking was that the killer had lost all control of his faculties, and again, judging from the condition of the body, that he had probably killed her here and probably dumped her body in the woods.
We took one look at the scene and wrote it off as the work of a disorganized killer. The truth we later learned from the Poughkeepsie tapes was that this killer had carefully crafted the murder site to mislead us, and it worked. Funny thing is, to be able to murder and mutilate a body in such a way and to maintain composure while doing so, coupled with his bizarre sense of theatricality, the masks and costumes and whatnot, shows that this man is extremely mentally ill.
Commedia dell'arte is a form of theater that dates back to 16th century.
When I was playing that Art Bell recording, one thing worth noting is one of the girls that's going to prison for the rest of her life was telling the boy, see, he only got a year in solitary confinement for hacking Dept. See.
And second, they help him to alleviate any sense of guilt and regret for the horrible things.
You've added attempted murder to your fucking indictment.
The character
Dept in that hacking is less time than what you've got. Cunt.
Why are you crying? What? I killed your mom. I killed your whole family. I'm all you have left. You tell me! Tell me. You were happy I killed your family. No! How do you come over here?
You don't have parents. You're a slave. Those people. Why? Why? Who do you like? Who? Why?
Oh, and if you're wondering, well, which cunt said that? The cunt who calls herself Kishana. Kishana wants everybody to know that the people that hacked Dept, they only got a year of solitary confinement. I don't think Kishana blew the whistle. I think Kishana's in the going to prison for the rest of their lives club. Shocking, because Kishana, I thought you would have blown the whistle.
People have come from as far away as Lancaster County to search the wooded area around the Dempsey residence, this in hopes of finding any clues in the disappearance of their daughter, Cheryl.
I'd just like to say to the person who's done this, please bring my daughter back home.
If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Thanks. Hey. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I play that moment in my head over and over again. I knew it was him, and I didn't stop him because I was scared.
If I take the gag off, will you do something for me? I want you to put this on.
By the sunroom 90.
When you think work, you think boots. You think boots, you think ending the day with the same number of toes you started with. Because you're thinking heavy equipment.
All the girls want to ride in the back of the bureau in the sheriff's squad cars.
Without the smashing, puncturing, and scorching.
Now you're thinking on your feet. And when you think feet, you're thinking boots. You think boots, you're thinking Ariat.
At Walden University, we get the W.
We step up when everything is on the line.
We leave our mark on this world because we want to have impact.
And Walden University prepares us with the skills to make it happen. You can make it happen too.
Get the W.
Walden University. Set a course for change.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft. If something happens, LifeLock provides a dedicated US-based restoration specialist with expertise to make the right calls and take the right steps to fix your case start to finish. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Don't face identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock, for the threats you can't control.
23. The area was really starting to feel the effects of this man's work.
Most killers getting this much media attention will do one of three things. One, they will realize it's not safe for a serial killer to work that town anymore and leave. Two, they will give it a rest for a little while and let it cool off. Or three, they'll just keep doing it, maybe even speed up the rate of their killings until they get caught. But this killer did something quite unique. He kept killing, but changed his MO.
A third body was found here today. We're standing on the west bank of the Hudson River in Poughkeepsie. Police believe this to be another killing by the man some are now calling the Water Street Butcher.
Killing believed to be the work of the Water Street Butcher. Police are warning local prostitutes to stay off the streets.
What you doing out here?
Waiting for a friend?
Well, you didn't know anything about it, John.
Around the same time, we started getting word from the prostitutes that worked that area. The girls are getting arrested, never being heard from.
No. Please, come on. No, we won't like it. We can't. Honestly, we can't stop you. We won't like it.
All of the victims' bodies had been mutilated, in part to cover up the bite marks on them. They all had been sliced from mouth to ear, and they had been raped post-mortem. And we found matching sperm on 4 of the bodies.
Years ago, I was granted the dubious honor of interviewing
Theodore Robert Bundy in connection with another case. But the insight that I gained there is relevant here. I remember the first question he asked me was, did he rape her?
I guess before or after? Before or after, you know, killing her. After. Oh, you see, Mike, I think that's an important distinction. This might all sound a little weird, but kill and rape variety. These guys will continue to have sex with the body way past the point they thought possible. Mild decomposition, even maggots and things. They just sort of turn them on. Next time you find a fresh dump site, be quiet about it. Just take it out. The gal will come back.
Unfortunately, we have never found a fresh enough body. But there was evidence that he had, in fact, been returning to them for sexual reasons.
Hi, we're selling cookies. Would you like to buy some?
Sure. Sure. Why don't you come in?
We're not really supposed to.
Well, that's smart. You know, there's a lot of weirdos out there, but I'm a policeman, so it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
This guy works at the Everett Police Department, clearly. Children to abuse,
Hey, you girls want some coffee?
videotape not stopping them. And they're girls,
Thank you.
of course, like the North Everett precinct's been perpetrating crimes against since 2012, I believe.
Hey, did you ride your bikes the other day?
No, I live over on DuPont.
Oh, so
But
you
the
live in
real
the
unfortunate
neighborhood.
thing is the amount of girls
Yeah.
going to prison
I don't. I live
who
over
are by far
sister.
worse than anyone with the penis who's been in my
Before you
mouth.
leave, do you tell your parents where you go?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the cunts want to ride
What's
in the
that?
back of the FBI and
What?
the sheriff's cars. And
I thought I heard something.
Oh, well, I left the TV on in the basement. You know, it sounds like I'm not going to be able to get cookies today. You know, I get a raccoon in the basement sometimes.
There's no raccoons around here.
Sure there are. Hey, you want to see the raccoon I got in the basement?
Sure.
He's awful mean.
I don't believe you. I want to go.
You know, I'll have to get cookies some other day. Why don't you let yourself out?
Hey, Mom.
Sounds like something got loose down there.
I'm sorry, Master. I thought that it was time.
You felt pity for it. You tried to let it go.
No, Master, I would never betray you.
This is your fault.
No.
Suddenly, we had 10 bodies, 6 of whom had matching samples of semen on them. Then we had a breakthrough. At one of the victims' apartments, we found an unwashed glass of water. It had a fingerprint and DNA from the soil.
We ran the prints we found in the glass of water. They came back with a match. It matched my partner, Jim Foley.
They placed him under arrest and started building a case. He had been in town for all those killings. And there were 3 killings in Pennsylvania, matched the same MO. And he had been in Pennsylvania on family vacation. He had no substantiated alibi for any of the murders. We searched his car and his house, found jewelry and bloodstains that matched the victims. At that point, we knew we had our man.
They came and arrested my dad as the Water Street Butcher. It was devastating. I couldn't sleep, dropped out of school, became a freak even to my own friends. Everything changed in 1 second.
Foley had no alibi for these murders because he was a cop who rode in an unmarked cruiser by himself most of the time. There was plenty of time for him to commit these crimes. Secondly, he had a history of getting prostitutes. Apparently, Mr. Foley was a fairly regular customer. One of the prostitutes, Cindy Jackson, took the stand and placed him in the neighborhood at the time of 3 of the abductions.
His defense, my hands were really tied because he kept refusing a plea bargain of any kind. I kept telling him, Jim, I'm going to kill you if you don't cop a plea. He kept telling me that he'd fire me, defend himself if I didn't shut up about it. It was really quite frustrating.
It's my father, son. It's over and he needs to be punished.
I think that your life should be spared because we are not like you.
The governor has not granted reprieve. James Foley will be executed within the hour. Boys, come on out!
Fox tonight.
New week, new snake.
Losers are not cute. The competition is just getting started.
I'm worried if you don't get rid of the pastor now, he's going to stab one of you. God forgive me.
The Snake, all new tonight on Fox.
I was totally stranded.
No TP? So what happened? Well, we started buying Charmin Mega XL. Charmin Mega XL is 6 rolls in 1 and lasts so much longer. Enjoy the go with Charmin. Guaranteed to fit or your money back.
Two members of the execution team are preparing their injections. The third is standing by. The superintendent now gives the condemned the opportunity to make a last statement. He's declined to make a last statement. He's afforded the opportunity for prayer. this also. We have now completed the first phase of the execution. We have now completed the second phase of the execution. We have now completed the third and final phase of the execution. One of the physicians is now making his examination. Now the second is making his check. Now the third and final physician is making his check. The examination is completed. The superintendent has advised the witnesses that death did occur at 12:24 on this date.
When I got home, I found a map in my mailbox. There was a mark on it that said, missed one. And then my phone rang. They said, you got to get down there and see this. It was another body. I knew right away.
After 3 stays of execution, the death warrant has now been issued. James Foley will be put to death within the hour. In 1996, a jury convicted and sentenced Foley to death for the brutal murders of 4 women in Pennsylvania and upstate New York. Authorities believe the death toll will be much higher.
We need to stop everyone. And the conversations, and I think it just gives everyone a taste for blood.
Pennsylvania's third execution in 25 years.
Right after I go to work, police come in and handing me DNA sample and demanding I do immediate. And it was very stressful. It turned out same as Water Street butcher, James Foley.
We're still not sure. Apparently he had gone to a fertility clinic some years before. We think maybe that's how, but we're still not sure.
3 days after my dad's execution, they realized that he had been innocent. They were going to put out a thing in the paper the next day, and then 9/11 happened. The article on Dad gets bumped down to page 6. Former cop cleared of charges after execution. People still, jokingly, when I say my name, they'll ask, "Are you relation to the Water Street butcher?" And I tell them that Jim Foley wasn't the Water Street butcher. And nobody heard that they found him innocent because of 9/11.
Any other week in American history, and this would have been a serious national sensation. Serial killer kills cop using justice system. Come on. But then September 11th happened, and no one gave a shit about anything else. After 10 or more years of planning and executing what I consider to be the crime of the century, nobody even heard about it.
See, when people read there's a serial killer in town, their guards go up, which was happening. But then when they read the serial killer only preys on prostitutes, if you're not a prostitute, your defenses are going to go back down. So he created this Water Street butcher persona to assuage people's fears about this unknown killer so that he could continue to prey on everyone else.
Hi, you having some car trouble?
Oh, yeah. My car just died. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Oh, you need me to call you a tow truck?
Oh, officer, thank you. That would be great. This has taken for over an hour.
You know, you really shouldn't be out here by yourself with that Water Street butcher on the loose and all.
You just attack prostitutes.
Hey, look, there's a gas station a mile down where you'll be safe. Let me drop you there, then you won't have to wait out here alone.
Mind?
Not at all. Hey, I have a lot of stuff up here. Would you mind jumping into the back?
Sure. Thank you. Oh, this is what it looks like to be arrested.
Hey, you ever been arrested?
Not that I care to admit to. Oh, I once got arrested for drinking underage, but that's it. Oh, I've had such a long day. I think that was the exit to the gas station. Excuse me? Wasn't that the exit to the gas station?
Well, I guess it was.
Perhaps you better turn around.
You know, can I ask you something?
Would you please turn around?
Why did you call me officer?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, before you got into the car, you called me officer. Why did you call me that?
Oh, it's like to...
Well, they do. I'm not a cop.
You're not.
No. Well, I'm not trying to be. But sure. No, still. You shouldn't get in strangers' cars. Didn't you learn about assumptions? They make an ass of you and me. You'll see.
Please don't touch me. I'm a person with a family, and someone will know I'm missing. I'm so sorry. Did you do this?
Well, how about this? I'll make you a deal. We'll pull over, and I'm gonna rape you. But then, if you've been good, and you haven't done anything stupid, I won't kill you.
Okay.
Okay, you think I'd fall for that? You're not just gonna let me rape you?
Yes, I am.
I don't believe you.
Why?
You know, to be perfectly honest, I don't think either of us are going to want you alive for the things I'm going to do to you. Obviously, I wouldn't leave handles on the doors.
That's a movie, everybody. I'm a lot louder than that. That movie sucks. I give it 2 stars.
When you shop in the Safeway app, you can count on delivery in as soon as 30 minutes. Even if you can't count on your guest list staying small.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, did you all good evening?
Bad. It wasn't that hard.
Sure.
And the tech behind it. So basically, you a product that cleans up the infection. So it's basically a money-making scam, and it's been going on for quite some time. Ransomware is different. This is a type of malware that will encrypt your files or will pretend to encrypt your files, and it will require you to pay a ransom to unlock your files, using cryptography, if you will.
Right.
They'll encrypt the files. And if you don't do it, you don't get access to your files. There's even one case where there was a police department, I forgot exactly where in the United States, it actually was hit with this ransomware. They actually paid the ransom.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so
is it, I don't know.
Yeah, is it actually so serious, Kevin, that or is there if you get hit with this ransomware thing, is there a way around it?
Yeah.
Or is it so tight you've got to actually pay?
Well, you have to think about how do you get hit with this stuff, and usually the way you get hit with it is the bad guys are using typical social engineering, which is using spear phishing attacks or phishing attacks. So what they do is they trick you as the user into doing something like opening up a file that sends in an email that contains the infection, or clicking on a hyperlink.
I get all that.
People don't do this, they're not going to get infected.
Yeah, I get all that. My question was, if you are infected with this and they want money, is there a way to get around it and get your system back, or do you have to pay?
Well, I actually had a client call me that was infected with malware and infected with this ransomware.
Yes.
And what the ransom was $500. So I told the client, I said, it's much cheaper just to pay the ransom. And that's exactly what they did. They got all their files back.
Wow.
In some cases, it depends on how much the ransom is. And what people really need to do is start backing up their data. And if they back it up and secure that backup, then even if they get infected with the ransomware, they could just restore the files and be done with it.
Okay. So there might be a way around it, but it might be too expensive depending on how much.
Well, it depends. There's different types of ransomware that, some is fake where it's not even encrypting your files.
Right.
Sometimes, in most cases it's real, but a consumer usually can't, figure that out on themselves. They're going to need to know somebody that's pretty technically astute to be able to determine if it is in fact real. So it really depends. What you really need to do is find like some expert that could help you out if that ever happens to you to find the best course of action. Okay. I'm not saying that you just pay the ransom at all times. In this particular case with this client, I just recommended it.
Okay. I formed a friendship, sort of, with a guy from Anonymous. In fact, I had him on the air. And we talked a little bit about Anonymous. Now, he doesn't technically say he's in Anonymous, but if you read between the lines, he probably is. And so he's sort of a consultant of mine from Anonymous, sort of.
Using Crime
Would you think
Stoppers
that's
of
a wise
Puget Sound to
idea
send
or
my
unwise?
SOS offense type listeners shooting and homicide.
Anonymous is not really, it's kind of like a way that people think. It's like anybody can kind of jump on this bandwagon of.
No, this guy's a real McCoy.
Oh, he's a real McCoy.
Yeah.
So I actually think, doing, some of the stuff they're doing is kind of a bad idea because it actually doesn't, they get a little bit of PR, so if they hack into some police department and expose the officers' home addresses, for example, they get the PR, but they are never able to use that to get what they want. In other words, they just never advance their agenda.
All right. There is something on the internet that's below the internet. You might call it the internet. You might call it the dark net. What do you know about that?
Well, the dark net is like the kind of. Have you ever heard of Tor, George? Like the Tor network? It's some kind of a.
Don't cuss at me.
Well, the dark net. Let's just say there's a way to.
I'm Art. Yes, I know about Tor.
Oh, okay, great. So perfect. So the dark web, it's kind of like,
Writing in
it's like
suspects.
these
The
hidden
Everett Police
services
Department
before,
are the
and there's
murderers.
a lot of,
No
illegal,
joke.
activity that occurs in these services, like with these services, like selling stuff that is illegal, fake identities, for example, drugs. If you recall, the guy that was running Silk
Says
Road,
narrative is too long,
Dread-
limited to
Dread
4,000
Pirate
characters. So let's
Roberts,
go up here and erase
Rob
some of
Superbred.
what's
He was,
listed there.
actually caught, even though he was using a Tor hidden service. So there's a lot of things you could, a lot of services and information that you can buy.
If you look up a darknet in search of information on the net, interestingly, one of the responses you get is the darknet is full of criminals and government agents. And I'm thinking, how do you tell the difference?
Really can't. I mean, in the case of the Silk Road investigation, apparently Ross Ubert had an administrator that was part of, administrating Silk Road, and he was actually an undercover DEA agent.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you really vet somebody's identity on the internet? It's extremely difficult.
And is there really a substantial difference between some criminals and government agents?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to answer that question.
Maybe you better not. All right, so this following question comes from a movie.
Okay.
But I can't resist. Could there ever be
All right, cool.
a fire sale?
I was able to submit it, and I also told them to go to youtube.com at games101 player 8 / community to read the full
actually, no,
SOS
it was
message.
a later one. But the point is,
I'm guessing
a
it went
fire
through
sale,
because it
let's
gave me a
explain
tip
it.
ID
Fire sale,
and a
everything must
password.
go, right? And so in
Click here
this
to chat
case,
live
we're
or add
talking
additional
about
information.
a foreign power or a domestic agent of some kind disabling everything. And that means streetlights, power, water, communications, you name it. Disabling, just attacking everything, a fire sale.
I know what you're saying. I think it's far-fetched because the attackers would have to compromise such a great deal of a number of systems and remain undetected. Now, mind you, remember in the back in the 80s and 90s, when I compromised a lot of the telephone companies around the United States,
yes.
I had complete control of a lot of switches, at the time, but each set of prefixes required compromising a different switch and doing it and staying undetected and something like that. So it is, I think it's a little bit I think it's pretty far-fetched.
Okay.
That's stuff that writers put in movies.
Well, maybe, but you start hearing about some of the incredible hacks. What did I think they believe that China got the name.
Now they're not letting me add an attachment, and they're hacking my ability to
how many was it?
have a two-way chat with a real police officer.
What the attackers were able to get in this allegedly China was access to people's tops. When people go for a secret clearance, right? They get all their psych backgrounds, their family backgrounds. So the social security number is really easy to get. I can look up anyone's social security number in 60 seconds on the internet, but the attack on OPM was much more personal data that was compromised and actually could be leveraged by a foreign national.
Let's talk about people's privacy. I mean, the privacy of the people listening to this show right now. If you really, really need privacy, is PGP any good? And that PGP, of course, means pretty good privacy. Now, that was written and was said to be unbreakable. I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure. Is that now still true or not true?
No, I think PGP is
The SOS was
definitely
too long,
a tool
so I
that
had to
people
tell
can
him to
use. It's,
see a
ordinarily,
website.
it's used, obviously said, to secure your email. The problem is, in configuration, normally the average person on the street can easily configure setting up, what they call a private key and a public key, and then they have to get the person that they're communicating with to do the exact same. And there's actually a free version of PGP called GPG that anybody can download. And it actually is a good way to definitely secure your email. Now, mind you, when you send an email to somebody, you have to have their public key. Well, one thing you have to make sure is that when you're sending, like if I'm sending, an email to Art Bell, that I really have your public key, that it's not somebody else impersonating you.
Well, all right, look, let's define by who it's impossible. In other words, the average person, the average even corporation perhaps could not decrypt it. But if NSA wanted it, I assume they'd be able to read it.
I don't know of any known attacks on that the NSA is using, or at least according to the Snowden revelations, where they were able to crack PGP encrypted email.
I think based on what I just read on top is this is for me to just ongoing. It's like an
just the opposite.
constantly, consistently updated incident report or something.
I remember there were some communications between GCHQ and NSA that they couldn't decrypt information that was protected using PGP.
By the way, how did you like the way Snowden addressed the NSA by saying, "Can you hear me now?" on Twitter?
I thought it was great, and I think it's fantastic. It's like the only person he follows on Twitter is the NSA. So that's kind of like an in-your-face type of behavior there. But I kind of chuckled. And actually, I'm curious of what.
Says thank you for your tip. Crime Stoppers is a nonprofit organization that forwards anonymous tips to detectives handling criminal cases. Dude, after all of their hacks on the FBI and the sheriffs and the court, everyone they've been hacking, if Crime Stoppers of Puget Sound is the one that gets the SOS out,
what would you
that's fucking hilarious.
Advise him in his current position?
Oh,
when police officers are the perpetrator, use Crime Stoppers of Puget Sound. Unlike the FBI's website, they don't have this one.
What the U.S. government would promise him,
they did try though.
That they would actually put him in ADX Florence, which is it's like the most secure federal prison in Florence, Colorado, and he would sit there, in solitary confinement for the rest of his life. I wouldn't trust that they would really make any real deal with him. I think they would actually lie to him to get him back to the U.S. unless he had access to some information that the government doesn't want made public that he could use as leverage. Otherwise, I don't see any leverage he really has in that regard. So I think if he's captured or voluntarily returns back to the United States, I can't really imagine that he wouldn't be locked up in an ADX Florence for a very long time.
All right. Well, you understand.
That's my opinion.
You understand that half the country thinks he's.
It shows here that they're hacked into it somehow.
He is a
task manager,
a spy, or not a spy. A spy is the wrong word. A criminal, right?
Yeah. Public opinion doesn't matter with respect to Snowden, because even in my case, when they had this big Free Kevin campaign about all the crazy things that were happening in my case, and it raised awareness with the public, but the courts don't care. The U.S. Department of Justice doesn't care. But it would be nice if he can come back into the United States and they could pardon him, grant him a presidential pardon. That would be nice. But I can't imagine that the Department of Justice would simply just cut him a deal. That would be reasonable.
Yeah. How do you view him?
Well, I'm actually happy about, I view him as a hero, that he was, exposed that the intelligence agencies in the United States were eavesdropping on us without a court order, without a warrant, in basically analyzing all communications. I don't think, though, he should have revealed our operations against foreign governments. I think he should have kept that secret and, kept it to himself. But I don't view him as a traitor. I view him more as a whistleblower hero type than anything else.
Okay. Well, then about half the country agrees with you, and the other half violently not so. And so overall, your advice is, Ed, stay out of the country. Well, that'd be Canadian advice.
I think so. I mean, I kind of seen how the government works firsthand, dealing with them for a number of years.
Yes.
And I wouldn't trust it, I think, because of the information that, he exposed, that they would probably do it. They brought down a presidential plane. The president of Bolivia was flying through European airspace, I don't know if it was a year ago or I don't remember the exact date, and they forced him to land in Austria just because they thought Snowden was on the plane.
Yeah, I remember.
Don't you think that's indicative that the U.S. government would go to great lengths to, to get him?
Probably lucky that plane didn't get shot down.
Yeah, well, that would have been a pretty big horror if it did. So, yeah, I don't think they would have gone that far.
Well, there's no shortage of horrors going on, that's for sure. I'm worried about the whole world right now, frankly. All right, we're going to take a break. I might have a question or two more, and then I would like to take some calls. You up for that?
I'm up for it.
Good. Let's stay right there. My guest is Kevin Mitnick. And he's been a bad boy, and now he's a good boy, and acts only for the Lord. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Proudly part of the Dark Matter Digital Network, this is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. And my guest is Kevin Mitnick. Now, if you would like to speak to Kevin, if you've got a question for Kevin about perhaps your computer privacy, or maybe you've got a question about, I don't know, just about your computer, or if you've got a company, maybe you would like to hire Kevin to try and break in. I mean, that is what they do after all, and that is what Kevin does now. He's on the right side of the law, and he identifies vulnerabilities, in people's business systems, and this is their livelihood, so it's very, very important stuff. If you would like to call, our public number is 1 area code 952-225-5278. I'll give that to you again. Area code 952-225-5278. Now, there is another way to call. It's called Skype. If you have, I don't know, an iPhone, an Android, whatever, a pad, put Skype on it. And once you've done that, it's so easy. Go to add a contact, put a plus sign in Skype, and add us. If you're in North America or Canada, add MITD51. MITD51. If you are outside of the United States, we can accommodate you as well. It's MITD55. Midnight in the Desert. MITD55. All right, here once again is Kevin. And Kevin, before we take calls, I do want to ask this. Is it safe? And are you hidden sufficiently if you use what's called a proxy?
No.
No?
No, because the service you're using, the proxy service, they have your IP address.
Right.
Now, if you could connect to the initial connection to the internet per se, if you could conceal or disconnect that IP address from being associated with you, for example, by using like a neighbor's Wi-Fi access point, then it probably is a lot safer. But if you just simply use a proxy, it's not going to really. Law enforcement could subpoena the logs and find out where you are. The same thing is with VPN. I hear a lot about VPN providers that say we keep no logs. Even if we're subpoenaed by federal law enforcement agencies, we can't tell anything about you.
Right.
I think that's 100% BS.
Okay.
Because working in the IT industry, you always need to have logs when you're troubleshooting problems. And I can't imagine that these big name VPN providers actually really turn it off. So, again, to really get a good level of privacy, you might think about, getting a burner device, like a cell phone or a burner wireless access point, and then not using that near your normal home or work if you really want to maintain your anonymity. But then how do you go about buying it? Do you walk into Verizon or T-Mobile and go buy that device? No, because you're on camera. You have to actually think about every step of the way. Do you use Uber to go over to Walmart to buy it? No, because your Uber, your movements are tracked. Do you use a rent-a-car? No, because they have GPS. So you have to really think about how are you getting the device you're using? Is it truly a safe way of obtaining it, or is it really traceable? And then where do you actually use that device? I'm talking about a device to connect to the internet, like a prepaid wireless phone or prepaid hotspot. How do you acquire it, and where do you use it from? And then how do you use it? Do you access, like, if you're doing less stuff, you want to maintain your anonymity. Are you crossing that with the stuff that you're doing in real life, like checking your email, checking your Twitter account, going onto Facebook? And there's so many ways people can make a mistake and get caught up and their real identity be their real identity be exposed.
All right, very quickly. Your favorite operating system? Would you prefer Mac, Linux, or Windows?
VMS.
Really?
VMS is an operating system made by Dept. That I actually got the source code for, but that used to be my favorite. I like Linux-based operating systems. I like Ubuntu. I like Gentoo. I like OS X. I like Macs. But I use them all.
All right. Phones: Android, iOS, or Windows Phone?
I like iOS. I like iPhone.
You really do. You like iPhone?
I do.
Yeah, me too.
For iOS.
Why do you?
They're actually more secure than Android. You're hearing about vulnerabilities identified in Android all the time. Now, then again, you hear about jailbreaks. Jailbreaks that are identified in iOS. So both operating systems, have their share of security vulnerabilities. But I do like the iOS model better.
All right.
For example, if I'm installing an app,
yes,
right, and an Android will ask you. Do you want to give this app all these permissions? And then once you do it, it never asks you again.
Right.
When you do that with an iPhone or an iPad, every time you're doing that function, like it wants your location, it's going to ask for your permission every time.
Now, Android is running some sort of anti-Apple ads showing that Apple Pay seems not to work. The person is swiping around and they can't get it to work, whereas Android just pays it off, boom, like that. Are you a fan, number one, of these pay systems? Are they fairly secure, more secure than a credit card, for example? And number two, is it really true that Apple's pay system is having a problem?
Well, I haven't actually used Apple Pay personally, but I've read documents on it, and it seems reasonably secure. Where they're of how they how they use their protocol, if you will.
Right.
But I actually haven't tried to attack Apple Pay yet. And I'm curious of whether there's room to do if they tokenize the information, so your credit card number.
Wait, did you say use Apple Pay or attack Apple Pay?
Attack. I haven't tried attacking it as part of a security test.
I see.
So I'm not sure personally whether or not of any vulnerabilities in Apple Pay today.
Okay. You do good work for companies, right? That is what you do. And I want to give you a chance to, promote that. You have this ghost team, right, that claims to have 100% success rate of being able to penetrate any system using technology and any social engineering. You can use technology and social engineering. You can get into any system out there. How can it be 100%?
Well, basically, there's different types of security tests that companies have us do. There's network testing to look at, what are they, what network services they're exposing to the internet that could possibly be attacked. A company could have web applications, like when you log on to Bank of America, for example, you're using a web application. But so there's different types of security issues. When clients allow us to use social engineering, that means when we could try manipulating the humans that actually operate the computers.
Yes.
And con them into doing something or exploit them that way, our success rate's 100%. And it has been since we started with the company. Now, mind you, if a client wants us to, test, their a web app, we don't have 100% success rate at compromising a web app. We have a high success rate, but always when we're allowed to use social engineering, we always get it.
All right,
because all we have to do is find one person.
Yes. Describe in detail, well, not that much detail, but as much as you can. If you were given permission, let's say a large company, to go after them with social engineering, how would you do it?
Well, basically what I would do is first get a target list. Who in the company, would I be targeting with this attack? I might, move over to LinkedIn. A lot of, business people use LinkedIn, the social network LinkedIn, and you can kind of identify the individuals that work at companies, their titles and positions. You could use, Salesforce has data.com, which gives you another way of getting that type of information. So you're basically kind of building your target list. And then what I would do is look at, well, what does this business do? Who are their customers? Who are their suppliers? Who are their partners? And then come up with an attack, come up with a situation that I would manufacture to get somebody on the inside to comply with the request, for example, to open up, like, imagine that I'm a new client, or that I'm going to hire a law firm, for example. The law firm is the target, and I know that the attorney will want to read some documents about the issue or about the case. What if I could send a booby-trapped PDF file to a partner at the law firm, and as soon as they open up that PDF file, it exploits a problem with Adobe Acrobat, and then I have full access to that lawyer's system. So that's like, one simple way that social engineering could be used to attack a system.
Okay, but you do admit that just doing it with computers and trying to make it through firewalls does not always work.
What say that again?
I said just using computers and trying to make your way through firewalls does not always work.
Does not always work, but when we're testing web applications, companies have web applications that are facing the internet.
Sure.
Our success rate is in the very high 90s.
Yeah.
But if somebody is saying, hey, test our wireless network, and they've deployed it properly, they're using proper security technologies, then we might not get in. Or if they're having us look at what network services are being exposed by their servers to the internet, if they're not exposing certain types of applications, if you will, that we could possibly exploit, then we're not going to get it.
All right. I want to take a few calls here if I can. If they want to get in touch with you for work, how do they do that?
They can go to our website. It's Mitnick Security. That's MITNICK security.com.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Quick Guy on Skype. Hello.
Oh, hey there, Art. How am I sounding?
Sounding all right.
All right, much appreciated for the guest tonight. It's really a pleasure to ask Kevin some questions. Awesome program tonight.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask Kevin one or two quick questions. I have a bit of a background in computers, mainly due to my father. He got MCSE certified in the early 90s, Cisco certification and all that. And I kind of kick him in the butt now and again for not getting me more into it, because I'm on my computer more or less far more than I should be. I have a typing WPM of like 120 words a minute plus, and I've always wanted to know where I can start amateurly without spending $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a year on a university degree. Where are you grabbing your network security guys, your server security guys? How can somebody who has the drive, has the will, and wants to get into this sort of thing, where do they start?
Well, what we actually look for is when people are are interested in working with security, is what's their experience.
Because
like,
a
for example,
whistleblower
as a
upstairs
developer.
made it
Like,
go
if we're
through.
looking
So
for somebody
thank you
that's
to
gonna
whoever did that,
assess the security
that
of
allowed
web
it to go through.
applications. What's
That
their
was the
development
right
experience?
decision.
What technology
Won't it be
do you do?
excellent if
.NET,
this shit's
Java?
wrapped up here in less than
What's
24
the background
hours?
do they
I
have
say
in,
so.
Systems and network administration and working,
You're not
as
getting
a
it done,
DBA,
Chuck.
not actually working as a full-time job, but actually have knowledge
That's
in
a
these
fucking
areas
plus.
of how
Minus
things
me
work.
being shocked.
And then looking to there's a lot of universities that offer security degrees. I know you already
So if I'm
said you're not
correct,
interested in
and
going
that
the
went through
university
because of a
route. I'm kind of
whistleblower,
self-taught myself,
thank you to
from,
you.
Being a hacker back
The
in
rest
the
of
day.
you,
But
you're trying to
there's lots
murder
of,
me.
good resources
On top
out
of
there on
everything
the
else you've
internet
already proved.
you might want to look at. There's
The
a lot
fuck?
of, I remember there was some best-selling book on beginning penetration testing on Amazon. I didn't actually look at the book myself, but I actually looked at the reviews, and the reviews were pretty high. You might want to consider looking at that and downloading tools like Metasploit. Metasploit is a very, very common penetration testing, framework, if you will. and becoming familiar with a lot of the tools like Metasploit and Nmap, and kind of going around to different sites on the internet and learning a lot about security and looking at what tools and what techniques and processes you go through to actually test security controls on various operating systems, devices, and so on and so forth.
Either all of that color, or if you want to impress Kevin, spend a year in your bathroom without coming out.
All right, well, fair enough. One other quick question, if I may. Do you happen to have any of this sort of information, these recommendations, listed anywhere online, or would it be all right if I went through your company and sent an email asking for such recommendations? That'd be really appreciated.
Yeah, just do an email. There's also some courses you can take. There's offensive security. I think their URL is offensive-security.com. They have some. I haven't taken the courses personally, but I have some friends that are security experts that have and say that they're very well done. So you might want to look at taking some of these online courses that help you get familiar with how to for example, doing an external a perimeter test against a network, trying to learn more about, how to exploit wireless networks or applications. So there's definitely a lot of resources out there. There's even a website that has a lot of videos.
All right, so anyway,
YouTube.
he can send you an email, so that's easy. And when you're done with this, Kevin, you might want to run a jitter test on that line you're on, because I'm telling you, you're dropping packets.
It's a hotel, so unfortunately.
I know. I'm just saying. On the phone, you're on the air with Kevin Mitnick. Hello.
Hi. Hi. First of all, Art, you've been in the downtown soundtrack for many years of late night hacking sprees, so thanks for coming back. We used to hang out in the same circles. I have a question for you regarding the novel attack against Tsutomu Shimomura. Did you come up with that approach, or did someone else provide that exploit for you?
No, I was working with this guy, JSZ. It's actually detailed in Ghost in the Wires. And we were talking about this method of exploitation. And JSZ and I think two other individuals actually coded the attack. I didn't actually code it, but I was discussing it and discussing the technique prior to the implementation of the code, because we were trying to compromise Shimomura.
It's revolutionary, and it may go down in history as one of the greatest hacks of all time. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
You're welcome.
Does your chest puff out a little when you hear that? One of the greatest security attacks of all time?
Yeah, I don't really believe that. I think there was a newer attack called Heartbleed, which I think was much better. But anyway.
Well, I know, but he said it. I mean.
Well, we were in discussions. We were talking about techniques that could be used. It wasn't like, I didn't code the attack. It was another group of people, but it worked quite well, and it was quite novel for the time.
All right. Kenny on Skype. Hi.
Hello. This is Carly, his wife.
Okay, Kylie.
His account.
Okay.
I had a quick question. I'm actually a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity, and I was curious as to emerging areas in the field that you're interested in, you think that are really good to kind of focus on as a new graduate.
That's quite interesting. Well, I like the area of security testing. That's kind of what I focus on. But I mean, there's different areas of security, like doing forensics, security implementation, working with, being a sales engineer, for a company that's selling security products or actually building products. I mean, there's so many areas of information security that, what is your interest? What do you like to do? And give me some more information about that.
I have a pretty wide background in the field of security, and I actually was just interested in areas of emerging software or companies that you feel have the biggest area for potential growth.
Well, again, with potential growth, I always look at, companies that have, recently IPO'd. And I'm sure that I don't really want to mention the names of companies, to be honest with you, on the air. But one area that you might want to, consider, researching or focusing on, and it's a problem that hasn't been solved, is the problem of malware. Pretty much, it's not hard for any reasonable skilled attacker to bypass any of the antivirus products that are out on the market, and some of the other products that have spun up, by other companies could be bypassed as well. So there hasn't been a solve yet to solve the issue of malware. So that might be some area that you might be interested in focusing on. That's still emerging, and well, at least companies are trying to figure out ways to solve the problem.
I'm all for that.
And is it all right if I ask one more question?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering, for your actual security system of choice, why you prefer that one the most out of all of the other ones like Linux and all the popular ones, obviously.
Hey, wait, why do I prefer what now? What security? I never said I preferred any security system of choice.
No.
Are you talking about the operating system?
Yes.
Oh, I said DMS because that was my favorite system to hack back in the day. So it was kind of a joke.
I was like, okay. All right. And you might have a way of actually communicating, and I was just curious as to why, because in my 101 classes, they were mentioning that was already hackable back in 2005.
Well, I don't know anybody that's broken RS. I don't know anyone that's broken PGP. And I'd like, if you could send these, it hasn't been done. Okay. So the PGP hasn't been broken.
All right.
Now there's ways to steal keys by getting malware on some target machine and stealing, the keys and stealing the key ring. Of course, there's those types of attacks, but PGP hasn't been broken per se. If you just intercept the encrypted material.
All right. Going to the phones. Hello, you're on the air with Kevin.
Hi, Art and Kevin.
Hey.
A couple of areas of interest. One is with the shift from analog to digital telephony, how has that expanded or contracted phone phreaking? And the other thing is there's concern about smart TVs snooping on people. Mm-hmm. And the governor here in California recently signed legislation concerning that. But I'm thinking that might not be a bad thing because given the state of TV programming these days, it might be more entertained by me than I'm being entertained by it.
Yeah, there is that.
So anyway, but the digital versus analog and phone phreaking, and also how does smart TV snoop on us?
All right, well, let's start with the phone phreaking stuff. Well, back in the day when we were dealing with analog, we could use, multi-frequency tones because it was, in-band signaling per se, and monkey with the phone network. Today, that's all changed. Now it's out-of-band signaling. In fact, nowadays, anyone could go to the Apple App Store and download a Blue Box app, which would have been a felony to have back in the, probably the 80s or the 90s. As far as the smart TV stuff, that's definitely concerning from a privacy perspective. There's already been, hacks that I heard about, people that have, the built-in webcam on their television, about being able to enable that webcam and get access, obviously, to, spy on somebody if they're on the same local network as the TV is on. But also a lot of, this new technology, this new emerging technology actually allows you to wake it up by speaking to it, like some of the, gaming systems. So you can actually talk to it and it will wake up when you talk. And then you have to wonder, where's that, what you're saying, that audio, where's that being sent? Is it being sent to Microsoft? Mm-hmm. Does Microsoft basically store that information, somewhere, even though you're not actually commanding the actual device, but you have some device in your home that's actually intercepting your audio and passing it to some third party? That's kind of scary.
Well, I'm in trouble now because I've been talking back to my TV for years, so I better let go.
All right, caller, thank you. So I've got a question based on the last caller. The last caller was on a cell phone. And Kevin, he sounded like he was on a cell phone. how long and when is it going to take, what is it going to take for cell companies to begin to devote just a little more bandwidth so they don't sound like Bigfoot scat? I mean, really, it's got to get better because it can't get worse.
Yeah, in fact, I remember that my friend, Steve Wozniak, he right when they had digital and analog devices, still had analog. He always used analog phones because they sounded much better.
Same here.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And now that we're in the digital world, we're kind of stuck, with whatever provider that we're going with. Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, they've eventually got to move more toward the pin drop era, and right now, you could drop a hammer and you might only hear it as a little distortion on a cell phone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have no idea of when these cellular providers are going to actually improve the quality of their voice calls.
Well, the first one that does will get my business. I'll tell you that. I've heard T-Mobile was making a few moves in the bandwidth era.
I haven't kept my ear close to the ground on that issue.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured when it happens, I'll be happy, and until it does, I'm just stuck using. I'm stuck on AT&T, unfortunately.
Well, me too. But when it does happen, you'll hear it. Mike on Skype, you're on the air.
Thanks for taking my call, Art.
You bet.
Two quick questions. One is, I keep my passwords in a file, and I cut and paste them in instead of typing them in. Will that help with keyloggers?
Well, I mean, if some attacker has a keylogger on your system, they obviously could do much more than just simply keylogging. So they could probably just open up the file. I think it's a bad idea to simply have an Excel spreadsheet or a text file and cut and paste.
Okay.
And the key. Wait, let me finish. The other issue is, I think it's much better rather than you choosing your own passwords that you use a password manager. There's free ones like KeePass and Password Safe, for example, and that way you randomly generate passwords for all the different sites that you're visiting, for example, and then you protect that with a master password. But again, if there's malware that ends up on your machine, the attacker could steal the database, keylog your master password, and it's game over. So there you go.
Well, thank you. The second question is, has anybody, either maliciously or trying to impress you, tried to hack you or your company?
I always get that question. Well, he actually successfully hacked our web server that was managed by a third-party company. We were back in the day, we were paying like $50 a month to this third-party company that where we hosted our web server, and it was completely separate from our network. And we didn't even have root administrative access to the web server. We were able to upload, and download files, through FTP. And this third-party company kept getting compromised. And I think one of the reasons they kept getting compromised is because they handled our web server. So after dealing with that a couple times, what we decided to do is we moved over to Firehost, which is now called Armor. And they've done a really stellar job at making sure at least they're not going to get hacked, so we end up getting hacked after.
Well, thank you very much, and glad to have you back, Art.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the call. I'm thinking of going backwards, Maybe technology has advanced so far that I need to begin using Netscape. Nobody will know how to hack that anymore.
Well, that's the Firefox nowadays, right? So that's not going to help you.
Yeah,
I think the Firefox browser is one of the most vulnerable browsers out there.
Yeah.
In fact, the NSA has these Fox acid servers that they try to redirect you as their target, and exploits vulnerabilities in Firefox to drop malicious software onto your system to monitor you.
Okay. All right. Hold on, Kevin. We're at a break point, and we'll do one more segment. Kevin Mitnick is my guest. And that was a sneeze.
Get a shiver in the dark, get some rain in the fog. In the meantime,
hope he's okay. This is midnight.
Anyway. Stuff in your home, everything. Taste is on my mind. Girl, you got me thirsty for another
Midnight in the desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
Have to do that again, honor of Kevin being here. Kevin Mitnick is my guest. You're welcome to join us via phone line, standard or otherwise. And, of course, on Skype. Remember, we are MITD51 in North America, MITD55 out there in the rest of the world. And here once again is Kevin. And one more thing I want to bring up with you before we proceed, and that is this. I have noticed, Kevin, that my bank, which I won't name, and my credit card company, which I also won't name, both have astoundingly good algorithms in place. And in each case where I've had a problem lately, they have caught it. Damn, that. I mean, their computer algorithms must be so good because they know if that's me or somebody else doing it, either by geolocation or by my buying habits or whatever it is. Each time the bank or the credit card company has caught it, boom, like that. Any comments?
Well, I guess you've been lucky because in some cases, the banks don't catch it.
Well, yeah.
Right. And in your case, I guess, again, it's luck. I hear myself echoing back.
Well, I didn't do anything different.
Okay, that's weird. I hear myself talking in the background. Anyway, when I think about like financial security, people that want to protect their bank accounts from getting hacked, I think a very simple solution. People will spend $100 a year for their antivirus software. Right? Imagine if you just double it. You just go buy a Google Chromebook, and you use the Google Chromebook. You use the browser in what they call guest mode, so it doesn't save anything on the Chromebook. And you only use that to log on to your credit card company, log on to your bank account, log on to your brokerage account at Morgan Stanley or Schwab, and you never keep any passwords, of course, on the computer you use for everyday use. That's going to really make it really difficult for somebody to compromise you.
Okay. I assume you probably went back to your headset and your problem went away.
Oh, yeah. I'm back.
Jeff on Skype, you're on the air.
Yeah, great show, as always. And Kevin, it's good talking to you. So I'm a CISSP IT security professional. Got a source fire certifications and blah, 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 all that stuff. Been doing it for a while. And one thing that I'm noticing, well, first of all, one of my specialties is definitely penetration testing for internal organizations that I work for. And ironically, I like magic too, which is really cool. One of the things that I've noticed here that seems to be trending, Gardner put out a study here a while back about bimodal application development. And of course, everybody who's anybody is using agile type management to where they're creating code and just dumping it in. And I'll tell you, I will put out study after study, report after report, looking for internal vulnerabilities, external vulnerabilities in company systems, and they're paying big money for that stuff. However, what I find out is this newer trend, it seems newer to me, in taking and offshoring, especially web app code, and they're having this stuff done like by India and resources and whatnot. And I find out that companies seem to be pretty lax about giving some company that they don't even know the people who are working there access directly into their systems to write, test, debug, and produce this code. And then, of course, the company puts it in production, and they're saying, okay, well, it's good and it's safe. I've just seemed to have a lot of concerns. It makes me really nervous, and I've seen a lot of companies do that. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Okay. Kevin?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. No, I completely agree with what you're saying, that you definitely should be concerned about, where you're outsourcing your development. But more importantly, no matter if it's India, China, or Indonesia, it doesn't matter as long as you're going through some processes that's actually going, somebody that, some team that's quite knowledgeable is going to actually analyze the code. and look for potential security vulnerabilities in the code before it's actually deployed. And what you just said, you just mentioned, that seemed to be a huge missing step in the process, that basically web app is developed and deployed, and that's it. But there needs to be some sort of security development lifecycle there, of where any code, even updates to existing code, goes through some processes where that code is evaluated by security knowledgeable people to try to mitigate the chances that they're going to obviously introduce newer vulnerabilities.
Sure. Okay, quickly to the phones. You're on the air with Kevin. Hello, on the phone. Hendersonville somewhere. Hello. Going once, going twice. Sorry about that. You waited a long time. Winnipeg, Manitoba, I think. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
We'll just call me a root user.
So again, I was able to submit a report to Crime Stoppers of Puget Sound. I was then seemingly able to begin a tip dialogue. And there I've cut and pasted my SOS message that was posted yesterday. And then a couple of the preceding live stream ones with the more pertinent info, mostly like on the Google servers and the Cisco kernel root access and the history of crimes being reported to the FBI in 2017 with named officers, and the fact that the only remaining felony left to be perpetrated is my murder. I also let them know that there were men and women coming and going that are police officers, so I said that I believe we were connected. Then I looked in the task manager and saw that this is very much hacked by Unit 207 too, but I don't know what they're able to do, because when I push send, instead of telling me it's not reaching their server, it says sending. Anyway, I'll go back to Art Bell, but I'm keeping this open. That doesn't mean Unit 207 won't shut off the laptop or do any of the other things they're known to do, but keeping it open.
Sure. Okay, anyways.
Okay, user.
Root user. Yeah, okay.
Anyways, our great intro to the show with the Tommy Chong Easter egg exploit. That was awesome.
Yes.
Have to remark about that. But anyways, I have a quick question for Mr. Mitnick about a system I'm currently working on right now. It's a laptop, and it was injected and with probably a really, really technical source code. And I was wondering your thoughts. When you try to...
What do you mean by technical source code?
Yeah, apparently he's got something wrong. All right, you're going to have to send us $29.95, and we're going to fix you right up. And what's the problem, actually?
Okay, well, when you put in... when you try to put in the super user password, right? Because I have elevated it, right? Because the operating system wasn't a Linux-based operating system at the time. So when you put in the super user password, when it's plugged in, it just fails and fails and fails. You put it on battery, and then it'll go in the first time you put in the password. Could that be a power grid type of attack?
I've never heard of such a crazy thing.
I haven't either.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a unique issue. And so wait a second, you didn't even identify the operating system that you're running with. Yeah, so I think with this caller, it's like a very weird call.
Well, you send us $29.95.
Yeah.
The second question I have...
Well, you didn't answer the first one. What operating system is it?
Oh, okay. Originally, when I believe that it got injected, it was Windows 7.
Injected?
What do you mean injected?
Yeah, injected. What does that mean?
In just the last 7 days, 8,368 men have clicked the link on one of our ads that you've probably seen on the internet, put in their personal information in order to register to watch a 60-minute video that explains the exact process that we use to walk men through quitting this at the root of their problem. And the reason that they're doing that is probably just like me. I tried all of these other things, blockers, accountability partners, apps, all of these external strategies. I tried just reading this book more, which apparently I'm not allowed to say the name of this book on paid ads, otherwise I get flagged. So if you hear me use the P word or the B word, it's just for compliance. But the point of the matter is you've tried all of these things and none of them are working because you're trying to resist the behavior, right? And you've noticed that these blockers or accountability apps and maybe some other strategies that you tried or are focused on trying to prevent the behavior, when the behavior is not the problem at all. The behavior is actually a symptom of the fact that you have some desires for something that you want to quit right now, which is kind of interesting, right? Like normally you have a desire for things that you want. You're experiencing a desire for things that you don't want. And the reason that that's happening, the next layer deeper, is because you have some root issues that are causing that kind of unorthodox dynamic going on inside of your brain. And until we actually start to dive into the real root problem, you're going to be stuck in this cycle of...
Well, like when it got infected.
Oh, infected. Very different than injected.
Yeah, well, it could have been SQL injected somehow, or you know what I mean, but like infected, we'll say. I'm like trying to find the root of.
What makes you think that somebody used a SQL injection to compromise your Windows 7 laptop? I think you said you had. Well,
I don't, but I just thought it was like because when you take it off of like power and put it in on battery.
Well, it's obvious to me, sir, that it's coming through the power line. It's a UFO. It's an injected thing through the power line saying
alien. Yeah. Well,
I don't think we can solve your problem, sir. I appreciate it.
And I doubt anyone used SQL injection on your laptop.
Bill on Skype, hello.
Yeah, hello.
I hear you.
Great.
Well, although you're very far from your microphone, so if you would get close to whatever, injects the audio into your computer, it would be better.
Okay, how about that? Is that any better?
Oh, way better, yes.
Okay, I've used Fedora. I'm on Fedora 21. It's the free version of Red Hat software.
Okay.
All right. Now they use what's called SE Linux.
Right.
Which is a secure Linux.
Right.
Could you give us some input on that of the security measures or whatever? That's all I have.
Okay, so you're just asking if this Linux you have is secure.
Well, it sounds like he's considering moving from Fedora to SE Linux. I think if you're concerned, it's a more of a hardened operating, more of a hardened OS. So I'd recommend if you're definitely look at SE Linux. And if you're interested in looking at the different features of pros and cons of it, you could just use Google.
Okay. Let's go to Kurt. Kurt, hello.
Hey, Art, how you doing? It's Kurt in Tullis in Arizona.
Yes. Hi.
I wanted to ask him, just today it was announced here in Phoenix that T-Mobile was hacked, about 1 million customers, all their information, everything about everybody.
Wow.
Is there a way that he can trace back to who did that with his...
in other words, forensic work.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't tell you. It's called an incident response. So when a client gets compromised, they'll hire us to do an incident response. And in some cases, you can't find who the attacker is because it's so easy to make it look like it's coming from anywhere in the world. Or imagine, you have the attacker compromises one company system and then uses that as a jumping off point to attack a second company. So it all depends. It depends on a lot of factors, and I can't really say yes or no to whether I could actually trace back who hacked into this.
If they were really good, probably not.
All right,
probably not. They just could have used a neighbor's wireless access point, for example. It really depends on the sophistication of the people doing it. But then again, people make stupid mistakes. Like apparently, I read in the news today that the CTO of Uber's, their competitor had hacked into Uber from his home, and they were able to trace back the IP address, which I thought was, I thought that was like pretty insane for somebody. Rule number one, like a Fight Club. Rule number one of hacking is you never do it from home or work. Yeah, I guess rule number one of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club, but with the hacking, if anyone is going to do this from work or home, that's pretty careless behavior. So this guy who recently allegedly hacked into Uber has indeed done it from home. So I was surprised.
All right, to the phones and Clearwater, Florida, probably.
My name is Stan, and I'm interested in knowing if he could tell me if snort is effective in deterring any type of infection, or what would he recommend?
Well, Snort is good for, basically Snort is like an intrusion detection system. It's essentially free, I believe, open source. And it basically is a signature-based system. So basically, if you're running Snort on a network, you could detect when any of the signatures that are currently being used are triggered as some sort of attack. But that's not going to really
problem.
What?
One problem is that I've tried to get information from all type of sources, and say, for instance, like Geek Squad tells me that you have to go out.
Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. Listen, if you have been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a significant cash payout. Insurance company...
And try to find the tech. And you're not going to be able to do that, they tell me. Who would I be able to find?
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish?
All right, what are you trying to do, caller?
Properly install the software so I could use it.
What software? Snort?
The Snort software.
Well, I can't walk you through how to installing Snort is actually quite easy. I mean, if you're running a Linux-based operating system, you could just, depending on which one, you could use aptitude or right to install it. But then you have to configure it, and you have to configure the different rule sets to detect certain attack signatures that might end up, being used over your network.
Either that or get a razor blade, lay it out, use $100 bill.
Yeah, it's kind of a complex question for this type of show.
Yeah, it's obviously. Yeah. Hello there on the phone. You're on with Kevin. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Yes, Mr. Bell, Mr. Minnick, I was just curious if you were familiar with any of James Bamford's work, particularly the Shadow Factory, and they have their at least they used to have their yearly trade show at Crystal City at Fort Meade.
Do you have any idea what he's speaking about, Kevin?
Yeah, well, James Bamford is an author of, I remember he authored Puzzle Palace, and I'm not familiar with any new works that he's done, but he's asking something about Bamford, and I'm unclear what he's trying to ask.
Well, that was my perfect example of what a cell phone sounds like. Probably in a marginal coverage area, but nevertheless, that's what it sounds like, and that is, and has been, one of my major complaints now for years. They're going to get better.
Maybe they'll move back to amps or amps, go back to analog.
No, they're not going to go back to analog. They can allocate more bandwidth and they can make it sound much better. I mean, if Skype can sound as good as it sounds, you're not going to tell me that there's not a way for the cell phones to sound better. It's just that they're trying to squeeze a bazillion of us in a very tiny little pipe. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hello there. You're on the air with Kevin Mitnick.
Hello, Art, and hello, Kevin. Kevin, could you talk about the fun times you used to have on 435? It was a radio repeater, your ham radio days, and you used to shut off. You used to shut off.
Hey, Art, have you ever heard of 435?
Yeah, I know all about 435, Southern California, yes.
Yeah, so the Renegade repeater. Yeah, I remember the good old days, back... God, I haven't been on 435 for years.
Is it still raging, caller?
Yes, it is. It's in Southern California, obviously. You know that, and we always have fun on the air. But Kevin, we should tell people about people used to dare you to shut their home phones off.
Richard,
their phone would shut off.
Have you ever heard of Richard Burton, Art? He was pretty. He was the only one that I think was prosecuted by the FCC. Anyway, when I was during my younger years, me and Burton used to go at it, and I think at one time I turned off his phone or something when I was like 15. But anyway, that's a longer story.
Yes, the FCC is beginning to shut down a bunch of field offices. A lot of people are not all that happy about that fact. And then, of course, there's others in Southern California that are happy.
I remember I had to do the code and everything, and now it's just so much easier. It's surprising.
I know. It's too easy. Kevin, my friend, as always, thank you for being here. It has been a pleasure. And once again, you're going to have a new book, right?
Yeah, it's called The Art of Invisibility. It hopefully will be out in under a year, and it's going to basically teach people that aren't so technically astute how to protect their communications, their email, their text messages, their voice calls, how to kind of get off the grid so your nosy neighbor, your significant other, your boss, your parents, or law enforcement or the NSA can't easily monitor your communications.
That's quite agreeable. All right, my friend, thank you, and we'll do it again one day, of course.
Thank you for having me on your show, Arthur.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure.
Kevin and Nick, take care. A pleasure indeed. That was a lot of fun. All right, well, it's Thursday already, so tomorrow is open lines. If you have a special line that you think would be particular fun, you can email me. The correct email address is artbell@KNYE. That's Kilowatt, Nancy, Yokohama, easy. Don't get this. Most people get dyslexic and do it the wrong way. So it's artbell@KNYE.com. From the high desert to the world's time zones and all of you living within, we only have two simple rules, lots of bad language, and you can call all you want. Are you paying attention? No bad language and only one call per show. That's the rules. I wonder how many people just let that go by. Now, Hewlett-Packard is going to lay off, it appears, another 30,000 people. Wow. That's a big hit, probably in the number next month. 30,000 from Hewlett-Packard. What are they doing? Cost cutting, certainly. But that's a lot of people, and that's many announcements now. Hungary has sealed off its border with Serbia with massive coils of barbed wire. I wonder if they're going to make Serbia pay for it. Anyway, they're detaining migrants trying to use the country as a gateway to Western Europe. I understand the fear that they're going through, and what it is they're afraid of Muslims, frankly. They don't know who's mixing in with these people because they're coming in such droves. There's no way to check them out. And I agree with that. I mean, you don't know what you're getting. But as a result, everybody is being, I mean, they probably are just poor people trying to get the hell out of the way of what's going on in Syria. But, you know, among their numbers, one story that I have to talk with you about today. Now, last month, I told you that there was big buzz going on about the month of September, right? And a few people looked it up and said, gee, I don't see anything. I don't see anything about September. Well, here it is. Now, what I'm about to read you came from the Before It's News site. It should be called Before It's Ever Going to Be News. Anyway, let me read you what I got. Dateline Vatican City. And this scared the hell out of me, honestly, it did. During a sermon at St. Peter's Square on Sunday, this is not real news, folks. It's not. During a sermon at St. Peter's Square on Sunday, Pope Francis spoke of a forthcoming event in which the earth will be consumed by hellfire from above, and asked Christians around the world to absolve themselves of sin in the days and weeks ahead. In a statement released by the Vatican Tuesday morning, Pope Francis, who is scheduled to arrive in the U.S. on September 22nd, announced that he's been visited on 3 occasions, get this, by heavenly beings who most recently have warned of an impending crisis that could have dire consequences for all life on Earth. The Pope is set to attend a meeting of the UN General Assembly on September 25th at the UN building in New York, where he'll confer with world leaders, including President Obama and Russian President Putin, to discuss defensive options. On Tuesday morning, NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg confirmed that he has made arrangements to attend the General Assembly. I spoke, he said, with the Holy See
and told the Associated Press NATO is working closely with our counterparts around the globe to explore every viable recourse available. Now, if you usually, before it's news is pretty good. All right. It's of the sites that you look for paranormal stuff, it's one of the better ones. But why they ran this, I don't know. But I read it and read it again. It scared me, but good. There are references to the Associated Press in here, which are partially true. But the Pope said no such thing. And one of the reasons we're getting calls from people who are packing up the car, packing up the wife and kids, and headed for Mount something or another is because of this. We started thinking about it earlier today and looking for, AP references and that sort of thing. Oh, nothing on the AP. Then people who had heard the Pope deliver the speech and said, well, you didn't say anything about that. That would have gotten your attention, right? Certainly got mine. So before you pack up the wife and children, and before you buy into some story like this, for God's sakes, check it out. Really, check it out. I wonder if that's what's moving people. I suspect so. One of the best places to get a good look at a passing UFO would be an observatory, right? Where the main objective is to look at the night sky. Naturally. A few people at the Griffin Observatory got a really good look at some great photos and video footage of two UFOs hovering and doing other very unplane-like movements in the sky above LA recently. What's really interesting about the sighting is that other people down in LA actually got to see it, giving it some nice corroboration. That was from theanomalous.com. Anyway, I'm really miffed. This story stole about 45 minutes of my life today. Not only that, but I said, hey, hon, my Catholic wife read it. And she got really serious looking and said, well, I don't think I've committed any big sins. I better get to church. I had the weirdest dream last night. I had a dream about a UFO. How often does that occur? I was in a bus and I had a camera, right? And I was going out of my mind because there was this plain to see UFO up ahead in my dream. And so I went to the front of the bus trying to get, a decent picture of the thing, which was just ahead of us hovering. And I couldn't get a picture of it. And then finally I did, went around a corner. So I can't remember. Isn't it a dream, right? What do I know? I got a picture of the UFO, or a couple of pictures, and then you're going to love this. Somehow or another, I got to the UFO, and some little green guy, he wasn't really green, but an alien of some kind, reached out, grabbed my camera, and took it in, and I beat on his saucer. On the saucer, I beat the hell out of it, and out comes this arm with my camera, and I was happy. I remember in my dream being happy. And then, of course, I looked at my camera, and the two pictures of the UFO that I took were gone. Ooh, was I angry. So maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's kind of like real life, huh? The pictures are always gone. This one was really gone. All right, coming up in a moment, Lloyd Auerbach has a master's degree in parapsychology. He is the director of the Office of Paranormal Investigations, president of the Forever Family Foundation. Lloyd has been in the field for 35 years, focusing on education and field investigation. He is the author of 9 books, very prolific, including The Ghost Detective's Guide to Haunted San Francisco, his newest release, ESP Wars. We'll talk a bit about that tonight. East and West, this book covers the psychic spying program of the U.S. and Soviet Union, co-authored by Dr. Edwin C. May, who ran the U.S. program. You should know, right? And Dr. Victor Rubel is available on Amazon.com and other online bookstores. So again, the name of the book is ESP Wars. Great name for a book, actually. He is also a professor, by the way, at Atlantic University, JFK University, teaches parapsychology through the HCH Institute in Lafayette, California, teaches online courses through the Rhine Education Center. He is on the board of directors of the Rhine Research Center and the Windbridge Institute. Lloyd's media appearances on TV, radio, and print number in the thousands, which include ESPN Sports Center. That's an interesting one, isn't it? I wonder if they were looking for ESP with regard to coming to sporting events. That would be wrong, right? ABC's The View, Oprah, and Larry King Live. He works as a parapsychologist, professional mentalist, public speaking, media skills coach, and is a professional chocolatier to top it all off. That's putting the chocolate right on top, right? So coming up in a moment, well, Mark sent me a wormhole message and says, that was the funniest story / dream I've heard in a very long while. Laughter for minutes. Really? You know, it didn't strike me that way. It was one of those really frustrating dreams. I guess it is funny when you think about it, counting on a UFO, right? Little hand coming out, giving you your camera, and you're all happy, and you go down and check it, and of course the pictures are gone. Anyway, I'm glad that somebody enjoyed it. Thank you, Mark. All right, Lloyd Auerbach, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Art.
It's good to have you. You're welcome to comment on anything I started out with and or not, and then we can go on to your book ESP Wars, and we can find out what that's all about. Well, first, if you want to comment, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I did, as you know, I also looked to try to find a source of that, and actually found a source earlier than before its news, and there were some earmarks of that just didn't seem right, especially since none of the other news media was covering it, and even looking at the Vatican site, there's no press release on it.
That's right. I know. But if you, for example, let's see, where's the text? If you were to go to Google right now and put in something like Pope and what would be the word? Hellfire. Put in Pope space Hellfire. And man, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. So it's no wonder they're packing up the cars out there.
Yeah, there's an old saying in science fiction that was credited to Theodore Sturgeon, and that was 90% of all science fiction is crap, but then again, 90% of everything is crap.
Well, yeah. They ought to rename it before it's ever going to be news.
Yeah. There's just, it's so easy to put up, to construct these kinds of stories. I mean, some people actually believe the stories in the Weekly World News, if you remember that paper.
Yeah, but this is so important. I mean, my poor wife is Catholic. I'm telling you, she was counting sins earlier today, you know.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scaremongering.
Yeah, it is. And I've fallen for a few things myself, but this one actually for a little while scared me because I was seeing it in so many places. Anyway.
I mean, the Huffington Post every week does something. I think it's the Huffington Post does something about the false thing, or maybe it's the Washington Post about false things on the internet this week, and they kind of cover the top 5 stories on the internet that seem to be taken as real by some, and usually it's celebrities, but sometimes it's news-related stuff. I'd be kind of curious to see if they cover that.
Yeah, but this was so serious. I mean, somebody would research this a little before they printed it. You would think.
You would think.
I mean, it's easy to get caught on little things, but I mean, end of the world stuff, you need to look at that hard.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. In fact, I called Lloyd about this, and I said, hey, we're going to be talking about this tonight, and you need to be prepared to comment on it. So that's why I called him. And he checked into it, and we both found out about the same time that it was hooey. Now watch, Lloyd, the world will end, and nobody be around and say, I told you so.
Well, it's like the idea of life after death, that those people who are, if there is no life after death, those people who do believe in life after death will never know that they're wrong. But the people, if there is life after death, those people who do not believe in survival of death will be very surprised.
I'm tell you something. I said this the other night, and I really meant it. You know about the movie Flatliners, and then there was a recent TV series called Proof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good job.
I thought it was pretty good too. And you know, I said it should have been called No Proof until the last episode. And of course, that's when they really hit it.
Right.
But, anyway, I'm sorry.
We have to talk about proof versus evidence, because proof is a very, touchy thing. It's not always that easy to actually have hard proof on things.
Not at all. And I was watching that, and I told my wife, at my age, if I was healthy and I thought I'd withstand it, I'd be willing to give a shot at flatlining.
Well, as much as I'd
I
like
want
for
a
something to
medical
happen
team. I
tonight,
want all the goodies they had there.
this is just
to make sure you come back. But I'd
just
almost be willing to
speculation.
give it a try so I could know.
I don't speculate that
crazy?
anything's going to happen tonight.
Well, not necessarily. No, people have done
Nothing.
crazier things.
I'm
You
glad
would
I got
know,
the report out
but
there
then
and that I'm
everyone else
connected,
would still not
apparently,
having had that
at least
experience.
temporarily,
Well, the
or
hell with
was
them.
connected
Yeah.
I would know. That's what would matter.
to the two-way dialogue.
Sorry. I really would try it though.
But I'm just
and,
purely
it
speculating
begs
here.
the
I don't think
question
anything's going to
of
happen tonight.
NDEs period and what people have
Maybe in the morning,
experienced.
more
I've got a story
likely
here from,
tomorrow
an
evening or
atheist
the day
who
after
claims
that.
he had
That's
an
my hunch.
NDE for about 2 minutes
Or-
and saw
or-
absolutely nothing. Black.
It could
There
also
are
be
other
that they're going to
atheists
wait
who have
for
had,
the Everett Police Department to make a
NDEs
move,
with a
any
full-on
move.
experience of having a voice to go back, or seeing a relative,
I don't
or
know.
something else, or
But I
seeing,
don't think anything's going to
seeing a
happen
light.
tonight,
So,
unfortunately.
and then there, of course, there are the negative.
Still
NDEs,
grateful
which
that
come
I
from
at least
people
got to
typically who grew
contact
up in
Crime
hellfire and
Stoppers because I would really like to avoid being shot.
There is an influence. There certainly is. Not every NDE is the same, and there are 15 different constituents that kind of comprise a classic
All
NDE.
together.
But they're not always there. And you can have a near-death experience that doesn't affect you, which wouldn't put it in the camp of parapsychology, more in the neuroscience camp.
Well, to actually flatline and get absolutely nothing, that'd be worse than not coming away with pictures of the UFO.
Yeah.
That would be really annoying. I would expect something. A little brain activity as the cells begin to die, whatever, something.
Well, my question to that atheist was, it was just about atheism? Because you can be an atheist and believe in psychic phenomena and even believe in life after death. But if you're an atheist and you disbelieve in all of this stuff and the possibility of this, maybe you're programming yourself so that you don't have an experience.
Well, maybe you get exactly what you believe in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. This whole thing was on Reddit, and it really was there. He apparently had 2 NDEs, and he says, yes, the truth is, both times I was simply not there. It was just black. I describe it as when you take a nap. Well, I don't know about that. I dream. A short nap, no dream, he says. You wake up, and it feels like you've been sleeping a long time, when in reality, it's only been about 15 minutes. So, he got exactly, apparently, what he expected.
Well, and he got what a lot of people get, because it's only a small, it's a smaller segment of people who have either flatlined or their hearts have stopped. Remember, it is a near-death experience, not a death experience. So not everyone has the experience.
Well, then, if it's not a death experience, how do we define death?
We're constantly redefining death.
What, no brainwaves, no heartbeat?
You can go no brainwaves, no heartbeat, and really, not just brainwaves. You have to talk about electrocortical activity in general. The famous Pam Reynolds case, where the woman was undergoing some serious brain surgery, and they actually not only stopped her heart, but they brought her body temperature down, as you saw on the TV show Proof, but even more significantly than that. And there was literally no activity. It wasn't just flatline. This woman was dead.
Yeah.
As Dean Radin would say, she was triple dead.
Right.
They stopped her heart, stopped her brain. She was just dead.
Right.
And she had the classic out-of-body experience. She came back remembering things that there's just no way her brain was reacting to, not only in the operating room, but also in areas right around. And none of that, the skeptics would say that, well, obviously they told her about it as she was coming around. And there's no evidence to support any of that.
I think I remember that was a 60-minute segment.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I think so.
And I believe I have memory of interviewing her, but I interviewed so many people. And I have interviewed a number of people who have had incredible NDEs.
Yeah.
and seeing relatives and people, swarms of people, sometimes not so happy people, a bunch of them. So it is, I think, the biggest question for mankind, and that is whether this is it or there is yet more.
Yeah, and for most people, we'll find out when we die.
Yes, that's right. And if there is absolutely nothing, well, we won't complain.
Right. But there's a lot of evidence that there's much, that human spirit or consciousness survives.
So you lean toward that direction.
Oh, absolutely. The evidence is there. When you discuss this, I discuss this with some of my colleagues in parapsychology, and frankly, not everybody comes from a perspective you can call dualism or even pluralism, that consciousness is more than just the brain. People in my field, even though we're dealing with psychic ability, many people are more materialist and don't believe in survival possibility at all. They think that ESP kind of covers all the experiences that we have that we would call evidence for life after death.
Now that's what the search is all about.
Right.
Boyd. So I know that, touching on another area that would provide evidence of an afterlife or of something after would be ghosts. And
yes,
it's yet another area. You're into all of these areas, and so you're like the perfect guy to ask about this. You have obviously investigated ghosts. Would you conclude, with all the investigating you've done, that there really are ghosts?
Yes. Well, first let's define that.
All right.
That ghosts, we tend to use the word apparition in parapsychology just because ghost has a lot of pop culture charge around it. But yeah, the idea that we survive, that spirit consciousness, so you like to use the word consciousness, survive the death of the body. The brain dies, your body's dead, your consciousness, for some people, sticks around and is capable of connecting with those of us that are alive, is capable of mentally connecting with our consciousness, kind of mind to mind, using basically ESP to do it. And even providing us with an image of what we might actually see, if we could actually see them, what they sound like. The personality of these people doesn't dramatically change at all after they've died. And it seems like it's not everyone that sticks around. In the thousands of reported experiences of apparitions or ghosts over the last 130 plus years in parapsychology and psychical research, the vast majority of them are people who see or experience a friend or loved one, a relative, who is at the moment of death or just after, sometimes within a couple of days, kind of the person's there to say goodbye, and then they never hear from them again. That's it. And then there's a small segment where sometimes the relatives come back once in a while, and there's a much smaller segment where the individuals stick around either a location or people for quite some time sometimes, and they communicate, and they may even figure out how to move things and make a nuisance of themselves sometimes. I've had cases, even my late co-author, Annette Martin, has made herself known that way to people.
Mm-hmm. How about this, Lloyd? Do some people stick around for a short amount of time and then go? I mean, I know, I know the Buddhists believe this, for example, and I have some reason to believe it myself, that for a few days there's a very, very big presence that you can almost, you really can feel it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems to be the case. It seems to be on the average about 2 to 3 days. But
sounds about right to me.
Yeah, it can be a little bit longer for some people. I had a friend of mine, the late Martin Caden, who was a science and science fiction writer. When he passed away in '97, he was into all this stuff, and he actually was able to move things. He was psychokinetic himself under some very good control conditions. And he always kind of told me he was going to haunt me for a few days after his death. And then nothing happens for the first week. And a week and a half into it, I had an experience which I definitely said was him. And 10 minutes after my experience, one of his pilot buddies on the East Coast, I'm on the West Coast, had the exact same experience that I did in his Cessna while he was flying his plane. And it turned out another person had an experience 10 minutes later, and those two other pilot buddies of Martin Caden's actually found a total altogether with all of us, 25 of us.
Wow.
Within a few days, within like a day and a half. And so wherever he was that first week and a half, we don't know. He must have been bopping around the world saying goodbye to people. But We only know about the ones that were kind of in our circle, more or less.
The one place I really wouldn't want to have that experience would be in a Cessna, of all things. All right, hold on, Lloyd.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. Like a scene out of an end-of-the-world disaster movie, the town of Anderson Springs, California goes up in flames while being filmed by a fleeing YouTuber. The video, nearly 2 minutes in length, shows the utter devastation caused by the so-called Valley Fire, located in the county roughly 100 miles north of San Francisco, that has ravaged over 61,000 acres, destroyed at least 400 structures, and is currently only 5% contained. There has also been one reported death due to the fire as of late. Maddie Ross, a 25-year-old student at Santa Rosa Junior College who fled with her grandparents from their Hidden Valley Lake home, said it looked like hell everywhere. She told the New York Times, "It was terrifying, truly terrifying. I've never been in a situation like that. It all felt like the world had come to an end." By Sunday afternoon, upwards of 1,000 homes and commercial structures had been damaged by what has been dubbed the Valley Fire. Governor Jerry Brown declared a state of emergency for Lake and Napa counties due to the fire, and according to the Associated Press, 23,000 residents have been evacuated already. Daniel Berlant, a spokesman for CAL FIRE, claims firefighters in California have responded to nearly 6,800 wildfires, burning 545,000 acres with CAL FIRE alone, and they had handled 5,000 of the wildfires that had claimed 150,000 acres compared with 80,000 acres per year on average. But 20-mile-an-hour winds quickly pushed the blaze towards Middletown and the surrounding communities. A few hours later, half the town was destroyed. Gary Cross, a former fire chief and current Calagostas city councilman, had this to say: "There's a sense of disbelief. It will be an absolute miracle if we don't start hearing about fatalities up there. You get heart attacks, accidents in cars, because this fire came through so quick." What are your thoughts? So many wildfires burning across America today. Are we seeing further signs of climate change? Let us know your thoughts at darkmatternews.com. Got news, tips, or other information you'd like to share? Hit the tip line at darkmatternews.com. And a welcome to another Dark Matter News staff writer, Pete Fernbaugh, brings us the following to consider. Is history a lot like the game of telephone in which stories are repeated over and over again until the final retelling bears little resemblance to the truth? This is what Sarah A. Chrisman and her husband Gabriel believe. In 2010, they made a life-changing decision. Frustrated with the complexities of daily life and fascinated by the secrets of the past, the Chrismans, both of whom are history buffs, chose to time travel in a way, transporting their lifestyle back to the late Victorian era of the 1880s and 1890s. They began by purchasing a Victorian house in Port Townsend, Washington, which happens to be an historic Victorian seaport. Their first step after moving in was to get rid of the electric refrigerator and replace it with an icebox. There, the Chrismans purchased a mechanical clock that Sarah winds each morning. They installed oil lamps for lighting. For heat, the house features a 19th century gas heater and an antique kerosene space heater. The couple sleeps on an antique Victorian bed, which has a mattress that Sarah sewed by hand and stuffed with feathers for authenticity. For transportation, Gabriel rides a high-wheel bicycle and Sarah rides a high-wheel tricycle. Neither owns a cell phone and Sarah has never had a driver's license. Instead, they're quite content to live with their primary source materials, completely immersing themselves in the late 19th century. If you'd like to learn more about the Chrismans, you can visit them at thisvictorianlife.com or head on over and read Pete's great article. I've only just touched on it. It's quite extensive at darkmatternews.com. I'm Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News.
Good evening, Bob, if you're out there listening. Back to Lloyd Auerbach. Lloyd, welcome back. So all of these things that you investigate and been investigating for now 30 years, including ESP, all of them actually either go to our abilities that are beyond the obvious and physical, or our everlasting, hopefully, soul.
Yeah, I mean, what we study in parapsychology can be looked at as relating to consciousness, whether you are a materialist believer, basically that's just the brain. It's still, you're saying that consciousness is resident in the brain, and that's where ESP and mind over matter happen to be. Or if you do have some acceptance perception. And it's only extrasensory in that it's extra or beyond what we consider the normal senses. And even that idea of what is considered a normal sense is changing. And as we learn more about humans and other animals, and even about how we can augment our senses.
All right. Where to go? You mentioned psychokinetic, right?
Yeah.
And you said that it has been demonstrated to you. And this is an area of intense interest for me. To be able to see anything moved with mental power would astound me. And I would immediately begin practicing, trying to do it myself. What is it that you have actually seen with your own eyes?
Well, I've seen a number of different things. We can start with some of the cases that I've had.
Sure.
There have been physical movements of objects where there was no obvious physical source. So in a couple of the ghost cases, for example, there's a restaurant out in east of San Francisco called the Bantha Inn, and my first visits there in the 1980s, they had supposedly a ghost there who had been moving stuff around for people for some time after he died in the late 60s. And even on my first visit, the very first thing I saw, and we were shooting something for the old TV show Hard Copy, there was an ashtray on the bar next to the cameraman and the director who had their back to the bar as they were interviewing me. And this is in the morning. This is probably 11 in the morning. And the ashtray popped up into the air in full view of me and the bartender and the production assistant at the other end of the bar. They were at the other end of the bar. It flipped over in midair and slammed right back down on the bar. And it was a glass ashtray that didn't break. The camera guy and the director both heard it. Everybody else saw it. That was a pretty impressive thing. And that hadn't even been the first thing that I'd seen happen. So that's a good example. At that place, we also had a chandelier just start swinging and then stop literally without momentum, just stop short when we had a medium with us who was talking to the ghost ostensibly, and he stopped it for her.
See, either one of those things would do it for me. Trust me, an ashtray rising into the air in front of my eyes, smashing back down, a chandelier swinging, and then stopping immediately. Either one of those things would so do it for me. I've done experiments. During the years that I've been on the air, we talk about all this so much. I have taken pencils and I have balanced them ever so delicately on the table. Got a pretty flat table. And then I have pushed on them. I have yanked on them. I have pushed my mind at them so hard that something ought to happen. It never has.
Well, the one thing I've learned over the years, working with Martin Caden back in the 90s, he was able to turn small targets under glass, and actually he even did it standing outside a vacuum chamber, an atmosphere chamber, and had the targets inside the chamber with a fan that was not able to turn the targets. He was able to still move these things. And it turned out that what he learned when he learned how to do it was not about concentration or pushing hard. It was about actually kind of seeing things happening and basically letting go of your emotion and kind of, I have to be trite here, but trust the force. You have to kind of trust it to move.
Okay.
To see it actually moving at that point.
So in other words, visualize it occurring.
Right. But, there's a problem here with psychokinesis or PK, and that is it's very much, what happens in PK is very much related to performance psychology in general. And, sports psychology has more to say about this area of parapsychology than I think any other area, because it really is about doubting that something is even possible. If you think it's impossible, nothing's going to happen. And your conscious mind gets in the way of moving things. And try as you might, there's still that belief that, I've never done it before. I don't think I'm going to do it, but I'm going to try. And as Yoda said, there is no try, there is only do.
All right, I wanted to ask you, that brings to mind, you were on ESPN Sports Center, right?
Yeah.
Why? What did you do there?
25th anniversary edition of the Madden football game, NFL video game.
Yes.
They were doing a very big thing, and apparently there was a Madden curse. It was thought by many people that the player that was on the cover would get injured and would actually no longer be able to play, and that apparently happened. There were a couple of players, as it turned out, who were featured on previous editions of the Madden game, and something, bad things happened to them. But there were a lot of other players where nothing happened to them, and they had me basically talking about the curse and curses in general. And this actually kind of goes back, honestly, to the PK thing, because if you believe you are cursed, you are cursed, and it doesn't matter if anybody else said anything about it. It's kind of the reverse of the placebo effect.
Well, what about Boston? I mean, what about that curse?
You mean the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that lasted a long.
Probably have more of a curse than anything else.
But that lasted a long time.
Yeah, I know.
As a curse of the Bambino, I believe.
There may be belief. It could be the entire the fan base may not be maybe doing themselves a disservice by even considering that there's a curse.
You really think it could be a matter of intention? In other words, the people in Boston were so used to getting right up there and losing that they actually brought it on?
Well, either that or else the coaches and the owners just simply have never put the right teams together until a certain point.
Well, that's being very practical of you.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it did go on for a long time. Of course, Chris Bambino, that was very well known, and it was general knowledge in Boston. So maybe they brought it on themselves. Could be.
Yeah. It's where there is this thing called placebo effect, which doctors, pharmaceutical companies measure their medicines against, and placebo is whether sugar pill or a saline solution.
Mm-hmm.
It actually works on people. People actually do get better because they believe that what they're being given, even if they're told it's a placebo, they can still actually have a positive effect in their own bodies. And it doesn't happen to everybody, but a lot of the medications that we're given or that are out on the market only have a very, very slight margin above placebo. And placebo doesn't have the side effects unless you tell people that the side effects are there.
That reminds me, Lloyd, I'm so sick of watching TV. I guess it is.
Me too.
It is a rule that drug companies must advertise every conceivable side effect known to mankind, up to and including death.
This is their little disclaimer so they don't get sued.
Yeah. So I was going to make a fake advertisement for a pill. I mean, sick of your friends taking pills, not taking pills yourself. Here's a pill that does absolutely nothing. And then I was going to list every possible
It's 11:19 p.m. PST. New live stream in 90 seconds or less, unless the Everett Police
You'll
Department
never feel
prevents
again
that.
like you're alone in not taking pills.
Right.